Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is welcome to the Thursday Dan Norton Show, April 2nd, 2026. I have come back with my newish background and thumbnail with the hopes that that will entice some more people to join the stream. It had quite an effect when I first rolled it out 2 streams ago. I think that was the largest number of viewers I ever had, except for the stream I did with Dr. Harry Binswanger. But the next stream wasn't as many people as the first stream with the new thumbnail. Still a decent showing. But we'll see how it goes today. I did tweak the thumbnail. I tweaked the design of it a little bit, and I can explain that in a second after I take my cough drop. I moved the good category over to the left and the bad category over to the right. That was one change I made. Well, at least partly because people read from left to right, in English anyway. And I thought it might be good to put the good first, give it more primacy. I also added at the bottom of each column a good and bad and more, so that people would realize that they aren't limited to just the topics that are listed there on the background. So if there's something else they want to discuss, they can also raise other issues. So I just tried to hit some of the main topics that I'm open to discussing, but I wanted to put something in there to indicate that it's not limited to those topics. I also changed the order slightly. I moved egoism ahead of atheism in the good side. It used to be atheism and then egoism. And likewise on the bad side, I put altruism over theism. Maybe because I have at least a slight preference for the ethical topic over the religious one. I'm open to discussing or debating either, but I thought maybe I should bump up egoism a little more in priority. This is not strictly in order of priority, but at least parts of the list are prioritized. All right, so this is a show on which you all can participate. Anyone who comes across this show, I invite you to call in. There's a number on my backgrounds, 657-233-0878. If you want to talk about anything, discuss, debate. We can also engage through the chat. And I encourage that. If you do try to call in, I might screen the call if I don't know you, if you're a completely new caller. But I do have some regulars who I would not need to screen. So this show is largely driven by topics that you all raise. I don't have a preset agenda that I want to get through. So if there's something on your mind you want me to address or discuss with me, I encourage you to raise it. I don't see anyone in the chat yet. Who's going to be the first chatter of the day? That remains to be determined. Now's a good time to raise a topic in the chat if you want, because you don't have any competition. You can help steer the show through the topics that you raise. You can also help share the show, and that will help bring more people by. I hope. I did some more testing on my Google Voice number. That's the number that's listed on the backgrounds. I was having some technical difficulties with it in the last show, and I eventually got it to work by the end of it. But I think it will work the first time if we try it in today's show. All right, looks like YouTube is not, maybe it's not pushing my stream out as much as it usually does, because I haven't seen any viewers come by. Usually there's a little spike near the beginning. I'm not sure why that's happening, why the spike is not happening today. At least not yet. Oh, I guess at least... Okay, here's one chat. Somebody just came by. SD Slam. Hello to you. He asks, or she asks, why is faith bad? I'm not religious, just curious. All right, thanks for your question. Let me share that on the screen. First, we need to define what is meant by faith. The way I understand faith is believing something without evidence. And I think that's bad. You shouldn't believe something unless you have evidence for it. When someone says, take it on faith, what I think that means is believe it even though you don't have good reason to believe it. You don't have, for example, evidence of your senses, or you don't have evidence through, like, well, what would be a case of senses, not having evidence of your senses? Like if I say, right now you can see if you look outside your window, assuming you're indoors, if you go outside, you will see an elephant. In fact, 3 elephants right outside your window. And if you go and look and you don't see it, and I say, well, these are invisible elephants. They're there, but you can't see them. And you say, well, okay, I have no evidence of it though. Why should I believe there are elephants there? And I say, well, just take it on faith. Now, I think that's bad to do. I don't think you should believe anything unless there's evidence for it. And religion, many religions ask you to do that. Hi, Nick. Florida Nick just came in the chat. One of my regulars. A religion asks you to take things on faith, like the Trinity, the doctrine of the Trinity, which says God is 1 and 3 at the same time, something like that. And I don't think there's a rational way to understand that. It doesn't make sense. But this is something that I think you just need to take on faith. I just did a Google search on the Trinity doctrine, and it says it's a core Christian belief that one God exists as three distinct, co-equal, and co-eternal persons: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, sharing one divine essence. But there are many other examples from religion. Like, should you believe that God parted the Red Sea, or that he worked various miracles, that he can make a man rise from the dead? Or is that just something you have to accept on faith, even though you don't have any evidence of it? Should you believe it anyways? I think that amounts to throwing out your mind, and your mind is your tool of survival. Imagine you gouge out your eyes, and make yourself deaf, so you lose your eyesight, you lose your hearing. Well, you're not going to be able to survive very well. Our senses are our means of survival. They're how we grasp the world. And religion, when it asks you to take something on faith, is asking you to say, believe it in defiance of the evidence of your senses. So it's basically saying, it amounts to distrust your eyes, distrust your ears, believe it anyways. And it's not always just the evidence of your senses. It's also the evidence of your mind, like reason. Even though your reason tells you one thing, like, it doesn't make sense to me how someone could rise from the dead. That's not logical. That seems irrational. But is it good to do irrational things? Like, should you jump off a cliff and just pray that you're not going to fall to your death? Just have hope? I don't think that's going to work. So whenever you're throwing out reason or rationality or logic, that's destructive. That's a danger to your own survival, because human beings survive by using their reason to figure things out. All this amazing technology that I'm using right now in order to have this live stream was created through the use of people's reasons. Think of all the thinking that went into discovering the scientific laws, the way nature operates, that enabled us to invent this technology. That wasn't done through a miracle or hoping. It was figured out through thinking, being logical and rational. All right. Est Slam says, fair point, yes. All right. Let me set up a super chat goal here. Can I do that? Maybe did they change their... It looks like they might have changed their layout, because there used to be a goal button here that I could click on in the top left of my chat screen, but I don't see that today. Oh, now it's there. I just had to refresh it. All right. I am trying to make money at this so that it can become a self-sustaining venture. So one way I do that is through super chats and super stickers. So I'm going to start a goal here. If you want to help support my work of promoting rational ideas, in particular Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, you can contribute a super chat or a super sticker. All right, And the goal is now live. You can also do contributions through PayPal or Patreon. I have links to those in my description. Down here. And I actually get a higher percentage through those methods. YouTube takes out 30% of whatever you contribute. PayPal only takes out 2 or 3%, and Patreon is something like 10 to 15%. So these methods, PayPal and Patreon, take out smaller cuts. I get a larger percentage. But I welcome any method of contribution. All right. So, what do you all want to talk about today? Thanks for any likes on the stream, by the way. That's one way you can help to boost the show. If it gets more likes, it'll probably be pushed out in the algorithm more. More people will see the stream. Thanks for any new subscribers. Always good to get new subscribers. All right, so now is another good time to raise a new topic, any new question you have, because you don't have any competition in the chat right now. And if you want to do a super chat or super sticker, just click on that $sign next to the chat box down here. I can give you a little reading update. That's one thing I do a lot of, reading when I'm not streaming. And the main thing I've been focused on lately is Iran. Not so much the current war in Iran, although a little bit of that, mainly through listening to the Yaron Brook show. Yaron Brook is an objectivist podcaster, another pro-Ayn Rand person, and I tune into his show fairly often to get news updates. But mostly I've been reading about earlier history of Iran from the 20th century. Last show I talked some about the hostage crisis and the era of the Shah, the last Shah of Iran. And I've focused mainly since the last show on the Iranian Revolution in 78 and 79, which overthrew the Shah and the monarchy. 2,500 years of Iranian monarchy came to an end when the Shah was overthrown. Well, he fled into exile, partly to the U.S., although some other countries as well. And then the Ayatollahs came to power. Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini in February of 79. So I've been reading about, focused on 78 and 79. That's what I've been focused on since the last show. Maybe I can tell you some more about that. But that's just the general update. I'm looking for my Wikipedia page where I keep track of all my articles to see if that jogs my memory about more things I could tell you. Yes, I've also been reading about the oil industry, which is big in that part of the world. Oil was discovered in Iran in, I think it was around 1908 by the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, or what became the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. I think that company might have officially started the next year, 1909. And then eventually it was nationalized in 1951. And then there was a coup to overthrow the government that nationalized it. This was a British company, hence Anglo. And after the government that nationalized it was overthrown, the oil became, I don't know if it was owned or just operated by Western companies. I think things changed around a few times. But in any case, I think there were a few Western oil companies that operated the oil. No longer just the British, but there was a consortium of oil companies, including the British, but also some American companies and I think French and Dutch, who owned or operated the oil. I guess Iran's government got a cut, but it was, I think, operated by Western companies, starting in the 50s until the 70s. And then in the 70s, it was nationalized again under the Shah, I think in 73. There was something called the Sale and Purchase Agreement, where he again nationalized the oil, or partly nationalized. I'm not sure exactly. But then I think in 79, once the Iranian Revolution happened, it was completely nationalized, if it wasn't already, by the Shah before that. All right. Kudababa is back in the chat, or first time in the chat today, but he's been here before. He says, I recommend a book called The Prize by Daniel Yergin about the history of the oil industry. All right, thanks for that recommendation. I've heard of that author and that book. Maybe I will pick that up at some point. So most of that I just told you about the oil industry, I had read about already when I did my last show 5 days ago. But I also started reading about the Iraqi oil industry. And I read about it some before, but it's been a long time, a few years maybe. So I wanted to brush up on that some. So I started reading about the Iraqi petroleum industry. They got started a bit later than the Iranian oil industry. That's my understanding. I said that oil was discovered in Iran in, I think it was 1908, but it was discovered in Iraq, I think mostly in 1927, So about 2 decades later. Now, I think there might have been a little bit discovered before that, maybe before World War One, but I don't think it was discovered, like any major oil gusher was discovered until 1927. Maybe someone can correct me if that's not right, but that was the impression I got from my most recent reading. And again, that was initially the oil was discovered by, I don't know if it was a British company again, but some Western company. Where's the, I'm looking for the article. Iraq Petroleum Company. But actually, before it was called the Iraq Petroleum Company, it was called the Turkish Petroleum Company. And I think it might have been called that, Turkish Petroleum Company, at the time when, in 1927. When they found the major oil deposit. I'll have to double check that, the name, when the name changed. But as in the case of Iran, the oil was again nationalized in 1972. The Ba'athist government in Iraq nationalized the Iraqi Petroleum Company in 1972. And I don't know the aftermath of that. Like in Iran, after it was first nationalized in 1951, the oil was taken back by Western companies and then renationalized later. Now, I don't know if this, in Iraq, I don't know if there was a back and forth where it was nationalized and then taken back over and then renationalized, or if it was just nationalized once. I'm not sure. I have to, I'll learn that later. Nick says there is the Prize TV series on YouTube. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Maybe I'll check that out. I did learn that the term for the delay, like between when I say something and then when you hear it on YouTube, that's called latency. I was learning about that a little. And I learned there's a way for me to decrease that delay time, or decrease the latency. Typical latency is 15 to 60 seconds. That's what I learned. But I can adjust a setting on YouTube that will decrease the latency. I can decrease it one notch, which will take it down to 5 to 15 seconds. And then if I want to go further, I can go one more notch, which will make the latency only 2 to 5 seconds. And that's very good for shows like this where I interact. However, there's a cost to that, which is it's more likely to buffer, and the video quality is not as high the lower the latency is. So there's trade-offs. I didn't make a change for this show, but I might try lower latencies in future shows. But that might be good to cut down the time between when I see something in chat and then when I react to it, and when you hear my reaction, it'll all be much quicker if I reduce the latency. But I've changed enough things for one show, I think. I updated my thumbnail and background, and I'm still trying to make sure my Google Voice works well, and I'm still getting comfortable with OBS. So I didn't want to make too many changes at once, but in the future I might try to tweak the latency. All right, so oil, that's another thing I've been reading about, oil in the Middle East. And I've been watching some YouTube videos related to these same topics. I heard Trump gave his speech last night, I believe, right? I did not hear that speech, but I listened to Yaron Brook talk about it a little bit on his show from today, I think. I don't think I finished listening to his segment on that, but I heard maybe 10 or 15 minutes. And it sounded like it was better than what I imagined it might have been. Which isn't necessarily to say it was good, but at least better than I thought it might have been, based on what I heard Yaron say about it. I'm hoping there's going to be regime change, and I haven't heard that mentioned as one of the goals, at least when Rubio talks about it. I saw an interview with Rubio, well, at least as of a day or two ago, I saw an interview with Marco Rubio, and he mentioned that the goals of the war were to decrease their ballistic missile capability and nuclear capability and destroy their army and navy, but he didn't mention regime change as a goal. And I think that's too bad, because I think that's really what should happen. This is a murderous regime, a regime that has killed Americans and funds terrorism. So I don't think it deserves to survive. A regime like that should be overthrown. And I don't know why they're not making that their goal. Although I have heard, and Yaron Brook has talked about this, how at times at least some people in the Trump administration will say there has been regime change just because some of the personnel has been taken out, like the Ayatollah was killed in the first day of the war. But I think that's not a fundamental change. Then they just substitute somebody new in. But I think a lot of the people from the old regime are still around, and there hasn't really been a fundamental change that deserves to be called a regime change. It's more like a reshuffling of people within the regime. That would be my take on what has happened so far, not having followed it very closely. One other point I remember Yaron making is that the IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, is maybe more powerful now than they were before relative to the clerics or the mullahs. But I'm not sure I'm doubtful that's enough of a change to warrant saying there has been regime change. All right, so what else do you all want to talk about? See, we got 6 people here now. Anyone want to raise a topic, ask a question, or do a super chat, super sticker? Now's a good time. You don't have much competition. I did a long call in the last show. You can also call in. I had a long call about many topics. I think the person who called in, I think it might have been his first time actually coming across the show, and we talked for over 4 hours. All right, we got a new person in the chat. Gabriel Weaver says, how can you all be for capitalism when it prioritizes profits over people? All right, well, this could be a big discussion. Prioritizes profits over people. What, why do you think? Well, one question is, what does capitalism mean? We probably aren't on the same page about that. Like a lot of people, maybe including you, would say that in the U.S. today, we have a capitalist system. I would say no, far from it. Because there's a ton of government intervention in the economy through taxation, regulations, and all the tax-funded programs like Social Security, Medicare, public education, public roads, all the regulatory agencies, FDA, SEC, FAA, etc. So we are very far from what capitalism is. In a capitalist system, there's basically only three functions of the government: police, military, and courts. That is the functions that deal with force. Police protect you from force, the force of criminals like murderers, rapists, robbers. And the military protects you from force from people abroad who might, like Iran, right? Who might try to kill Americans, kill or enslave Americans, hold them hostage, as they did in 1979. And then, so there's the police, the military, and then a court system to peacefully settle disputes between people so they don't have to resort to force if they have disagreement over something. Like, where exactly does your property end and your neighbor's property begins? You could each pull out a gun and try to settle it by force, but the capitalist way to settle it is to peacefully do it through a court system. So that's what capitalism looks like. You say it is still largely capitalistic. It is definitely a mix, though. Well, Ayn Rand, whose philosophy I follow, she called it a mixed economy, the system we have today. And I think that's a good name for it, because there is a significant amount of freedom that we have, a significant area of our lives where the government does not dictate to us how we should live. Like, we aren't living in a totalitarian state like Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia. But we're also not living in a laissez-faire capitalist state. We're far from that. So there is a significant amount of violations of freedom. Some people, they have to pay half of their income to the state. Very rich people. And even not so rich people, they have to pay a sizable amount of their income to the state. 20, 30, 40%. Okay, so those are just some comments on capitalism, what it is, what it's not. Now, to address your point about profits over people, well, I think that suggests a false dichotomy. Like, either you are pursuing profits or you're doing something that is valuable for people. But how do you make a profit? It's by serving people. Like, if I want to, let's say I run a restaurant. If I want to make a profit, how am I going to do it? I've got to serve restaurant customers, give them a good product so they keep coming back, and spread the word so their friends come too. And if I run a bad restaurant, if there's not good customer service, if the food isn't good, if I don't serve people well, then I'm not going to make profit. I'm going to go out of business. And my competition, who does better at serving people, is going to eat up all the profits. So the two go hand in hand. Or another example, Steve Jobs, he became a billionaire by selling amazing products or leading a company that produces amazing products like an iPhone. And people love that product, and so much so that they're willing to pay hundreds or over $1,000 for it. But they benefit from it. That's why they pay. So the people are being served, and then Steve Jobs and Apple gets rewarded by making profits. And if they didn't put out a good product, they wouldn't make their profits. So it's a misunderstanding to think that profits come at the expense of people, or that you serve people or profits, but not both. No, the two go hand in hand. I hear somebody calling. Hold on, let me pick that call up. Hopefully before.
Call from
Gabriel Weaver.
Oh, Gabriel Weaver.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
All right, this is the person who was in the... Oh, he just hung up. Maybe he changed his mind. Or maybe he's going to call back in. I don't know. We'll see. Did you hear that ringing? I think I had my audio mixer set so that you could hear it ringing, although I didn't mean to. I think the way it should be set up is that only I hear it ringing, and then once I decide to take the call and screen the call, then I'll turn on the volume so that you can hear not just my side of the conversation, but also the person calling in. All right, well, I think I've got it set up that way now. So if he calls back, or if anybody else calls back, then I think you're not going to hear it until I put the call through. Oh, now it's ringing again, but I don't think you hear it. But let me pick it up and screen it.
Call from
Gabriel Weaver.
To accept, press 1. To send...
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Just hold on a second. Let me make sure that the audio is coming through okay, so that the YouTube audience can hear you. I'm a little new to this setup. Oh, Nick says, yes, we heard it. I think what you mean there probably, Nick, is that you heard it ringing the first time, not the second time he called in. But, okay, where's my OBS setting? All right, now, I think if you say something, it will be audible to the YouTube audience. And I'm just going to turn on my phone to double check that. Okay, can you say something?
Hey, how's it going?
All right, you said...
the phone didn't pick up the first time, so...
Okay.
I had to call twice.
All right, hold on a second. It will be audible to the YouTube audience. And I'm just going to turn on my phone to double check that. Okay, can you say something? Hey, how's it going? Okay. All right. Good, it's working. All right. So you are Gabriel Weaver from the chat, and you called in. We were just talking some about capitalism and prioritizing profits over people. All right. So did you want to pick up there or go into some...
Yeah.
Okay.
My point was that the company's profits, the private ownership, doesn't necessarily equal the people's values, right? Like, you could think of Carnegie when he had a huge monopoly over oil. It jacked up the oil prices. That's like a pretty classic example, like a monopoly. Or you could think of government subsidies. Like, there are so many of our tax dollars that don't go to things that benefit us, like as a society, like as socialism would have it. There are so much of our tax dollars that go to funding private companies. I mean, you could think of the 2008 housing market crisis. The meat market is, and the cheese market is subsidied. Elon Musk, I mean, the richest person on the planet that we know of course, he receives, millions of dollars in subsidies for his SpaceX program. I would argue that profits don't necessarily equal people.
Okay. So first, I want to say that I oppose subsidies, and subsidies are not the same as profits. Subsidies is when you're getting a handout from the government, if we're talking about government subsidies, and that is anti-capitalist. And this goes back to the issue of what is capitalism exactly, and the way I understand it, which is how Ayn Rand understands it. I learned this from Rand, is that in a actual true capitalist system, there are no government subsidies for corporations or individuals. So Elon Musk or his companies are not going to be getting any government subsidies in a capitalist system. I oppose that.
But perhaps all of the capital goes to the private ownership.
All of the what do you mean? Can you elaborate?
The capital, it wouldn't go back to like building roads and hospitals and stuff like that. It would go to like companies.
Well, can we work through an example? Like, let's say the restaurant example I gave before you called in. I said, let's say you start a restaurant. Maybe you get a loan from a bank to start it, or maybe you've saved up money from a previous job. Somehow you've got what you might call capital, if you're understanding capital to just be resources you need in order to fund some venture. Maybe a venture capitalist if you want to start a whole restaurant chain, if it's going to be something big. But let's just say it's one restaurant, maybe to keep it simpler. You have some savings built up, or you get a loan from a bank, and then you invest it to hire staff and maybe pay them wages for a while because there's going to be some startup costs before you break even. You're not necessarily going to be making a profit from the get-go, but after because you have to take time to build up a customer base, get a reputation, so you get more and more customers. But at a certain point, hopefully, the idea is you'll start making money, profit, your revenue will exceed your costs, and then you'll have a profit. And then what you do with those profits can vary. I mean, some people might choose to reinvest them, maybe open up a second restaurant, or maybe they'll just choose to live a more luxurious lifestyle, buy an extra car or something, or maybe they'll decide to raise the wages of their waitresses and waiters. So there's various things you could do with the profits.
Yeah, I think that works great on a really small scale, but when we talk about capitalism on a large scale and what it leads to, it gets pretty scary pretty quickly. I mean, we have some of the top 1% of people own, 50 or however much the statistic is percent of wealth. We could, if the power was in the hands of the people instead of a very small oligarch, then and that's what money really is. Like these people, like Elon Musk, he was the richest person on the planet. He was able to buy the 2024 election. I think that ultimately capitalism, it leads to an oligarch because we have just like a big competition, and as the competition progresses, it favors more certain people rather than others, and we have this super big concentration of power. And then once we have this concentration of power, we're able to, or the oligarchs are able to implement things to vacuum up wealth from the middle class to the upper class.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm taking some notes here, and I think I want to share these on my screen. Maybe that'll help people follow along. Let me just adjust some windows here so I can merge it into the correct window. So this is call with Gabriel. I'm just going to put a title on this on April 2nd, 2026.
Good, man.
All right, let me share this now. Okay, I think my notes will show up on the screen now. I don't know if you can see it, but if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the notes if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just made some notes on things you were just saying. So one point you were saying is that 1% of the people owns some large percentage of the wealth, like maybe 50 or 60%. I hear statistics like this a lot, and one reaction I have to them is I don't think they're important or relevant. It doesn't matter to me that someone is super rich. And again, I want to reiterate, we're not living in a capitalist society. So when you talk about someone like Elon Musk, I think he's a mixed case. And I think he does get subsidies from the government. And so that's not an example of the system I advocate. So if we're talking about a capitalist system, I don't think Elon Musk is a good example of a capitalist. Well, maybe partly is a capitalist, but I think to a significant extent he's not. Like insofar as his businesses are getting subsidies from the government, that's anti-capitalist. But even if we assume that we are in a free market and let's say in a truly capitalist system that maybe 1% owns 60% of the wealth. I don't know if that's actually what would happen, but assuming it does happen, I don't think that's a problem. And I think people get richer. Everyone gets richer. So it's a myth that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer under capitalism. Everybody gets richer, at least everyone who tries to. I guess you could have a loafer who just chooses not to work, and maybe he's not going to get richer, but that's his own fault in that case. But at least in the vast majority of cases, I think if people are working, the freedom and opportunity that exists in a free market enables everybody to get richer. Not necessarily at the same rate, but I don't think everyone needs to get richer at the same rate. I don't think that's some problem if you have some huge imbalance. Like I'm not an egalitarian who thinks everyone needs to make an equal amount of wealth. I think some people are vastly more productive than other people, and they deserve to be rewarded vastly more financially than others. Like there's very few people who could do what Jeff Bezos does. I think very few people have the skill needed to run a huge company with thousands or tens of thousands of employees, an international company. That takes a huge amount of skill, and it's very rare to find a CEO who can do that, which is why CEOs get paid so much. They're very hard to replace compared to someone like the janitor who sweeps the factory floor. That's a very replaceable kind of job. Almost anyone can do a job like that. So their market value is much lower. So those are some points I would make just on this issue of wealth inequality. And I could address the others some more, but I think since I've been talking for a while, I'm just going to stop there and come back to you.
Okay, yeah. I'd have to largely disagree, but for a sec, I just looked it up. According to Forbes, the net worth of the top 1% of the U.S. has been above a share of 30% almost consistently since 2014, while the top 10% currently own just over 68% of the country's wealth. So that's the real statistic. I think, and you were saying that it doesn't really matter, you don't really care. I think that it's a huge issue that we have such a disparity in wealth among the top 1% and the rest of us, working class people. It's because if that money wasn't being hoarded and being used by the top 1% to do what they want to do, right? Buy their 13th yacht, make funny number go up, go into space, do whatever their sci-fi dream is. Like, that money would much better be used providing people with health care. I mean, I'd hate to say, are you an American?
I am.
I think you'd be hard pressed to talk to an American and find somebody who doesn't think that the United States healthcare system is broken. Like, that money could be much better used on healthcare, maybe feeding the hungry, housing the homeless. And then I'll throw it back to you real quick, but let me just say one last thing. Somebody like Jeff Bezos, I think, is a pretty great example of a CEO that does not work that hard. I saw an interview with him, and he says that his day is pretty chill. My dad works harder than Jeff Bezos. My dad, I could assure you, works like 1,000 times harder than Jeff Bezos. I mean, perhaps he came up with a great idea, and good on him for that. But I don't think that he deserves to make millions of dollars an hour, whereas, my dad makes $30 an hour. I think that there's a huge gap in worth there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, there's a lot here to get into. So one issue is we're getting down into ethics, I think. At least some of we can transition from ethics or from politics to ethics. So far we've been focused on political issues or economic issues, but I think underlying a lot of people's positions in politics is positions in ethics. So, do you have a right to live for yourself? That's an ethical question. Or do you have a moral obligation to live for the sake of others? So you were saying things like money is better spent rather than on someone buying his 13th yacht. This money would be better spent on feeding the hungry or housing the homeless or improving healthcare. So this raises an issue of rights, like who has a right to decide how money is spent? Like, isn't my money mine to decide how to spend? Or do you have a right to tell me how to spend my money? Like, let's say I want to buy a 13th yacht and you say, no, Dan, that's immoral. You have a moral obligation to spend your money on feeding the hungry. So there's an issue of rights here. Like, who has a right to what? Do I have a right to my own property, or should my right to what I've earned be subject to the votes of other people who haven't earned it? That's an issue. And then I think there's a deeper issue of ethics coming up, at least implicitly, which is, do people have a moral right to live for their own sake, or do they have a moral duty not to live for themselves, but rather to serve others? And I think, if we have different views on these deeper questions, then we're ultimately going to have differences on the political issues, and we're never going to resolve those. So at some point, we would have to get into ethics, I think, to really make progress here. And I don't know if you're interested in going there now, but I at least want to flag these issues. And if you're interested in going into those, we can talk about them now.
Yeah, I think that we may very well have differences in ethics in that way, but I don't think that we'll have to talk about those in order to talk about this issue of capitalism and socialism. I think that there's that the oligarchs, the people who make $10 million a year off of owning their company, right? Where does the value in that company come from, right? Like, perhaps they provide value by being the leader and perhaps the organizer, whatever CEOs do. But the value in that company comes from the workers, right? The workers, they only receive a fraction of the value of the company in their paycheck. They don't see the fully realized profits, the fully realized toil of their labor. That's what the shareholders see. So when we talk about people who CEOs that they forgive me, I'm a little brain dead right now. It's difficult for me to organize my thoughts.
No worries.
When we talk about CEOs and oligarchs, do they have a right to spend what they themselves earned? I don't think that they themselves earned it. I think that they manipulated other people into earning that for them.
Okay. Well, that does get into some deep issues, maybe what we could call the metaphysics of capitalism. So what is the nature of a CEO? What is the nature of workers? Where does value come from? And I think what you've been saying, it reflects a very common misunderstanding of where value comes from. Ayn Rand. Have you ever read Ayn Rand?
I've not read Ayn Rand. The only time that I've seen her is on an Alex O'Connor podcast.
Okay. Well, I guess someone referenced her. You didn't see her herself because she died many years ago.
Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know what I'm talking about.
She died in 1982, but she's
Okay.
a famous figure in the culture, so she often gets brought up in conversation in podcasts. So maybe that's how you heard her name. But she wrote Atlas Shrugged. That's her most famous book, probably. That and The Fountainhead are her most famous books. And the theme of that book, Atlas Shrugged, is the role of the mind in man's existence. That's how she formulated it. And she talks about the importance of the mind as opposed to the body as being the source of wealth. So on the Marxist view, which maybe you're coming from, physical labor or manual labor, that's really the source of wealth, and it's the people on the assembly line, the factory workers, who are really creating the value, and everyone above them in the company, they're just parasites on the workers. They're not really contributing anything. And Ayn Rand turns that view upside down and says, no, it's the mind, the intellect. That's the key thing in the creation of wealth, and that's what contributes the most. It's not that, and they both contribute something. It's not that all of the value is contributed by the CEO or the upper management or vice presidents, and none of it is contributed by the people on the assembly line or the janitor. No, they all contribute something, but it's much more of an intellectual sort of job that the CEO has relative to the janitor or of the factory assembly people. That's more of a rote kind of manual labor. But to organize it all, to get the capital you need, to make the decisions, like who created the machine that the assembly line workers are making? I mean, that took the genius and brilliance of scientists like Isaac Newton to discover the laws of physics, and then technologists and inventors like Thomas Edison to create all the tools that these workers can then use when they step into their role. All that metal had to be shaped, transported. The car, the engine, the combustion engine had to be invented in order to transport the materials to build this factory. So there's a ton of genius that went into creating this possible kind of manual labor job that the factory workers have. But that's the hardest part. Like, anyone can move their muscles a little bit, but very few people have the genius of intellect to create the amazing technology like we're using right now to have something like the internet. So I think this idea that the real value is created by the so-called workers, and that I don't even like that term itself. It implies that only manual labor is real labor or work, and that CEOs aren't really doing work. You were talking about how Jeff Bezos doesn't work that hard. I haven't read his biography, so I'm not intimately familiar with him. But I think the work that he does is primarily intellectual, and very few people have that ability. It's very hard to replace that, whereas it is easy to replace the ability of manual laborers. So I think it's a myth that the real value is contributed by the people on the assembly line. They do some of it, but most of it, in proportion to the pay, is done by the more intellectually demanding sorts of work.
Yeah, I mean, I have to definitely disagree that that happens. I mean, what about all of the intellectually demanding work like AI companies? The people who are actually doing the creating, they're still the working class people. The owning class people, they don't really do much. I mean, like, if you have enough money to just buy a bunch of stocks, then there you go. Most of these owning class people are rich because, not because they came up with some brilliant idea, or they were just like some incredibly brilliant trader. Most of them were rich because their dads were rich, and their dads passed them down. I mean, Elon Musk, his dad owned an emerald mine in South Africa and gave him a huge. I mean, Donald Trump. I mean, a small loan of $1 million. We all know that he probably got more than that. Most of these people were rich because their parents were rich, and their parents were rich because their parents were rich, and their parents were rich because their parents were rich, and their parents were rich because they had slaves. I really don't think that it is proportional to that we have your profit, your income is proportional to how much you think, how much brain power you have, how smart you are. We have to really put into perspective how big $1 billion is, and these people are really billionaires. Elon Musk fluctuates somewhere around $500 billion. It's kind of crazy. Whereas, we have construction workers who, I mean, probably are awake for more hours in a day and are working for more hours in a day than these CEOs are even awake. And, they have to think the whole entire time. Paramedics, nurses, doctors, who, anyway, I'd really have to disagree. I'll throw it back to you, though.
Okay. So, I think your depiction of how people get rich is not fair to rich people in general. Some get rich through inherited wealth, but I don't think that's the dominant way that they get rich. I mean, take Jeff Bezos. I don't know. As I said, I haven't read his biography. Did he have a lot of inherited wealth?
Oh, not that I know of.
All right. Well, then, is he a counterexample to what you're saying?
Sure, very well. But then later I was saying that, like, no matter how smart you are, no matter how what great invention that you made, I don't think that anybody will ever be worth billions and billions and billions of dollars, right? Like, you could take one person's salary and solve world hunger with it. Like, I think that there's a huge gap in where we spend our money.
All right. Well, I don't know that I don't think you could solve world hunger just by confiscating one person's wealth or any number of persons' wealth and distribute it. Maybe you could. There's that saying: give a man a fish, feed him for a day; teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime. If you just steal all one guy's fish, so to speak, and redistribute them to the world, maybe you could feed the world for a day. But you haven't solved world hunger that way. All you've done is postponed the mass starvation. What you really need to do is people need to learn the value of freedom and not stealing from other people, not looting other people via the government through taxes, and then that will incentivize a profit motive. If all my wealth is going to be taxed away, then I'm not going to have much incentive to work and be productive. But if I know that I can keep my profits, benefit from my profits, then I am going to be incentivized to work. So if people learn things like this, I think that's more the way you really solve something like world hunger. And you see in countries like, I think, India and China, where they have liberalized their economy over the last few decades, like under Deng Xiaoping, starting, I think, in 1978, millions of people in those Asian countries have come out of poverty. It wasn't through more wealth redistribution schemes a la communism or socialism. It was through more free market reforms. That's really the solution, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Perhaps I'm not sure if that example that I made about solving world hunger by taking away one person's salary is necessarily accurate. I think it very well may be. I have looked into this, and some numbers for world hunger, solving it, range between $30 billion to $50 billion a year, and which I think is very well possible. I'm not sure if like solving world hunger is like part of a bigger issue, like you have to worry about wars and blockades and stuff. But how much money does Elon Musk make a year, right? How much money does Jeff Bezos make a year? Right? Like if we just taxed billionaires just a little bit, like we will literally have the ability to solve world hunger. But instead we're paying billionaires. I know you said that you were against government subsidies, but I think that like what we have right now is late stage capitalism is what is going to naturally cause us paying billionaires. It's if you give a small group of people a bunch of power, they're going to be starving for more power, and they're going to do what they can to get to it, even if it's not traditionally laissez-faire. I'm kind of going off on a tangent now, and maybe we need a little bit of a direction reset, but yeah, I'll pass it back to you.
All right. So I would say we're not at late. I don't concede that we should call this late stage capitalism. I think we were closer to capitalism in the 19th century. That is the 1800s,
Definitely.
And we've drifted the late 1800s. After slavery was abolished, because that's very anti-capitalist. Because that's not free. That's anti-freedom, and I take the essence of capitalism to be freedom. And what freedom means, that's something we could get into maybe. But yeah, I certainly would not call today late stage capitalism. I think that's very misleading, and it's maybe a smear of capitalism to say that what we have now is any kind of capitalism as opposed to a mixed economy. But even let's go back to your point about solving world hunger by redistributing the wealth of rich people. Even if you could do that, and I don't think you could. For one thing, I don't think the system is not going to attract people to make those kinds of fortunes that you can then redistribute. It's like killing the golden goose, the goose that lays the golden egg, whatever that metaphor is. There aren't going to be people like that if you start doing these sorts of things. So I don't think you're going to be able to solve world hunger long term. It's more like a short term thing, short range fix. But even if you could, I don't think it's right to expropriate people's wealth. And this gets to the egoism point, I guess I didn't put it in terms of egoism before, but the ethical point. I said some deeper ethical issues might come up. Let's say we could solve world hunger by sacrificing one individual. Like we can kill some innocent person and solve world hunger that way. So should we then kill one innocent person? What do you think about that?
Yeah. So I think that like the analogy is I don't think maybe we should. I think that's kind of a different argument. I don't think it's analogous to the situation that we have right now, right? If we could tax somebody a little bit and still make them a millionaire, like, and then solve world hunger, I think that of course we should do that. These people already live pretty good lives. I mean, I'd live a good life as a millionaire instead of a billionaire. Yeah, and then another thing onto your point is that what you're describing is kind of what capitalism is, in my view. Like, we have people who go to work for a company and only get a fraction of their labor back in value, and the 99% of their toils at work go to the working class, go to these people who, you know, are not working that hard as compared to all of their employees, or I would say exploitees, people that they're exploiting.
Okay. Sounds like a lot of Marxism in here. Are you a Marxist, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say. Although, if I have to really like admit to you, like, I'm not like super educated on stuff like that. Like, I didn't know who Ayn Rand was. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Okay. Well, I've maybe I don't know. What have you read by Marx, or have you read Marx?
I've not read Marx.
Okay. Well, some people they pick up ideas which they hear are Marxist, even if they haven't read Marx themselves. So
Yeah,
you might be, and I think many people are Marxist in a sense like that.
And then just don't know it. Like,
Yeah.
I guess the only reason why I hesitate to call myself a Marxist is because I haven't read any Marx. I don't know, like, I just don't know that much about it. But I do know enough about it to be pretty strong in where I believe and to have a conversation like this, I believe.
Okay. All right. So, well, just to, I've read the Communist Manifesto by Marx a couple times, and I read a little bit of Das Kapital. That's his much longer work, and he's written many other things, which I've dipped into a little bit, but mostly I've just read the Communist Manifesto, and I think the first maybe, I don't know, 50, 80 pages or something of Das Kapital.
Nice.
But anyways, the whole idea of surplus value and workers being exploited by capitalists, I don't buy all that analysis. I think it misses the intellectual part of value creation. Like I was talking about before, I think a lot of the value that's created is thanks to the intellectual contribution, not the manual labor or the physical labor. Like the people on the assembly line, maybe there's some conveyor belt made out of rubber, and there's maybe metal bars on the side of the conveyor belts, and in between there's these rollers so that it can move, and it has to be automated. Like electricity has to power this thing, so it's not like the manual laborers are just contributing everything. Like let's say they create a car at the end of this assembly line process, but they didn't create all that car themselves. Like if all they had to themselves to create this was their muscles, they couldn't have done it. They had to rely on the people, the brains of the people who figured out how to create metals, how to harness metals and shape them, and how to create electricity to operate the assembly line, how to create a blast furnace, all that stuff. They have no clue about how to do. So it's not like they produce the car all by themselves. They're dependent. So you might say, well, they're exploiting the brains of all these people so they can just walk into their job. They had no idea how this factory was built or financed. They just waltzed into their job, they did their shift, and they left. How easy for them to do that. So you might look at it that way and say, actually, they're more reliant on the others rather than the others being reliant on them. I'll pause there. I don't know if you want to say anything at that point.
Oh yeah, no. I'm like watching the video, but the video is kind of a delay, so I saw you kept talking, and I was like, I didn't say anything.
Oh,
But yeah, the yeah, I think that there is an argument to be made that like CEOs, they do work definitely. Do they work as hard as $1 million an hour? I'd hesitate to say it's possible for anybody to work that much. And you know, these people they get 8 hours of sleep every night. Like I really don't think that they work as hard as they get paid. You've heard that if you got paid $100,000 from when Jesus was born up until now, and you didn't take any day off, and you got paid $100,000 a day, you still wouldn't make as much money as Elon Musk, right? It really puts into perspective how much money Elon Musk makes, and if he really works that hard about it. If it's really worth it. And then that being said, you could work really, really, I mean, Hitler worked really, really hard. Does that mean that you contribute something good into society? I mean, no. You just get more and more, lithium batteries, more and more, pollution, more and more technology, more and more this, and less of what we really need, which is like, human happiness and like people being able to afford healthcare, afford their house and stuff.
okay.
Yeah, I think that's it.
All right. So one point I want to make is that value creation is about working smart, not working hard. I wrote that on the notes. So
Yeah.
it's not about, well, what does quote working hard mean? Does that mean like physically hard or mentally hard?
I guess physically and mentally hard. I still don't think that he's really worth $1 million bajillion an hour. I mean,
okay. Well, I think someone could be worth that. I don't think there's any reason. Like, let's say you pay someone $1 million an hour, but they create $2 million an hour worth of value. Then you're getting a bargain, I guess, by employing that person. So like if Jeff Bezos, if he makes $1 million per hour, I don't know if he does, but if he does, but the company, as a result of employing him at that rate, makes $2 million per hour, then it's worth it. And it doesn't matter like how. So, and this ties into the point about working smart versus working hard. What matters is value creation, not how you do it. So if you work super hard, whether that's mental and or physical working hard, but you're just not that good at creating value, then that's worth less to someone you're trading with than someone who works half as hard, yet he's able to create 10 times as much value. What matters is how much value you create, now, not how hard it is to do it. Like if you can use a forklift in order to remove dirt, I don't know, maybe you want to excavate dirt to build a house. You want to lay the foundation for a house, so you have to shovel out a bunch of dirt. Now you could use a forklift and maybe clear out the basement area of the house, and let's say it takes an hour. Whereas if you had one guy using his bare hands to dig it out, maybe it would take him like a month. Now the end result is the same, and you might say, oh, well, the guy using his bare hands worked much harder for it, but that doesn't add any, that doesn't mean he created more value. I mean, it just means it just took him much longer to create the same amount of value. So what matters ultimately is how much value you create, not how hard you have to work in order to create it.
I'd argue that like Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO, the insurance company, I'd argue that like somebody like him doesn't really put that much value into the world, and puts more value in like, what does he do really besides organize this company and own it, right? Like we have our owner class and our worker class. Whereas like the doctors and nurses and the ER techs that are really like doing their job and helping people, like they deserve the profits that come from it, not just people who deserve profits simply by owning the company, right? Like the Walmart CEO, he's not managing people. He's not the whole Walmart family. He's not managing people, coming up with brilliant ways to, make their business model good. Like the reason why he gets paid is not based on what he does. It's because he's an owner of the company. So no matter what, he gets the honor. He gets the profits from that company, and along with the whole family. I really don't think that billionaires like are just heaven sent and they deserve to be paid.
You're breaking up.
It really. Oh, really? I'm sorry.
Okay, it was
Is
only
that,
for a second.
is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. I'm just about done now. Try
Okay.
being a CEO.
What was the last thing you said?
Oh, I was just reading your notes. So try being a CEO.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was going to be one thing I said in reply to you. So I don't think it's right that the CEO just gets wealthy through owning. I don't think you know what goes into being a CEO and all the decisions he has to make. I mean, you can make or break a company based on the kind of
Yeah.
decisions you make. Whereas if you make a mistake, like as a janitor, um, the consequences on the company as a whole are much less severe than if you make a mistake as a CEO.
Hmm.
So I wrote try to be CEO there because I think maybe that will help you, that will enable you to appreciate all that does go in. I mean, if you think it's so easy, then why not be one and make millions of dollars if you think it's so easy to become rich like that, and shareholders will not fire you and replace you with somebody else. If it's so easy, then why don't you do it?
I mean, perhaps it's not like easy in the sense of like getting to that position, but a lot of the CEOs are CEOs because a lot of the billionaires are billionaires because the parents were billionaires and they pass it down. And I mean, you can't argue against that. Like, of course, like if I had $1 million and I was an everyday average American, I'd pass down that money to my kids. I mean,
Or
uh,
you could fritter it
and
away and waste it, or you spend it wisely
yeah,
but not pass. I mean, there was a saying in the 19th century: shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. The idea that you
yeah.
you you know one generation makes the money and then they pass it on to their kids, and then by the third generation it's all gone and they're back to shirt sleeves, which I guess is a symbol of
Hmm.
not being really wealthy. So I
Yeah.
guess this was a common enough thing that happened, that's a saying or a slogan was came into prominence. So I don't think it's always the case that the way you get rich is just by inheriting your money. Often that money is made by one generation and then it's gone by 2 generations later. And then you talked about Carnegie. I think he was a famous case of someone who came to the U.S. poor, and then he made his fortune after he came here.
Yeah. Yeah. But just because perhaps it might be difficult to get into the position of being a CEO doesn't mean that I think that what their job is or what the billionaire class's job is really adding that much to society. I think if we had more firefighters and nurses and construction workers and you know activists, I think that we would we would benefit a lot more than having more billionaire CEOs and having more wealth being sucked from people like me and you.
Okay. Well, I think you're not appreciating what the CEO does, and you're
Maybe not. Maybe you should try to tell me like what try to make me appreciate what a CEO does. I'm having a hard time.
all right. Well, maybe we can focus on an example like Bezos, who I think is probably a better example than Musk, who you've brought up several times, because I think Musk is a really mixed case, at least partly because his businesses have been intertwined with governments a lot in getting subsidies, and I think that's anti-capitalist. But Bezos,
Yeah.
I'm not aware that he's gotten any subsidies from the government. His company started, I don't know, in the 90s sometime maybe, and for I think many years he didn't make a profit, and he, I don't know if he started like, I haven't read the history of Amazon, so I don't know a lot of the details about how it got started, but maybe he's an example we can use. So think about all the things he has to manage. It's an international sized organization, right? You can order things from around the world, and they will be shipped to you in a predictable way very fast.
Yeah.
You could get something the very next day, and to get all the supply chain or warehouses, inventory, all synced up so that you could deliver like millions of products to anyone in the country by the next day. That is an incredible achievement. There's so much planning and organization that has to go into that, and I'm sure he doesn't do it all himself. Like, he's got vice presidents and upper management and middle management and lower level management, and then I don't know how many levels. If you look at an organizational chart, it's probably very big and complicated, but he's at the head of it all, so he has to make sure that, at least when he was CEO, I guess he's no longer CEO, I think someone else is now, but while whoever is the CEO, they have to make sure it all works together. And that's ultimately their job. And if it doesn't work, if the company starts losing profit, running at a loss, then the board or the shareholders can fire the CEO and replace them with somebody else. And this has happened at Apple with Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
He started that company, but eventually, I guess the board fired him and then later he came back and made them profitable again. But I don't know if I don't want to talk for too long before coming back to you, but I just wanted to sketch out that case of, let's say, Amazon and Apple. Maybe we could run with those examples and see if that if you see any appreciation for what they do or not.
Yeah, I think that we've kind of like been saying the same things to each other and perhaps talking past each other for just a quick sec. While you were talking, I quickly looked up, and Amazon does receive significant government subsidies and tax initiatives, with an estimate exceeding $11.6 billion in state and local subsidies in the U.S. since 2000. And I just don't, no matter how good you are for your certain company, I don't think that you are deserving to be paid $1 billion. $1 billion is such a stupid amount of money, and like most of the profits, I don't believe, come from people organizing, or like the CEO's brilliant mind in organizing and inventing things. I think that once you get $1 billion, you're not like you're not stressing about like, we need a different kind of rubber on the conveyor belts. Like they're everybody else is being hired under them to do that. You are no longer a working class person. You are an owning class. Like the reason your paychecks, they come from the business, whether you whether you show up in that day to work or not. And I think that Amazon is a pretty good, like you said, that run with Amazon. the Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos is a pretty good example for that, because, from my understanding, he's not like a super hard-working dude. He doesn't work 40 hours a week. He spends a lot of time largely like retired, like as opposed to, I look at people around me, and like my parents own a business, and they working constantly. Like both my mom and dad work like 80 hours a week, and it's definitely a different dynamic. Yeah.
All right. So I've got a few thoughts here. One is you mentioned working hard again, but I will again reiterate that the relevance of that is it's not relevant compared to
Working
smart.
hard, working smart. I think that no matter how smart you work, you're not worthy of billions and billions and billions of dollars, which could rather be used on the society instead of just one individual. And a socialist society would allow us to properly reallocate our capital to the people who really need it, as opposed to the very, very small oligarchs who don't.
Okay. I'm just taking notes. You said no matter how smart you work, you're not worth billions of dollars. So I don't know if I want to directly address that or go to some other points. But maybe I'll just address that at least briefly. I'll say, who are you to say what somebody is worth? It sounds like you are setting yourself up as overlord of other people, and you are the dictator who gets to decide through your socialist scheme that it's better for money to be spent in some other way than it is being spent. So it sounds like you have a kind of socialist central planner mentality, and you're arrogating yourself above other people, and violating their rights, thinking that you know better than they do what they are worth and what they deserve. So that's one point. We can go into some more. I guess another point.
Yeah.
Or do you want to come back on that one?
Oh yes, I can. I'd hate to interrupt you. Yeah, I don't think it's like like being a socialist overlord and me thinking that I'm like I'm smarter than everybody else to say that we should pay for people's insulin, like pay for people's cancer treatment. My sister, she had to do some hip surgery so that she could walk again, and the prices were outrageous, of course, as they always were. But in order to rent the room out for the surgery, it was like $100,000. We have to admit that we live in a really broken society. I think that we should pay for the average everyday person's needs before we are worried about buying some billionaire's 13th yacht. And I don't think that that's a selfish and wrong thing to ask. I think that's pretty basic, like human rights level request.
Okay. You said not a selfish and wrong thing to ask.
For like food for the homeless, as opposed to send $1 billion more to Israel. Like,
okay.
Give Jeff Bezos $10 billion more.
Okay. So you've used the term selfish. That's a very important term in Rand's philosophy, and she is actually in favor of selfishness. She thinks selfishness is a good thing, properly understood. And now, the way she understands it is different than the way it's typically understood. Mm-hmm. And maybe we can get into that. I'm not sure I want to go there right now, though. But I think maybe we're veering towards ethical territory here when you're raising issues like selfishness. And I guess you're implying it's a bad thing when you say it's not a selfish thing for me to want this, for me to want a system where people's basic needs are met.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it might be useful to go to a very simple island scenario where there are just two people. When you have these complex systems with millions of people and they have a long history, I think it can become more complicated to discuss than if you just have like a desert island scenario. I think that can help isolate the variables.
Okay,
I don't know
cool.
if that's the right expression, but
Yeah, I'd be down. Give me your analogy here, something like that.
okay. Yeah, so let's try that. And so let's say there's two people on an island. Maybe there was a shipwreck or something, and they washed up, castaways. There's two people on an island, and one of them is much more productive than the other. Let's say, and
Yeah.
they have various needs that need to be met. They need to get food. They need some kind of shelter to keep the sun off them, or else they're going to fry. So, let's say they're now they can either try to meet their needs alone or by working together. So they can each try to gather their own berries, hunt their own fish, spear their own fish, build their own huts, or they can cooperate and trade with each other. Like they can just have a division of labor. They can decide, okay, you work on collecting food and I'll work on building a shelter.
Yeah.
And so there's no coercion. Neither is forcing the other, or at least this is one way it could happen. I suppose there could be, like, one could say, I'm going to make a slave out of you and I'm just going to lie here on the beach and I'm going to point a gun at you. Maybe he got a gun left over from his boat, and he's going to use that to threaten the other guy, and he's going to make him his slave and say, you do all the work and I'm just going to sit here and relax. So there could be that kind of scenario. But there could also be a scenario where they are both working and they trade with each other. They're cooperating. So I guess to make it like in capitalism, which is what I support, that's the system where there is no coercion. They're voluntarily working with each other and they can trade with each other. So let's try it that way and see how it goes. So let's say they're trading and they have a division of labor. They trade berries for shelter for berries, or food more generally. And let's say there's, over time, there's what you might call a wealth inequality. And if they don't have money, like currency, dollar bills, they have other forms of value, like berries are a kind of value, shelter is a kind of value. Let's say that's... maybe to make it easier, let's say it's the same kind of commodity, like fish. Like let's say one guy is really good at fishing and the other guy is not. So one guy can catch one fish per hour and the other guy can catch like one fish per day.
One fish per day. There you go.
Yeah, so he's much slower. He can only get one fish in the whole day. So there's a wealth inequality now. So one guy gets many fish per day, and the other guy only gets one. Now, what would you say about that? Would you say, like, the guy who can catch more fish, he has an obligation, a moral obligation, to share his fish evenly with the other guy, so they each get the same amount, even though he caught far more fish? What do you think about that?
But imagine the guy who, let's make this really analogous to our everyday society.
Hold on. Before we go to something else, let's just deal with one case at a time. I'm just curious, what do you think about this case?
I think that depending on the amount of disparity and the amount of desperation that the situation may be in, then one may be, then the more fish guy may be morally obligated to give the other guy his fish, or may not be. I think that if it was like a life or death situation, then perhaps yes. If it wasn't, then perhaps no.
Okay. Let me make a note of this. So I'll say.
But if you don't mind me saying, like, to make this truly analogous to everyday society, imagine the guy who catches more fish is able to catch more fish because he was more able to have better training. He had better ability to receive like a tackle and fishing line, whereas the other guy has to make it out of a stick he broke off a tree. And the guy who caught more fish is catching fish out of a greater area, like an area where there's more fish to be caught. And the guy who catches less fish, he's going to die, and his family is going to die, and he's being like exploited. It really does change up the situation if we make this analogy really analogous to modern day society.
Okay. Well, let's say. Actually, hold on a second. I just want to take a quick look at the chat, see what's going on there. All right, I see several new people have come in since I last acknowledged the chat. Hazir was here for a while. Hello. And Braingy has also come into the chat. Leighton Preon. Rainbow Wits. And Burning Fighting Fighter is also here. He says,
they're saying that
I never thought a socialist and an objectivist could get along. Well, I do like to have civil conversations here, so even if I disagree, right, I like to keep it civil. All right, well, thanks everyone for being here. By the way, I do appreciate the likes on the stream, so thank you for the 5 likes I see I've got. Oh, it's actually up to 6 likes now.
I just liked the video, man.
Oh, thank you. And also, thanks for any new subscribers. I also appreciate that. Okay, so maybe I'll engage more with the chat later, but usually when I've got a caller, I usually just focus on the call. But I just
won't take up too much of your time, man, but like, you could focus on the chat in a sec.
Well, I actually prefer to focus on the call, and I don't have a queue full of callers waiting. If I did, maybe I would make the call shorter. I mean, obviously you can go anytime you want, but I'm not in a rush to end the call. So I'm happy to go some more now. So I was going to say, in this case, you mentioned a family. Like I'm not assuming there's no family here you need to support. There's just 2 people, and they each have their own needs. And you said that, as to my question, does the guy who catches more fish have an obligation to share some of his fish with the other guy? And you said maybe it might depend on the extent, how desperate the other guy is, what is the extent of his need. So I think it might be useful to dig into that some more, because that's really going to be important, right? If it turns out you do have a moral obligation to share your fish, then, and likewise in a society, right? If Jeff Bezos has an obligation to share some of his money with other people, then it's more plausible that we could justifiably pass a tax on him. Whereas if he doesn't have a moral obligation, then it's less likely that we can justify passing a tax. So I think getting clear on the morality of this is important. Like I think politics is downstream from morality. Like what is good in a political system, it depends on what your view of the good is generally. And we get our ideas of what is good and bad or right and wrong from morality or ethics, and then given that, we construct a certain kind of political system that we think aligns with our moral system or our ethical system. That's how I think it has to go. Like, so if we agree that politics are downstream of ethics, we first have to agree about the ethics if we're ultimately going to have a chance of agreeing on the politics. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So first we have to see if we agree on ethics, and part of that is figuring out what kind of moral obligations do people have, and what does a good life look like? Is it a life where you live for your own sake? You're being egoistic, pursuing your own happiness, your own well-being, your own self-interest? Or is it an altruistic kind of life where you're prioritizing other people's happiness above your own, other people's needs and interests above your own needs and interests? So that's a really important question. What do I think? I think it makes most sense to prioritize your own interests, not other people's.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that doesn't mean that other people have no role in your life. I think your life is much better. I think it's actually in your interest to have other people in your life, at least if there are certain kinds of other people. Like I was saying on the island scenario, if the other guy is the sort of guy who wants to be my slave master and he just wants to point a gun at me and order me around, well, it's not in my interest to have that kind of guy in my life. But if it's someone who will cooperate with me and trade with me so that we can each be better off working together, then it is in my interest to have that kind of person in my life.
So you're in this island scenario. You got a class of people with 1 billion fish and then a class of people with 0 fish. Are you saying, hey, like, you have way too much fish, your fish is rotting, give it to the poor, give it to the people who are going to die of starvation, right? Or are you saying, like, no, you billionaire people, you need to prioritize your own life and, your own self, and you should be hedonistic and selfish instead?
So if you said it might get more complicated if we're talking about classes of people. Let's just stay with two people.
Two people, yeah.
So one guy has 1 billion fish and the other guy has 0 fish. Is it in my interest? Let's say I'm the guy with 1 billion fish. Is it in my interest to give the other guy some of my fish? Well, it depends. Like if this is an evil guy, like a Hitler type, if he's going to kill me, no, I want the guy to starve to death. Or maybe I'll preemptively kill him because he's evil and he's going to kill me if I don't kill him first. But if it's not like that, then it probably is in my interest to have another person around who could add value to my life. He can also create things instead of me having to be completely self-sustaining and create everything myself. We'd have two people working together. So it depends on the nature of the people.
I think that, there's two things there. Is that one, if we were to truly make it analogous to everyday society, the people who are, poor and without are, people that tend to not be like horrible people. I think that the horrible people is more focused toward the top, and it's hard to say that children who are born into poverty are people that deserve to starve. So if we were truly making it analogous, we would say that like the poor people are generally good people, right? And then another thing is that you mentioned your decision would be based off of if it's within your interest or not. For me, I think I'd have to fundamentally disagree. I think that what my interest has nothing to do with this question or this situation. It should have everything to do with the starving person's interest. Do I want to help the starving person? I mean, of course, right? Like, whether even if it's against my interest, even if it means I lose fish, even if it means I go without. I mean, this is what Christianity teaches. I mean, I'm not a Christian, right? I noticed that you kind of have like an anti-religion. I'm not sure, like an anti-faith thing, to say the least, going on when it comes to your views. But like, this is what a lot of different religions preaches: is that you should be nice to people, man. I'll get off my soapbox, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, we're really getting into some fundamental issues. I think that's good. So, you say you would rather, you think it's rather than doing what's in your own interest, it's better to do what's in someone else's interest. And this is what Christianity teaches, even though you're not a Christian. I think a lot of people are influenced by Christian morality, even if they're not Christians in a theological sense. And I think this is actually maybe a good way to think of someone like Marx. He secularized the ethics of Christianity. So if you think that you have a duty to live for the sake of others, I think many people who don't believe in all the religious supernatural kind of stuff, they still subscribe to that kind of ethics. But I fundamentally disagree with that. And this is true of many religions. I reject religious morality insofar as it promotes self-sacrifice. And I think even more fundamental than, or a form of self-sacrifice is mind sacrifice, which I think religions ask people do when they ask people to accept things on faith. This came up early in the live stream. Someone in the chat asked why I think faith is bad. And I explained that faith means throwing out your mind. And that's what religions ask you to do when they ask you to take something on faith. It doesn't make rational sense to do something, but you're asked to do it anyway. And that's a sign of your virtue, that you're willing to sacrifice your own judgments and just obey the religious dogmas. And I entirely reject that. I think it's best to go by reason, by logic, by evidence, and not throw out your mind. So now we're getting even more fundamental than ethics. We're getting into epistemology, the nature of knowledge. And I don't know if you want to go there. We can, but let me pause here and see what you have to say.
Oh, I'm just hoping to see, I'd like to thank you for kind of bringing it more fundamental and back to a more ethical perspective of what we think of the world. I think that not very many people would go there, and it really lets us kind of get into what we fundamentally disagree with, right? Or maybe we don't fundamentally disagree, and one of us will change our minds. I don't know. So I think that's good. And then also it's tell me more about your ethics about I don't know, from what it seems to me, and I hate to misrepresent you, is that we shouldn't help the poor because we should be selfish is kind of what I'm getting. And I'd have to say that just leaves a really nasty taste in my mouth. I think that we should be virtuous. I think that in order to lead a good life, it's not all about me, I, egotistical, la-di-di-la. It's more about looking at the world as a whole and making the world a better place. I mean, do you want to make the world a better place for just the people with a billion fish, or everybody on the island? I think that no matter what system or religion or whatever you subscribe to, you'd like to think that it's about helping everybody on the island, whether they have no fish or they have a fish. What do you think of that?
I think we need to go back to the example of two people, and one has a billion fish, the other has zero, and the guy who has zero can have different natures. He can be Hitler-like, or he can be not Hitler-like. He can be a good, decent person. And so I don't see people fundamentally in terms of how much money they have. I don't think that's a core part of their identity. I think much more important is how they choose to use their minds. And this raises another philosophical issue of free will. Do we even have choice? Can we make choices about how we live, or are we just deterministic puppets who act as we must act? I think that we have free will. People have choices on how to live, and some people choose to use their minds in order to create values in the world. Other people don't. They might choose to use their minds in a destructive way, and like a Hitlerian way, not a productive.
A Nazi way.
yeah. And so it all depends. It doesn't matter whether somebody, like, if I'm going to help somebody out, I don't just look at, are they poor or not? I want to know, well, what kind of person is this? An evil poor person, or is this a good poor person? And so I would be happy to help somebody out who has less fish than I do, or zero fish, if I think it's a basically good person who is going to potentially add value to my life. But if I think it's an evil person who's going to detract value from my life and maybe kill me, no, I'm not going to help that poor person. So it depends on the type of poor person.
So I said this earlier, though. I said that if in order to make this truly analogous to today's society, we should just assume that the poor person is good. I mean, like, in this category of poor people, this category that we have that I like to call the working class as opposed to the owning class. This category is a ton of people, good and bad. This is people who are children, people who are like me and you, who have to work every single day. I mean, like.
How about we judge people as individuals? Just treat people as individuals. Let's not treat them as just members of a class. This is a kind of collectivist, classist lens of looking at people. And racism is a kind of collectivism. You look at people, are they of a certain race? Are they black? Are they white? Just treat people as individuals. That's how I think of it.
Yeah, but if there's a certain class of people who are being discriminated against and are being oppressed, you, of course, wouldn't be opposed to fixing that kind of oppression, right?
Sure, but what do we mean by oppression? I don't think being poor is a form of oppression. I think that's the default that we're given by nature. By nature,
if you don't
we don't have
to
anything.
Be poor, then of course it's
right?
a form of
Values have to be created. We aren't just born with them. They don't just fall out of the sky into our laps. They have to be produced. So poverty is the default. It's not a sign of virtue that you're poor. It's not a sign of being good. It's just a neutral fact. And we can try to make ourselves richer, and that takes work. But just because someone is poor, that doesn't mean they're a good person.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think that it's not just that we're poor and that's the problem. It's that we're poor as compared to the amount of work output that we put into the world, right? Like, there are, people who slave away every day, janitors, construction workers, tradesmen, right? Like, they put in a ton of effort in the world, and at the end of their life, like all their money is going to their $500,000 tiny little 2-bedroom house, right? Like, our problem isn't that we're poor and that therefore we're oppressed. The problem is we're oppressed because we're poor as compared to the amount of value that we add to society. This is what I mean by like the working class people. Like, we should give the working class people what they deserve and their fair slice of the cake, instead of giving all of the slice of cake to the people with a billion fish. Right? So just really quickly, let me say, like, the person with a billion fish who is able to fish in a really nice spot, or their dad gave them a billion fish, or right? Or that they were just simply lucky. That's why. I think that they are morally obligated to give the poor person some fish so that they can so that the poor person can eat. I mean, like, yeah.
Okay. So we came back to you just mentioned morally obligated to give the poor person something to eat. So, but what if it's an evil poor person?
Well, okay, so why are we assuming that the large majority of poor people are
I'm not
evil?
assuming that. Why are you assuming I'm assuming that?
So, okay, the reason why I'm assuming that is because I assume that this analogy is analogous to what we have in society, right? Like, it's supposed to be, we have working class people, which is the person with no fish, or at least, sorry, poor people who are the person with no fish, and then the billionaire class people with a billion fish, right? Like, this is kind of the analogy that I'm come up.
You
Is
just
that accurate?
said
Are we on the same
you
page?
just said why are you assuming poor people are not good? What did you say?
So the analogy that we had going was that the person with no fish is analogous to the poor person in society, and the person with a billion fish is analogous to the billionaires in society. And then you were saying, what if this poor person is a terrible person, right? And I'm like, well, we shouldn't equate all poor people in life to like terrible people. We should largely assume that they're good. And you were saying like that has nothing to do. Like there's no connection.
I
Are
said I'm
we
not
on the
assuming
same
that.
page? Here?
Hold on,
Okay,
I
so
can
yeah,
actually hold on. I can actually rewind it because I have my DVR turned on, so I should be able to replay. If I can't find
okay.
this fast, then maybe we can just go skip ahead. But I'm kind of curious to see if I can play what exactly it was. Just give me a minute here. I want to make sure I'm sharing the audio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. What I'm saying is that there's a poor person, the slice of cake to the people with a billion fish. Right? So let's just assume, like, put in a ton of effort in the world, and at the end of their life, like all their money is going to their $500,000 tiny little 2-bedroom house, right? Like, the problem isn't that we're poor and that therefore we're oppressed. The problem is we're oppressed because we're poor as compared to the amount of. If they're really that bad.
All right, I think there's some kind of looping and it's hard to understand because I think some audio is playing on top of other audio. But anyways, I think there was a point where I said if the poor person is evil, then I'm not going to help them. And then you said, okay, but in society, most poor people aren't that way. And I said, I didn't say they were that way.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, so then what was your point when asking what if this poor person's evil? I mean, does that really change my argument?
What is the point? The point is that whether it makes sense to help someone doesn't just depend on whether they're poor. It depends also on whether the poor person is evil or good.
Why wouldn't we redistribute and help the working class people, the people who, can't afford food in the United States, people who can't afford health care in the United States, people who can't afford college in the United States? Why wouldn't we help them if maybe they're good people? Granted, they're good people, right?
I think it's fine to help them voluntarily. Like if I know some poor person who I think well of, and I want to see that person have more opportunities, I might very well help that person out if I have the means to do so. I'm not against doing that. What I'm against is the government coercively taking my wealth and distributing it as it sees best and not allowing me the freedom to decide how I use my wealth.
Yeah, does, but there comes a point though, right? Like when slavery was abolished, right? We had a bunch of the white folks, and they had the majority of the wealth, and the black folks, they were having a real hard time, especially because of the Jim Crow laws, right? Like we put in during the civil rights movement, we like tried to help out people like these black folks like uh, climb out of their wealth disparity, right? Like you would do that. Like if a poor person's poor and they haven't had as many opportunities in life, you'd want to help them out as opposed to like doing that for the rich people. Let me read. To the speaker, a fish analogy could be money. What's much more for me is very little for my employer. Therefore, if I didn't have any fish, I wish I wouldn't be the only one having no fish.
I didn't understand the last point, but let me just address the slavery point first. And so in slavery, that is a case where someone is being coerced to
Mm-hmm.
live in a certain way. They're not freely deciding, I want to work in your field. They're being forced under threat of punishment, and maybe they're wearing chains. So that is the opposite
Yeah.
of capitalism. And if someone is in that condition and then they're freed, I think that's good. And I think they deserve some kind of reparations from that slave owner who was exploiting them. But that is the
Well,
opposite of when someone, when like this case on the islands where it's all voluntary and no one is forcing anybody else. They're trading with each other. So that is not an analogous case to slavery.
mm-hmm. Well, what if you have to choose a job in today's society? You have to sacrifice, 8 hours of your time, perhaps for most people more than that, in order to, pay for your house, and you have to pay taxes, and the taxes go to the billionaire class. Everything that you buy, it doesn't go to help your neighbors. It all goes to help the billionaire class. You go to work, and your paycheck only comes back as a fraction of what your total value produced is, because most of your total value produced goes to the billionaire class. I mean, I'd have to say capitalism is a hell of a lot better than slavery, but you do have to admit that it can be analogous right now, and I think that in order to make a proper society where everybody is living the good life, we have to have equality, right? Equality where we don't have one person that eats up, or 1% of the population that eats up 30 to 40% of the entire wealth. We have everybody sharing in on this, and everybody kind of works for themselves and works for their neighbor, and doesn't work for this one very, very small class of super incredibly rich people.
Okay. Made some more notes here. So one point I want to make is about the billionaire class. You've referred to that. And I think that reflects a kind of collectivism, at least potentially. So I think it's Ayn Rand is very individualistic in her outlook. She's very anti-collectivist. And I think a term like the billionaire class, depending on how you use that, and I think you are using it in this kind of way, it's collectivist, where you're treating them as an inherently bad or evil group of people, regardless of how they became billionaires. like whether they became billionaires simply through inherited wealth or through government subsidies and special favors, maybe like Elon Musk did, at least part of his wealth, or
Or how under a
or
capitalist
if
society,
excuse me, or if
yeah.
you didn't get government subsidies and just created some amazing product like Apple created the iPhone and other products, and then Steve Jobs became a billionaire, not through inherited wealth, not through government subsidies. But if you class them all together and just call them the billionaire class and treat them all as parasites, treat them all the same, I think that's does an injustice to at least some of the people in that class. And what I want to advocate for is an individualist perspective where you treat people as individuals, not like in racism where you treat everybody as either good or bad because they're a certain race, but rather treat people as individuals. So that's one point I want to make, and
But this,
that I'll pause there. Go ahead.
no, no, no. I hate to interrupt you.
All right. Well, you also made a point about equality, and I think equality is that's also a what you might call a package deal. So Ayn Rand, she uses this term, a package deal, to refer to cases where you're putting together things that are essentially different, like the billionaire class. If you have someone in that class like Elon Musk, who became a billionaire at least partly through government subsidies, and someone like Steve Jobs, who didn't, who got his wealth in more honest kind of ways through the free market, and people who just inherited their billions, maybe like people in the Walton family, putting all those people together, I think is not a very useful thing to do. I mean, there is such a concept of billionaire. I think it's fine and useful to have that. But then to attach an evaluation to that and say all the billionaires are parasites or evil or bad people, then I think you're thinking of billionaires in a package deal kind of way. Whereas it would be better to distinguish them and treat them more as individuals and not attach an evaluation to billionaires as such as a class, but rather attach your evaluation to individual billionaires depending on how they became billionaires. And I think there's also a package deal that occurs in the case of equality. So is that a good thing? Are we talking about equality of wealth? Are we talking about equality of rights? Are we talking about equality before the law? I do think people should have equality before the law. Like, I don't think you should have, if you commit a murder, you should be executed or put in jail for life, regardless of whether you're rich or poor. And in that sense, I think people should be equal before the law. But there are other senses of equality that I don't agree with. Like, should everyone be equally beautiful? And if someone is more beautiful than other people, should we disfigure that person so that they're equally as beautiful or not beautiful as other people? Should there be equality of wealth? No. Or should people be equally intelligent? And if someone is more intelligent, we should, cut out part of that person's brain, give them a lobotomy? No. So I think there are many kinds of equality which are not good. And I think among those are equality of wealth. I don't think that is a good kind of equality that we should aspire to. I'll pause there.
Perhaps I'm not like a total Marxist communist in the sense that I think that everybody should have this exact same amount of dollars, but I do think that the incredible wealth disparity that we have needs to be fixed, right? And you're saying it's wrong for you to call the billionaire class a class that's other because that's discriminatory against them. Well, it's perhaps I am against every single billionaire. Even Taylor Swift, who is a billionaire, I think that it's wrong for her to own that much money, and that with all of her power, she should help out people who are sick and dying, right? She has just such an incredible amount of wealth that she could do so much good in the world instead of flying her her private jet 2 miles down the road so that she can get another coffee, right? But what I'm more arguing against, and I'm not arguing necessarily against individual billionaires, and what I'm more arguing against is the system that allows the billionaires to be created, the capitalistic system that that allows for, capitalism is where you have a bunch of people competing for the means of production, and in the end, there are winners and there are losers, right? Winners and losers are good in a football game when everybody goes home and they're just fine, but it shouldn't be a winner and loser situation. We shouldn't have a competitive situation when we organize our society, because there are going to be some winners who are happy and some losers who are not, and the losers are going to starve, and the losers are going to die of preventable diseases. There's that. Perhaps I may be running out of steam because I had one more thing to say regarding what you were just saying, but I don't remember, and I could probably keep yapping, but I'll pass it back to you.
Okay. So the idea that there are winners and losers, now that is what I think you have in non-capitalist system. In a capitalist system, what I think you have are winners and winners. It's a win-win kind of scenario. Like I gave the Steve Jobs example. He creates this amazing product, or his company does, and he heads up that company. And we all benefit from the iPhone or the Android if you have one of those. And then he benefits by getting rich. So it's a win-win kind of scenario. I don't feel like, oh, I've been exploited because I've paid $1,000 to get this iPhone. I'm happy to pay that. I feel like my life is much better for having this phone. And so that's why I'm willing to give up $1,000 to get one. I would rather have the phone than that $1,000. So it's a win-win kind of system. And that's not what you have when you coerce people, when you forcibly take away someone's money and spends it on something that they don't want it to go to. Then you're benefiting one person at the expense of the person from whom you took that money. So it's only capitalism where it's all win-win.
It's like, oh no, you're taking away my wealth so that you could spend it on something that is against my interest, something like paying my workers fairly so that they can go get something to eat when they're done. Like Walmart, they don't pay their workers. Walmart, the biggest, richest people in the world are part of the Walmart family. They don't pay their workers fair enough to where they can go buy food. They pay their workers just enough to where the workers, most of the people who work at Walmart, have to be on food stamps, have to get subsidies from the government. So they're able to, and then where is the food stamps mostly spent? Usually at the Walmart. I mean, I lived in a small town for the longest time where that was pretty much the only place that you could get food, is the Walmart. It's not like a win-win situation. Like what capitalism goes for, what capitalism does is it makes it to where your only objective is to make as much money as possible, even if that means underpaying your employees and doing dirty, nasty things. The system that we really should prioritize is prioritizing the better well-being of the people, not just the better well-being of whoever wins at this capitalistic game.
All right. So there's a lot there. I want to try something, maybe a slightly different angle on all this. So, Gabriel, I want you to send me some money right now. I've got a PayPal account. It's linked in the description under my channel, and I'd like you to send me $1,000 right now.
Hmm. Okay. Where are you going with this?
Well, are you going to do it, first of all?
No, I'm not going to send you $1,000.
Well, I think I'm going to be better off, and it's kind of selfish of you to want to keep that money for yourself. I think I could benefit more. I think I'm more needy than you are. I think I might be, and it's kind of selfish of you to not give me that money and keep it for yourself. So I think you should send it on over to me.
Okay, so imagine this situation, except for you work for me, and my wealth is exponentially as bigger than yours is, and you're not able to eat because I'm making billions of dollars. Like, it's a different situation when we have working class versus billionaire class versus we have two people that are working class like me and you. I mean, I assume you're working class. I assume that you go to work every day for a paycheck.
Well, you don't know what my situation is. You don't know.
I do not. No.
You don't. I could be a billionaire for all you know, or I could
Right?
be super poor,
Mm-hmm.
and you just don't know. But whether you know or not, isn't it kind of selfish of you to want to have the right to decide how? Like maybe we should just pass a law that forces you to send me money, whether you judge it to be a good idea or not, right? Because that's what we have right now with wealth redistribution schemes. It's not up to me to decide, oh, well, given how poor this person is, given how much money I have, I think it would make sense for me to help this person out. No, I don't get to decide all that. I'm just forced under threat of jail to give away a portion of my money to, I don't know who it ends up going to. I don't know if they're better off than I am, worse off than I am.
But is
Yet
it
I'm
your
forced
money?
to do this, right?
Yeah.
So maybe we should pass a law that forces you to help me out, even though you don't know whether I'm better or worse off than you are. I don't even know how you would judge that, whether I'm better off.
So
Are we only looking at financials? Like, is money all there is to deciding how well someone off is? Or are
well, we're
there more
talking about an
things?
economic system, so money, yeah. The You could make a really good argument that where does the wealth of the billionaires come from, right? Is it theirs? I mean, it is, but they got it from the working class people. they would not have been able to do it without the working class people. 90% of the value that the working class person provides to the company, they don't receive back. The only money that they receive back is as little money as the company can get away with. That's literally what it is, because the company's only objective is to make shareholder value go up, make funny number go up as quick as possible, over and over again, until the world explodes. Right? It's not to treat their employees fairly, make sure that their employees have enough to eat, that they don't have to be on government systems like SNAP benefits. I think that giving that money back to the people is it's not just analogous to two working class people saying, just give me some money, bro. Just give me some money, bro.
Okay, so it seems like you're saying the amount here is relevant. Like if there's a large disparity in wealth, then
Yeah, and then where you got the money from? If I got the money from you in the first place, then of course I'd be more obligated to send you the money. But they're not connected at all. So
wait, so whether you should give someone money depends on whether you got money from them in the first place?
yeah, where you even got the money from, of course.
Okay, so if someone got very rich not by taking money from you, then
If I
but you
got
would
money
still
off
say
of
they owe
your
it to
word,
you, right? If you're poor. So it does matter how they or it doesn't matter how they got the money if that's your view, right? Because would isn't your view that no matter how someone got money, they still might have a moral obligation to share it with someone else, as long as there's a big disparity in the level of wealth they have.
the I think that if the disparity is large enough, then yes, that would make them morally obligated to. But that's not really what I'm arguing for today. What I'm more arguing for today is that under a socialist system, we would have people who are the owner of their own means of production. We wouldn't have people who don't own their means of production. They don't own most of the value that they provide to another company. That 90% of their value goes to somebody else.
Okay, well, I think you're making some assumptions about how much value someone is creating when you say 90% of their value goes to someone else. I think you're
Most of the value goes to somebody else.
I think you're discounting what this CEO is contributing, and we've talked about this before. That the CEO
the person
contributes a
wouldn't work
lot.
for the company. Yeah, I remember this. The person wouldn't work for the company in the first place if they weren't providing value. Think about it like that.
Yeah, and I'm not denying that the people who work for a company at any level, whether the CEO or middle management or janitor, is providing value, but
Yeah.
the amount of value I think is not appreciated. The amount of value that the CEO creates, the impression I get from you is that you think the CEO is just basically a parasite and contributing nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a total smear and misunderstanding of the role of CEO and the role of the mind, which Rand emphasizes. It sounds like you have a labor or a physical, not labor theory of value, but physicalistic theory of value. You don't think that the intellect contributes value. I've given examples of where would we be without the genius of someone like Isaac Newton, who discovered some of the laws of physics that undergird our advanced scientific technological civilization. That needs to be appreciated. I don't think it is being appreciated on your view.
Yeah, I think that's where we might just have to fundamentally disagree, and I might just have to tap out because I've just been talking for way too much time. I think that's where we kind of fundamentally disagree. Is that I'm thinking that CEOs they don't give that much value to society. I think that once you get $1 billion, you don't really have to keep thinking at that point. Anybody could step into Jeff Bezos' job, of course, after he's invented Amazon.
Anybody could step into Bezos' job.
Oh, yeah.
That's a hell of a statement.
I 100% back that.
All right, I want to see you do it. I want to see you do it.
I bet you I could, but I couldn't invent Amazon at the time that Jeff Bezos did. I think that was a brilliant idea. But
Gabriel,
what he does now?
What's the? I got to remember your name here. I got to keep an eye out for you because
what
if you have the talent, if you have the talent of Jeff Bezos, then I want to say I knew Gabriel before he was famous.
Jeff Bezos, who his talent is owning a punch of a really rich company. I mean, that can't be that bad, man.
All right, I think you need to learn some more about Jeff Bezos and what he did for Amazon.
Perhaps. Maybe you might have to do the same. I think that coming up with the idea of Amazon is great in the first place, right? But having that much money and all that is kind of crazy to me. Anyway, it has been a good conversation. I might just have to hang up the phone right now. I got to work on some schoolwork for real. Thank you for entertaining me and just yapping with me, Mr. Norton. And I subscribe to your channel. I could be back, and you might see me in your chat later. Damn, we've been on the phone for 2 hours. That's crazy.
All right. Well, I do appreciate the call, and thank you for subscribing. Definitely, yeah, I like it when people call in. And, this is the kind of conversations that I want to have here. I mean, I'm happy to talk to people who already agree with me and want to debate some of the finer points of my philosophy, or just discuss them. But yeah, all of the above is good stuff for my channel. So thanks for coming by.
Maybe we could do that because I think that I largely agree with you on like everything else besides this one issue. But well, whatever. Anyway.
All right. Well, yeah, feel free to call in again sometime. I usually stream every 5 days. And I do pretty long streams, so we could talk again sometime if you're up for it.
All right, cool. You have a good one.
All right,
Bye.
you too. All right, I see 2 people subscribed since I started streaming. Good to see. If I get one more, then I'll be up to 1,050, and we can see it change on the public watch page. Right now it's at 1.04, and I've got 1,049 as of this last call. So if we get one more, we can see this change to 1.05K. All right, thanks everyone for tuning in. And thanks for the likes on the stream. Let's see, the likes. If I refresh this page, this likes is going to go up because this doesn't refresh very often. I'm going to try that. And thanks for the likes on the stream. Yeah, see, it went up to 6 likes. Thank you, Nick, for the super sticker. Nick came in with a $1.99. Super. Is that I think that's the first one I remember seeing today. Let me go back to my chat window and yeah, that's the only one I see. Yeah, I still have the super chat goal going. 37 minutes left to get to 5 super chats. That was the goal. But I count stickers as well, so we're actually at 1 out of 5. Towards that goal. The last point I remember him saying was something about it's crazy that someone can make so much more than other people. And I was thinking, well, a parallel point you might make to that is that it's crazy that we could have a company like Amazon where I can order this really obscure thing off the internet and it'll be on my doorstep tomorrow. No matter where I am in the country. Like, how convenient is that? So I think you need to look at that aspect, and that's why he's making so much money, is because he can deliver, his company can deliver that amazing value. You don't have to shop in some catalog and wait weeks for this thing to show up. It's on your doorstep the next day. And this is consistent. Maybe even free delivery if you have Amazon Prime. Well, I guess it's factored into the cost of a Prime membership. So it's an amazing service. And we compensate these CEOs for building companies that can do things like that. These amazing value producers. That's why they get amazing amounts of money. And they didn't steal it, right? They created it. Who did they steal it from, right? These Amazon workers, they voluntarily decided it was in their interest to join these companies. That's why they joined them rather than some other companies, or starting their own business, going into being an independent contractor, producing widgets on their own. All right, well, maybe we can continue that conversation another time if he calls back in. Let me look at some other chats that came in here. Who else was in here? John Wayne, hello. A Ghosty, hello. I think those are the other people. I already acknowledged Hazir before. One reason it's good when people call in is that my show can last longer, because it saves my voice. I can only talk for so long by myself. All right. Viewers are coming by a little closer to normal. I'm looking at the analytics here. It took longer than it usually does, though, for my viewers to pick up. All right. Let me look through some of these chats. Actually, what I want to do, I want to open the chat in a different window. No, I guess I'll go through it in this window. Let's see what a ghosty says. To the speaker, that is Gabriel, the person who called in, he says, another fish analogy could be money. What's much for me is very little for my employer. Therefore, if I didn't have any fish, I'd wish I wouldn't be the only one having no fish. Oh, maybe he means would here instead of wouldn't. Nick says, I thought asking him to send you $1,000 was brilliant. Well, thank you. Yeah, that was... maybe I should push that some more. The idea was he doesn't know my situation. He was saying, well, wealth redistribution, it can be justified if someone is... if there's a great disparity between two people's level of wealth. But if you're just two working class people and you're basically the same, then it doesn't make sense to have wealth redistribution. But he has no idea what my position is relative to him in terms of how much wealth. So I guess would it follow that if, like, how much richer does he have to be than I am in order for it to be justified? Like, does he have to have twice the wealth I have, 3 times, 10 times, 100 times? I think it's kind of arbitrary. That's one point which I didn't make, but maybe should have, and maybe would have if we had more time. But I think he doesn't have a principle. There's no principle. Like, it's okay to steal someone's wealth once the disparity is beyond a certain amount, but it's not okay to steal below a certain amount. I think that's what his position amounts to, and it's just arbitrary. It's just by whim, by emotion. There's nothing to justify it. And maybe he thinks, okay, well, 20 times, okay, that's where I draw the line. But maybe someone else says, no, I'm fine with someone having 20 times more wealth. But I think if you have 100 times more wealth than I do, oh, that's just absurd. We can't have that. Then it's okay to steal beyond 100 times. That's completely arbitrary. What I have is a principle. What Ayn Rand has is a principle. People have a right to what they earn, no matter how much it is. And that's not arbitrary. It's not whimsical, baseless, but that's what he has, I think. He just has a feeling that after a certain level of disparity, it becomes okay to violate that person's rights, take their money and redistribute it. Or they don't have rights at that point. You don't have a right beyond a certain level of disparity. Your rights evaporate. Who's he to say where the line should be drawn? Right? You'll have a million different answers on that issue. So there's no way to resolve it. And you've seen this with taxation, right? We used to not have any income tax, and then there was an income tax passed in the 1910s. Was it 1913? The 16th Amendment, which started the income tax. I think that was the year. I'm looking it up. Yeah, 1913. And at first, it was only like a few percent or 1% or something. I don't know, very small. And only the rich had to pay it, not everybody. And now it's been ratcheted up over the decades. Now, not just rich people pay income tax. What Gabriel might call working class people, they pay taxes too, and maybe 20%, 30%. Where do you draw the line? It's completely arbitrary once you give up the principle of it's okay to coercively take people's wealth away. Hi, Stephen. Stephen Katz is here. So that was one point I didn't make on the call, which I think would have been good to make. And maybe I'll make that if he calls in again. But also, the other point, which I did make, is you don't know who your money is going to support. Like, if he thinks, okay, well, in some cases it makes sense for there to be wealth transfers if the wealth disparity is very large, but in other cases, now it doesn't make sense if we're basically making the same amount, we're both working class people. But he gets to decide that, right? He's using his mind to say it makes sense in this case, but not in this case. But you don't get to do that with taxes. The whole point is you are coerced by the state to give this money away. You don't get to decide, does it make sense in this case or not? So why shouldn't we be able to pass a law that forces Gabriel to send me $1,000 right now? He doesn't get to decide, it makes sense. It doesn't make sense in Dan's case because he makes about the same amount of money or maybe even more. I don't even know. He doesn't get to decide that. No, just throw your mind out and let's just coerce you, right? It shouldn't be up to you. You don't get to decide what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. Just fork over the money. Just fork it over. Screw what you think. You don't get to decide. That's selfish of you. You think you have some right to decide when it makes sense to spend your money? That's kind of selfish, isn't it? Why shouldn't you give up that right? Forget what your mind is telling you, Gabriel. Just do it. Just do it. And if you don't do it, too bad for you. We're throwing you in jail. Right? That's basically what we have right now. You don't get to use your mind to decide when it makes sense or doesn't make sense to help someone out. I can help someone out voluntarily. I can give them charity, and I can decide who I want to help or not. But you don't get to do that with taxes. Forget what makes sense to you. We're just going to force you to do it. So yeah, maybe we should pick up there if Gabriel calls back in. What is his justification for being in favor of a system like we have right now, where you don't get to choose whether it makes sense to donate money to someone else? How do you square that with not just blindly giving me $1,000 right now through PayPal? How do you square those two positions? It's okay to be forced in one case, but not in the other. It's okay for you to blindly give money in one case, but not in the other. How do you square those? All right. Steven says, yeah, maybe your money is going to support fraud. Yeah, and I think it often is. Like in the case of welfare fraud. Steven says, do you think people who bet on sports for a living are productive or day traders? You agree my balance is $20 now. Yeah, I think that's right. Because I think it was, yeah, I think it's $20. Yeah, Steven, he gave me a PayPal contribution using his own judgment. He wasn't forced. There wasn't a law that coerced Steven to give me PayPal money. He chose to do it. See, that's what I advocate. Whereas Gabriel advocates forcing people to do things even if they don't think it's in their interest. Somebody's calling me. Where's my screen? Oh, this is a different number. I think I might just screen this. It's going to stop reading in a second, I think. Oh, somebody left me a voicemail? Hold on. Let me... Oh, I think that the voicemail was from Gabriel. All right, if that was you, whoever just called in, just hold on a second. And let me make sure my audio settings are right. Okay, I think I got it right now. So if you call back in, I can screen your call. Sorry I missed you the first time. I wanted to turn off your audio while I screen the call, and I didn't have that set up yet, but I just got it set up. So if you call back in, I'll pick up the call and screen it, and then if I decide to take the call, I'll turn on your audio, and then YouTube will be able to hear you. So I hope you call back in. All right. I hear it ringing now. Hello. This is Dan. Hi. So what did you want to discuss? Sorry, I didn't get your call. I guess you heard that, but I just wanted to screen the call before I put it through on YouTube. Could you just tell me what you're interested in calling about? Okay, that sounds fine. Let me turn your audio now, and then from this point forward, the YouTube audience can hear you. Okay, this is Josh who just called in, and go ahead, say again what you were for the audience to hear what you wanted to ask about.
Hey, Dan, this is Josh from Colorado here. I'm new to this channel. So I just had a question for you. What actually is your position on what the role of government should be? How big is it? How small is it? Or is there no government at all? I'm
Okay.
naive about this. Yeah.
I think there should be a government. I'm not an anarchist, but I think
Right.
the government should be limited in its role to protecting people from force. So what that means is there should basically be only three things that the government does. There should be police to protect you from
Right.
domestic criminals like robbers, rapists, murderers who would use force
Sure.
against you.
Sure.
There should be a military to protect you from foreign threats who would, come here and conquer us perhaps or enslave us, use force
Right.
against us. And then there should be a court system to that's the third one to peacefully settle disputes between people. So like if you get into a property dispute, like where does your yard end and your neighbor's begins? Or if he has a
Right.
tree with like fruit hanging over into your yard, who has a right to that fruit? It's coming from his tree, but it's hanging into your yard. Those kind of disputes, instead of resorting to force and like pulling out a gun to blow up to kill your neighbor, you can peacefully settle them through the court system. But those are basically the
Right.
only functions of governments in the system I support, following Ayn Rand's philosophy. And she calls that
Yeah, and
capitalism. But there's no wealth redistribution schemes like where I'm forced through taxation to fund other people's retirement or healthcare or education,
right.
etc.
Look, I've never read Rand, so hopefully I'll still have some, interesting discussion to offer.
Sure.
Uh, so I guess there are laws as well, right? So the police have to enforce laws.
Yeah, there are laws, but all of the laws. Um, Hold on a second. I was just making sure the audio was working good.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
I
there are
got you.
laws, but all the laws amount to stopping people from initiating force. So, like, there could be a law against murder because when you murder, what that is taking someone's life without their consent. Or laws
That's right.
against robbery, that's taking someone's property without their consent. So, whenever you're overriding people's voluntary consent, there would be a law against that. But otherwise, there
So
aren't
there have to be
laws.
people like there does have to be a body that makes the laws, right?
Yeah, legislature.
And
So I,
and and changes them. So is it and what how are they determined? So it's still a democracy, right? Or
well, it's a limited democracy. So democracy, if it's an unlimited democracy where people can just vote on anything, whatever the majority wants goes, I oppose that kind of system. And
yeah, I
that,
do too. We shouldn't have referenda on every question, right? We have representatives.
yeah,
There's
like
some
should
balance
black people be
between
slaves, right? That's not something that should be put up to a vote. Slavery is just wrong. And everyone should be free. But I also think taxation should not be put to a vote. Like it shouldn't be up to a majority as to whether I have a right to my income. Um, uh, but very minor things, I don't know what would be, well, like your representatives in government, like who should be the president, that could be reasonably something that's up for a vote. Um, I don't know what else would be an example. What are the color of the policemen's uniforms? Should they be pink or should they be gray? Maybe you could put that up for a vote. But I think these
sure.
are
Well, yeah, that
relatively
I mean
minor
that's
things.
it's inconsequential. But I mean, in between, slavery and taxes, there are some questions that I'm not sure are fully connected to the use of force that I think you would want the government to be responsive to in some way. Like, do you have a position on, in general, like regulations, about standards for electrical wiring in buildings, or I don't know, how eco-friendly cars have to be produced? Is there any role of government to regulate in this way, or is it just to prevent the use of force?
It's just to prevent the use of force. By the way, Kudababa says in the chat that's really loud. Do you mean the ringing or what? If it's
Oh, that was a little earlier, Dan. There they were discussing the ringing.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry if it was too loud. Maybe I could. I don't know if I can turn down just the ringing. But all right. Well, thanks for mentioning that. I'll look in. I'll do something about that later. But no, I don't think there should be regulations. If that means forcing companies to have certain standards when it comes to electrical wires, for example, you mentioned that. Like, should we have, like, some countries, they have voltage of 120 volts going through the walls. Other countries, it's
No, I
something
mean
else.
more like, you can't put the outlet too close to the plumbing. It could be dangerous, right? Or, the building has to have a certain number of, maybe of fire escapes or something like this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you my
I
view,
don't
which
think
is like,
even
it seems like a reasonable, this doesn't seem to be like an extremely authoritarian sort of prescription for a government to make. And if a body of people, participating in democracy decided, we'd want to be able to trust that when we buy a house, it has the appropriate number of fire escapes. Like, that doesn't seem unreasonable to me,
I see. I'm taking some notes again here. Could you remind me of your name?
Yeah, this is Josh from Colorado.
Josh from. Okay, I just wanted to put that here on my notes, and I guess I'll go ahead and share this screen for both. Well, for anyone watching on YouTube, you can see this as well, because it helps me keep track during the conversation. Okay, so
yeah, you're not going to show my phone number though.
No. I'm just taking notes here. I'm not showing your number.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be violating my right to privacy, I think.
Well, that's an interesting question. Like, what are the what's the is that a violation of rights? Yeah, maybe it would be. I would want to think about that.
No, I was just teasing you, but
yeah, but any case,
but the real question I have again is more that some of these regulations that make buildings safer, it seems to me a completely reasonable thing that a population could decide. Like, for instance, I don't want to have to, take a tape measure and carefully study every property I go to visit when I'm trying to lease a new apartment to make sure that that there's the appropriate distance to the plumbing or something. I just made that up. I don't know, but
yeah,
you get the principle.
Yeah, I get what you're asking about. And because there are certain things that are reasonable, I think they would be supplied in a free market, and you don't need to coerce people to do them. Like, it's not in your interest for your customers to die or to get seriously injured. That will destroy your reputation on the market. So companies really don't want that to happen and will go to great lengths in order to offer people safe products. And
that is not. I don't see that as true, Dan.
You think it is in their interest to kill their customers or seriously injure them, or what do you mean?
I think it is often if I'm trying to, it is often in my interest to mislead other people. Yes. If I'm selling something, right?
Okay. So now were you here for the last caller? Or did you
No, sorry, I've only been on for about 10 minutes.
Okay, because
Yeah.
what you're saying now is reminding me of an issue that came up with the last caller, which we were getting into some ethics. We started on politics, but it was leading to some deeper ethical questions. And you just said something that when you said it's in your interest to mislead people, that's something I would take issue with and want to explore. What actually is in your interest? And is it in your interest to be honest or to be dishonest? So I think it's in your interest to be honest, but I know it's a common view that it's in your interest to lie, cheat, and steal, and that's a common understanding of what it is to be selfish or self-interested, which Ayn
Well,
Rand
I mean,
disputes.
this depends on what we're talking about, right? Like, if I went to the grocery store, and I stole a chocolate bar, that's, you'd think it would be in my interest because I got a free chocolate bar. But in reality, I'm probably going to get caught, and it's not ultimately going to be in my interest. But when you're talking about something on the scale of a company, I mean, it's pretty clear to me that it is absolutely in the interest of large companies to mislead people. There's little accountability. I mean, I suppose we could talk about some examples off the top of my head, but maybe a good example would be something like a dumping, secretly dumping waste into the middle of the ocean.
Okay.
If you don't get caught, or if there's no mechanism to hold you accountable, I mean, this is like, wasn't there the BP oil? It's, I don't think it's fully hypothetical.
Okay. So we can get into some of these examples. So you said stealing a chocolate bar from a grocery store is...
Well, sorry, and maybe I'm interrupting a little bit too much, but that one is the one I'm sort of least interested in, right?
Okay.
Because it's so small scale. I mean,
okay. Well, then there's an issue of, are we dealing with a principle here? And maybe you were here for the discussion of principles. I'm not sure if you said you came on 10 minutes ago. I was saying how with the last caller, I didn't think he had a principle. It was just above a certain arbitrary amount, he thinks it's okay for there to be wealth, or not okay for there to be wealth disparities, and below that it's okay, and it's okay to. So here,
I see.
Did you hear that part of the discussion?
No, but I mean, I think I can fill in the blanks, but I'm not.
Like,
I'm not
okay
talking
to steal
about
a chocolate bar, but not okay to do it if it's like, I don't know, stealing $1 billion or something, or the reverse. It's not okay in the chocolate bar case, or it is okay.
Well, no. Something can be in my interest and still be the wrong thing to do, I think.
Okay, well that's interesting, because I actually don't
but I'm
think
not.
that's the case. I think it's if it's in your interest, then it's always the right thing to do, and if it's not in your interest, it's always the wrong thing to do. I would say that.
Well, are you just defining? But sorry, the point I wanted to make is more along the lines of the electricity close to plumbing or fire escapes or something.
Okay.
That's I think a more informative example. I think what you might be missing is like people are pretty desperate to have a place to live, right?
Depends. Like, maybe some people are, some people aren't. I wouldn't make that as a universal statement that people are desperate to find a place to live. I mean,
there are people who are desperate to find a place to live.
People who live on the streets, are they desperate? Are they content to live on the streets? Are they? I don't know. I mean, maybe it varies from person to
Well,
person.
yeah, it does, but we can be grown-ups about it a bit, right? I mean, paying rent is a big challenge for a large subset of the American public. Finding apartments is difficult.
Okay. Well, I don't know. What do you call difficult? Like it takes 5 months to find one, or 3 weeks? What kind of apartment are we talking about? One that leaves you, a larger amount of your income for discretionary spending. I mean, depending on the kind of apartment you're looking for, it might be easier or harder to find in apartments.
Are there people who are desperate to find housing? Do you think there are none? I'll stipulate that there are lots of people who are not desperate to find housing.
Okay.
But you're not arguing that there are people who are desperate to find housing, right?
You mean aren't? You're saying I'm not arguing there aren't people who are desperate to find housing?
Well, yeah. So forgive the double negative, but you'd agree
I
that there are
suppose there are
people who.
some. It sounds kind of vague, but yeah, I'm sure. But on some reasonable definition of what desperate means, yeah, I wouldn't doubt there are some people who are desperate.
I
for
wouldn't
housing.
doubt it either. Yeah.
Okay, so what follows from that?
Well, I think if I run a property management company, if there's no regulation about how close I put the electrical outlet to the sink, and it's probably going to cost me more money to put the electrical outlet further away. I'm going to have to drill more holes. Why can't I just use the same hole for both? I'll do it that way. Like, it's my point of view that people are so desperate that they will not that they will accept this. If they're told it is safe by big famous property management company, beautiful minimalist graphics, friendly front office staff, good customer service chatbot, I think it is in that company's interest to mislead people about that level of safety. I think that happens all the time in underregulated housing markets.
And then when there's a fire or something breaks out due to this closeness of electricity to plumbing, then what's going to happen to their reputation?
I don't think that the hit to their reputation is as big of a problem as you think it is for them.
What's going to happen to their profits as a result of the hit to the reputation?
I don't think it affects their profits meaningfully at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, I think there are a few mechanisms for that. Chiefly, I think it's the ability of large property management companies. It just as an example, right? There are lots of industries, but sticking to this, I made up the plumbing. I don't know how big of a problem it is to have electricity close to plumbing, but yeah, okay, we're taking for granted it can cause a fire. I think you can hire really good lawyers. I don't think you pay people off. You sign, you make people sign NDAs. I mean, we can get to it later. I mean, I don't know how much time you have, but you heard about the big East Palestine, Ohio train derailment thing, right?
Yeah, but I forget basically everything about it.
The company that owned the train was going around trying to, offering people small payouts in exchange for signing NDAs. But yeah, it's as I see. Maybe I'm a bit behind, but I see you typing hire good lawyers. yeah, that is one mechanism by which I think companies, wealthy people in general, can escape consequences for manipulating
Oh, hold on a
and
second.
misleading people.
My AirPod just died. I need to change to the other AirPod.
Right.
And I need to remember. I need to also change my mic because after I switch to AirPods, it automatically changes my mic. Okay. Now I've got my podcast mic back. And okay, I think I'm good to go now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay. Sorry about that interruption. So
Right.
I don't know if you were in the middle of a sentence or if I was saying something.
No, I'll let you talk for a second now. But I think I answered your question. I gave you two mechanisms by which a corporation could escape consequences to their profit margin despite misleading people into unsafe situations.
Okay. So let's
So
say that this a real estate company has been trying to cut corners by putting the electricity close to the plumbing. Somehow that saves
right.
the money, and then as a result of doing this, there's a fire and causes all kinds of damage, big headache. Um, Maybe it even kills someone as a result.
Maybe.
Yeah. So now, is hiring a good lawyer going to make me want to be in one of the properties? Like now let's say I read about this in the news, and I'm now on the market for looking for a new apartment or home to live in, and I find out that this company has done this, right? Well, all things being equal, I'm not going to want to go to their house or their apartment. I'm going to find somebody else, right?
All things
So it
being
doesn't matter.
equal,
They can
yeah.
hire. I don't know what hiring good lawyers is going to do for them. If it's out there and people know that this has happened on their properties, then that's not going to save them, right? I'm going to want to take my business elsewhere. Hiring NDAs, I don't know what they're going to not disclose. I mean, if this comes out in the news, I mean, if we assume everything's completely hidden and no one ever finds out, I don't know how that could happen. But if it doesn't remain hidden, if people do learn about this, then they're going to be taking proactive steps to avoid giving them their future business. Are they not? I don't know if you can hear me because I can't hear
No,
you.
I was just making sure you were finishing.
Oh, okay. I just heard a beep. I don't know if that means somebody else is trying to call in. Let me just take a. No, it doesn't. I don't know what that was. Oh, yeah. Somebody else is trying to call. All right. I'll just say the first. I won't say the whole number. So if that's you trying to call in, you can just leave a voicemail. Maybe you don't hear me saying this right now if it's ringing on your phone, but okay, he just hung up, so maybe he's going to leave a voicemail. But I was just going to say, go ahead and leave a voicemail. Let me know what you want to talk about, and then when I'm done with this call, I will listen to your voicemail and then maybe take that call. Or you can also just type it in the YouTube chat. You can tell me what you want to discuss, and that'll give me an idea of whether I want to take that call. But I want to stick with this call right now. Okay.
Oh, sure, appreciate it. But yeah, I'll jump, in 5 or 10, but yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, you said you were waiting for. Kutababa says the caller's volume is far louder than yours. All right, let me see if I can turn my volume up. Where is that? It's already maxed out. So maybe what I'll do is turn down the other audio, and then that will equalize it better. All right, I just lowered the caller's volume, so hopefully it's closer to where mine was, and then you can just turn up your system volume if the whole thing is too low now for you. But it should at least be more equalized. You can let me know in the chat if it's better. All right, so you said you were waiting for me to finish, so I think I finished my point, so you can make yours now. I forget what my last point was. By the way, if you
you were just. Oh, go ahead.
If I just want to say again, for that person who tried to call in, go ahead and leave a voicemail and let me know what you want to discuss, or you can just tell me in the YouTube chat, and then once I'm done with this call, I'll see what you have to say and maybe take your call. Okay, so I forget what the last point I was making was.
Well, no, you were just saying that there will be.
Oh yeah, I was saying I'm gonna not want to give my business to this company who has done this, like put the electricity close to the plumbing. If I find out about that, I'm going to want to take my business elsewhere.
Me too.
So I don't see how hiring good lawyers is going to prevent that from happening, prevent me from taking my business elsewhere. I'm not sure how NDAs are going to do that either. But
I don't know if it fully prevents it. I'm just saying it. I think that they have mechanisms at their disposal to try to actually limit the spread of the information, to limit the ability of other people to file lawsuits, to escape accountability to a large degree. I mean, of course, I agree that the hit to a reputation, if there's a New York Times article that company X rented a building and 2 of them caught on fire last year. I agree, but I think it's dwarfed by the savings of it in the absence of any governmental mechanism to hold them accountable.
I don't see why that would be the case. I mean, let's say that this New York Times article comes out, and now far fewer people are willing to rent there, or maybe they have to lower their prices a lot in order to attract customers from this point forward, because no one's willing to pay their own old prices given what happens. So now
maybe some people probably are willing, though.
Yeah, but far fewer are, right? There's at least going to be a decrease.
I don't know, but I think there's plenty of people looking to rent apartments still. I mean, I'm not saying there's going to be no damage to the company's bottom line. It's just not a meaningful one. That's all I'm saying. That it's still ultimately in their interest. I mean, this is the reason that there are corners that are cut in New York and why buildings catch on fire, right?
I don't know about that. Well, I think in today's society, I would say, is far from capitalist. I don't think we do have a free market. It's very regulated. Actually,
I agree with that. Yeah, but I think underregulated.
Okay. Well, I think any amount of regulation is too much regulation. So any regulation is over-regulation.
This is sort of what I was getting at. I mean, well, that's not true, right? You think that there should be a regulation against the use of force.
Yeah, but I don't call that a regulation. I just call that a law. Regulations, I mean something very specific by it. I mean where it's initiating force. So it's forcing people to act in ways that they haven't voluntarily chosen to act in. So it's overriding people's voluntary consent or judgment, voluntary judgment. Like minimum wage laws, I would say that's an example of a regulation where like 2 people might decide voluntarily, all right, I want to hire you for $6 an hour, and this other person says, I accept. I voluntarily accept to work for $6 an hour. But minimum wage law says it steps in and says, no, we are forcibly stopping this voluntary transaction from happening. That's a regulation.
That's right. That is a regulation.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing I oppose. If it's voluntary, I think people should be able to do that.
Yeah, minimum wage laws. I mean, I'd also be supportive of, but it's a different can of worms. The only question I still haven't gotten a good answer to this question. I think of why isn't it reasonable that a democratic body would want to demand a certain sort of fire safety in buildings? It's something that I want to have.
Because I think it violates rights. Maybe this
I don't
is
care, dude. I don't care.
Okay, well then, if you don't care about rights, maybe we should be having a different sort of discussion.
I care about some rights.
Okay, so well, what even is a right? I think that's a important topic to be clear on before we get into this discussion. But let me just put one example on the table, which I think might be useful. So imagine that it's bad to eat junk food, and that's something easy to manage. Like, suppose someone eats just Cheetos and Twinkies, cupcakes all day, and they don't eat any vegetables or whatever more healthy food you think they should be eating. Is it right to force that person to eat a different kind of diet, or should they be free to choose to continue eating in this irrational kind of way?
I mean, well, let's take cigarettes. I mean, I think it should be. I think it just or leaded gas. Or stick with junk food. I mean, I think the harm is a little less, but I guess you could argue that it would be good if you banned junk food.
Okay. So then, what that means is people don't have a right to decide how to live their own lives. It should be up to you, I guess, to tell people what they're allowed to do. Are you the dictator who gets to decide what people should be able to eat?
No, I don't want to live in a dictatorship.
No? Well, you're telling people how they should eat, what they should eat. I mean, why not tell them what they should drink, what kind of cars it's safe for them to drive, whether they should be able to choose to live in apartments which have the electricity within a certain number of inches of their plumbing? I mean, it's all of a piece, right? What's the difference? It's all about doing what's good for people, right?
Well, I think it's a broadly, I would certainly say I have a broadly consequentialist point of view on the way that laws should be designed. But I mean, look, I think it should be illegal for children to drink alcohol.
Children, you say? Yeah, well,
right.
I think children are a different case. We're talking about adults. I'm talking about adults. So I think children haven't developed to the point where they can have the maturity to be entirely responsible for themselves. But the context I'm talking about is adults. We're not talking about like a parent requiring his child to eat not just junk food. I think that's fine. You have a responsibility of adults.
For adults.
But yeah, you're saying even adults.
To drink and drive, I think it should be illegal for adults to do. Okay.
And I think most people, if we had private roads, I think it's very likely that the owners of those roads are not going to be wanting people to get in car wrecks on their road. I mean, who's going to want to drive on a road where it's permitted by the owners for there to be drunk people driving. I'm not going
If
to want
it's
to drive on those roads. So again, it's in
no,
the
I won't
interest.
either. But if it's the only road and I got to get to the airport, then I'm out of luck, right? And I just have to live with a society that's kind of crummy.
Okay. It's the only road. All right. So there's no competition. No one's going to compete.
Maybe
And
there's a bunch of drunks who do want to drink and drive.
okay. And who's gonna want to build this road where it's known that it's the only road in town, and it's allowed for drunk people to drive on that road. You think someone's going to make that, build a road like that?
Yes.
Okay. I wonder how realistic that is. Maybe we should. Let's say there's a new settlement, and
But you don't think there should be a law against drinking and driving?
uh, drinking and driving. I don't think there should be a government rule against that.
Right.
But I think the private, whoever owns the road, like I believe in private roads. That's what I don't think there should be government roads.
I got that sense from the previous sentence. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think whoever builds the road, it should be up to them what the rules are. But if you know in advance what the rules are, then I guess it's. I haven't considered this before, but just off the top of my head, I don't think that it's the government's business to get involved. It's like any dangerous, or like many like boxing. I think people should be free to voluntarily consent. They know what they're getting into. You could get very injured very badly if you box or do MMA or these fighting sports.
Oh,
And
sure,
I guess
skydiving.
likewise with you could be killed, right? You could play Russian roulette, right? Should that be against the law? I think people should be allowed to do irrational things, even if it gets them killed. I don't.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's more when other people are being put in danger because of like my recklessness, right?
Yeah, but if you know that's what you're getting into, then you're kind of putting yourself into that situation. Like if you know that if you go into a boxing ring, it's dangerous for you and for the other person. So are you putting the other person in danger? Yeah, but he consents to that, and you consent to it too. Likewise
Yeah,
with the road.
in the case of boxing, yeah, there's no problem. I agree because everyone consented.
And likewise with the road. If you're consenting to go on this road where you know the rules are drunk people can drive, well, you're consenting to that. I don't know why a rational person would do that or why a rational person would think he can make a profit building a road like that. But
I got to get to work. It's the only road.
yeah, but how realistic is this? Like, I was starting to think through this, like how this might actually come about. I was thinking about the settlement of the West in the U.S.
Dan, you're asking me how realistic is this?
Yeah, that in a free market there would be roads where the rules of the roads that the owners would.
How realistic is a free market? I mean, we're not.
I think it's very, very. It would be a very good thing. I'll say that much.
It may be, and we, despite being unrealistic, it may be.
I don't concede that. What do you mean by
discussion.
unrealistic?
Well, hold on. I mean, I just gave the example of I think it should be illegal to drink and drive.
Right.
Because it causes harm, and the world's better if it's illegal to drink and drive.
Okay.
And then you said that if all the roads were private, probably there would still be no drinking and driving because everyone who owned the road would demand that no one drink and drive on the road.
At least in the vast majority of cases. I mean, you might have some some very odd cases, like a place for people like Evil Knievel, right? I don't know, that guy who would drive super fast in these cars and go off these ramps and fly through the air, and he's really putting his life at risk. There might
Right.
be small pockets of people like that, but I think at least in the vast majority of cases, when people are getting in cars, they're just trying to get from point A to point B. They're not trying to make it like super risky to get some thrill. So I think I would guess that
Right.
in most cases, maybe not 100%, but most cases, I would think the owners of the roads would set it up so that it's against the rules to drink and drive on their roads.
Right.
Okay, so
So, well, okay. I do disagree. I think without a law against drinking and driving, I do think that there would be more drinking and driving. I think if all roads were private, there would be more drinking and driving. I think it would be mostly in the interest of people who own private roads to not really think too hard about the the prescription that they make. But I can stipulate actually, just to make a different point, that there would still be almost no drinking and driving in your world.
there
We
would
can
be almost none.
Yeah, we can stipulate that.
Okay.
I mean, I disagree with it, but let me stipulate that to make another point. Is that okay? So for now, I'm
Yeah.
accepting your argument that, yeah, if all the roads were private, all the road owners, it would be in their interest. They'd make more. They're charging tolls, I guess, right? So they make more money because more people use their road if they ban drinking and driving.
Okay. Yeah, tolls is one way. It's not the only way, but that's a
Yeah,
minor point.
sure. Yeah, I'm naive to this stuff, but um, so then my question for you is, in that world, what's the difference? I mean, your problem with the governmental law is that if I want to drink and drive, if I want to be on a road where drinking and driving is allowed, I should be allowed to do that. But then you're also saying that in your world, there's no road where it's an option to do that. So what's the problem with the law?
No, I'm not saying there's no option to do that. In fact, I said there might be some uncommon cases like where people want to set up roads, like for Evil Knievel type people. I just don't think those would be. I don't think there would be a lot of roads like that, but there might be a few.
Then who cares?
Who cares about freedom?
Then why not just have it be illegal?
Because then
I mean, you can drink and drive on your property even now, I think. I mean, ride an ATV or something. I mean,
yeah, you can do it on your property.
right.
Hold on a second. I want to read the transcript. I see this person who tried to call in left a voicemail, and I just want to read what he wrote here because Google created a transcript. He says, "Oh, I guess that doesn't really tell me what you're talking about. I don't know if the transcription got cut off, but I don't see a topic here that you were interested in discussing." Oh, that's a transcript of me telling you to leave a voicemail. Okay, I don't know why it did that. But let's see. Is there anything in the YouTube chat? I don't see anyone in the YouTube chat saying that they tried to call in. All right, so whoever that was, You can let me know in the YouTube chat if you want, or leave a voicemail. Okay, sorry for that interruption. You said what is the big deal? Like, why like, if there's not going to be much drinking and driving in my system, then what difference does it make if there's a law against it?
Yeah, that's right. Or I mean, let me say it another way. I mean, I don't know if you can have it both ways, right? Like, I think that you could say, and I would disagree, but again, I said I'm happy to stipulate that that if all the roads were public, or sorry, you know what I mean. If all the roads were private, then in almost all of them, there would be a rule against drinking and driving. And so therefore, it would not be worse than the way that the world currently is. But if that's the case, then I don't understand how people are really more free to drink and drive.
Okay, well, I think it is worse, and at least partly because the very exceptional case, you couldn't even have that. Like, you couldn't have the evil Knievel kind of roads. And you might do the same thing with boxing. Like, I think, yeah, you're violating those people, and God forbid getting rid of boxing, and God forbid getting rid of people's ability to consume junk food and
Dude,
cigarettes.
I have to say, like, if boxing were against the law, I don't think I would be losing any sleep over it. I happen to think it's different because it's not recklessness that causes harm to other people who have not consented.
And let's get rid of football, right? Because that's also dangerous.
Dude, I'm not losing sleep over that either. But
yeah, so the world is going to turn on what causes you to leave sleep. That's what should determine what other people are able to do. Does it cause you, Josh from Colorado? If it causes
right.
Josh from Colorado to lose sleep, then no, we can't do it. Otherwise, it's okay.
No, there are some things that cause me to lose sleep that I'm happy to still have happen.
Okay. So what's the principle here? How are we supposed to figure out this system? It's just arbitrary or based on individual people's whims, or how does this work?
Well, I think we do our best to have a balance between bureaucracy and a balance between, like, sort of efficiency in government and, like, representation and responsiveness to democratic will.
Okay. I don't remember if democracy, did that come up? Unlimited democracy, did that come up with you or with the last caller?
No, that was I think at the beginning of this call, yeah.
Okay.
And we both agreed that, like, having a referendum on every issue would be a silly way to administer government.
Okay, but I don't see a clear way to decide what there should be referendums on. I have a principle, which is as long as it doesn't involve initiating force against people, it should be allowed. Otherwise,
right,
it shouldn't be allowed. But I don't.
No, yeah, you've articulated your principle.
Yeah. And I'm not seeing a principle from you on what shouldn't be permitted. And it sounds like there might just be competing war. Like, maybe you're a little softer than other people. Maybe other people are more hardliners and they want to outlaw more things than you want to outlaw. Maybe other people are softer than you are and they think you're too much of a hardliner. And I think what you just get is this pressure group warfare.
Compromise.
Yeah.
No, I think there's compromise.
Okay, but I think compromise on basic principles, which I think is what's happening here, I think that's a problem. Like, there's certain things it's okay to compromise on, but other things it's not okay to compromise on. And I think
you're probably right that, I mean, we've covered, a few different, like, specific examples, and then some sort of more general questions about the role of government. I think you're right that my positions on these areas are not coming from a single principle.
Okay.
The the reason for that is I think it's silly to try to administer a society according to a single principle.
Okay. Well,
I
I don't
I
know that
think
I
it will.
would. Um, I mean, there can be multiple principles, but I don't know that you have any principle. I think it might just amount to going by whim and just being a completely arbitrary sort of system as to what should and shouldn't be permitted.
Well, I think I would take issue to that in the same way that it may have been too simplistic for me to boil your position to a single principle. I think it's sort of equally unfair to call my position, a complete lack of principle. But the point I'm trying to make is that I don't know if there's a single sentence or paragraph that just gives you the rules to how you can run a society. I think that's silly. I think it's not going to be fine grained enough. It's going to be too coarse. It is going to lead to you arguing things like there should be no regulations about the number of fire escapes in a building. It's going to lead to you arguing that it should not be illegal to drink and drive.
Well, you assume these are bad things. I don't concede that. Like you say, it
No,
leads to
I know.
absurdities, right? But what we consider absurd, I think, is going to depend on some of our more fundamental premises, I guess.
No,
Like maybe
I
some of.
understand
Go
that
ahead.
we have a disagreement like about we have different value judgments on those things that I said. I guess I was I said them in a sort of in a mocking way to emphasize my point of view on those issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see. What's I mean, we could go to the island case. I did this with the last caller. I think often it's it's useful to go to a very simple kind of interaction, like two people on an island, and how do they? What's a good way for them to interact with each
Yeah,
other versus a
yeah, we could
complex
play the island game.
society.
I mean, I have to say I saw some of the island stuff with on Majority Report.
Oh, okay. You've heard some of my calls there.
I think so. Yeah. If there's more than one, I'm not sure, but
Yeah, I've called there many times.
okay. But yeah,
And
let's play the island game.
all right. Let me just take a quick look at the chat before I do that. I like to check in there every once in a while. Actually, what I want to do is I want to try to play these voicemails without it being heard on YouTube. So I'm going to turn off the sounds just for a minute, and then I think only I should be able to hear them. Okay, I'm going to try that now. Okay, I heard the first voicemail. Now I'm going to hear the second one. I think this is longer. About 20 more seconds, maybe. Don't hear anything yet. 10 more seconds. Okay, I didn't hear anything in that one. All right, let me go to the chat. I see some chats from Steven, and looks like those are the only new chats from a while ago, though. Okay. So where's my... Let's see, I want to come back to this screen. And now I've turned back on the audio. Okay, did you hear any of those voice messages when I played them?
I heard nothing.
Okay,
I'm still on
good.
the line here. Yeah.
That was how I was hoping it would go. Because I did hear at least one voice message, but I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to jump in 5 minutes, but if you want to do a quick island game, happy to do that.
Okay. All right, well, I'm not sure that's the best way to go in the last 5 minutes, but maybe if we can construct it in a way that's somewhat analogous to the issues we were discussing. Okay, let's try it. So let's say there's two people on the islands, and I guess one is doing something risky. Let's say they need food. So one way to get food is to try to spear some fish.
Right.
So let's say one is he goes out into the water, and he's one tries to stay very close to the shore when he spears fish because he's scared. Maybe he's not a good swimmer. Maybe the other.
That's gonna be me. I'm gonna stay close to the shore.
Okay.
Try to, or maybe
Right.
on a rock.
All right. So you're gonna hopefully catch some. It's gonna be harder for you to catch fish, but I'm more risky. I'm willing to go further out, and
Right.
Okay. And now, should there be some kind of regulation that says you're only able to go out like 50 feet? And like, who's going to pass this law? Are you going to pass it? Who's going to enforce the law? That's another thing. Should there be some
No,
kind
there's
of
not
rule?
gonna be any law because I thought we were the only two people on the island.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm trying to at least start there and build up to a case where we can have something sort of analogous. Like we can. I don't know if we need. How many people do we need in order for there to be laws and rules? Like, can we have
I
something?
think it's a bit like how many grains of sand are in a heap, though. But we can stick to two.
Okay.
I mean, if we were gonna first have is it a democracy, right? So I think what we should
maybe
do,
that's. Yeah, go ahead.
you and me should first have a discussion on what would be like the appropriate some appropriate guidelines for the fish spearing. Like I'd be lobbying hard for a position, along the lines of, Dan, I don't care how risky you are with your fish spear throwing, but don't throw it in my direction, because if you throw it in my direction and you're being reckless with your fish throwing, you could spear me instead of the fish.
Okay. So, what about? Can we do that with the drunk driving? Like, could you say, Dan, I don't care, like what road do you want to drive on, but if you're going to drive on this road, which I own, you
Are
can't.
we still on the island, or are we back to?
Well, I'm trying to draw a parallel, like to kind of bring it back to that. I mean, I'm not trying to get away from the island, but I'm trying to see if your position here on the island is consistent with what you've said about the
I think
road case.
on the island, I'm fine with drunk driving, because I think there's little chance that my recklessness will cause harm to other people.
Okay.
Because if it's only you on the island, I mean, and it's a big enough island, I think we're gonna be fine.
But what if people consent to the harm I might cause, like boxing, to take that example? Like, what if there's someone else on the island who says, Dan, if you want to throw spears in my general direction, that's all right. I trust your judgment. I think you're a pretty good aimer. I think it's
Right.
unlikely you're going to hit me, so it's okay with me if you want to fire spear. Like maybe the fish are going to get away if you don't fire in my direction sometimes. So it's okay with me, Dan, if you want to throw spears in my general direction. Is that cool?
Right. Yeah. Well, now there's three of us on the island, and okay, how many of us? So two.
Or
And
we
I
could
guess
say
Dan, you,
it could
and
still just be two, right? Yeah, I mean, we can imagine that that's your attitude or whoever's attitude. It could be me and someone else who's okay with me throwing spears in their general direction. Should that be okay?
so I'm on the island with you. Your position is I want to be able to throw my spear wherever I want. I'm going to be able to catch more fish that way if I'm not restricted in my fish spear throwing.
Yeah, and you're okay with that, or whoever the
And
other
I'm
person is
all,
okay
and
with that.
I also agree. I think that the risk, we're pretty hungry, and so it's worth it for me to, if you throw the spear, I want you to be as effective as possible in your spear throwing. I don't want to restrict you unnecessarily. I'm just too hungry.
Okay,
Right.
so that should be allowed.
Then
That's cool.
right.
Okay, well, is that different than the drunk driving case?
Yes.
How? Aren't these just people who consent to it?
Wait, who consented to the drunk driving? You're talking
Whoever's
about a
using
world where everyone's just okay with drunk. You're saying what
there
if everyone?
there's a road.
Yeah.
There's at least one road. I guess we can let's just start very small. There's one road, let's say, where people are allowed to drive drunk, and everyone who uses
Right.
that road knows that's the rule.
Yep.
Should that be allowed, or should there be a government law that prohibits such a road?
I think there should be a government law to prohibit such a road, but not because I think that there's a moral issue with that road existing.
Okay, but it should be okay for for you to consent for me to throw spears in your general direction.
Well, I think that like rules should be broadly responsive to public will.
Well, how about the will of the people who are involved?
The will of the people who are involved in the road.
Yeah, in that case, or the will in the spearfishing case, the will of the people who are on the island.
Well, I mean, let's say there were 100 people on the island,
Okay.
and um, 60 of them.
Well, hold on. Before we get to the 100, just because it might make it more complicated, I want to see if we can at
Sure.
least reach a conclusion about the two-person case on the islands,
Oh,
and
back to
whether
the
that's
fishing.
about whether it's okay or whether it's consistent to be okay with spear throwing in each other's direction, but to not be okay with there being one road where there's no rule against drunk driving.
No. I don't have a moral problem with the existence of the one road where drunk driving is allowed. I don't have
But
a.
you said it
It's
would be
not a.
illegal. It shouldn't be legal, right?
Yeah, I think it should be illegal despite it not being immoral.
Okay.
The reason for that is that I think if there were no such law, that there would be more than one road where drunk driving was not against the rules, and there would be a fraction of people who are required to use the drunk roads despite not consenting to it. And in that way, I think the best way to handle it is for on public roads, it is not. You're not allowed to operate a motor vehicle if you're drunk.
I'm taking some notes here to help me
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
this straight.
yeah.
Okay, so I have, for the road case, I wrote that you think it should be illegal. I'm going to add for there to be drunk driving despite it not being immoral. Is that what you said?
No, not quite. I mean, you gave me an example where there's, 99 roads where there's no drunk driving and one road where there is. And you
Yeah.
asked me if I have a problem with that. And no, I don't have a moral problem with that situation that you described.
Okay, but you thought it should be illegal.
I think it should be prohibited, even though I don't have a moral problem with it. Yeah.
Okay, let me just write that down so I make sure I have it correct.
Yeah.
So, in the case where when there is one road that permits drunk driving, Josh thinks it should be illegal, but isn't necessarily immoral.
Well, let me backseat type. I mean, I think the law should be set up such that that situation you described will never happen.
Okay, right. So you think the law should not permit any roads that allow drunk driving.
Yeah, even though I don't think your example about the one road, I don't have a moral problem with that.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase this.
But I'm just not losing sleep over the fact that that my law is ruling out your 99 sober roads and one drunk road situation.
Okay, I'm writing the law should prohibit, on your view, the law should prohibit any roads, or I'll just, any drunk driving. I'll write it a little briefer. Any drunk driving. But you also had this point about even though it might be moral to drunk drive. Is that what you said?
I don't think it's moral or immoral to drunk drive in the middle of the desert. I think if there were 99 sober roads and one drunk road, and everyone who used the drunk road knew that they were using the drunk road and was happy to use the drunk road because they're Evel Knievel and they're thrill seeking, or for whatever reason, no, I don't have a problem with it. I don't think it's like murder where it should be illegal just because it's wrong.
Okay.
I nonetheless think that situation of the 99 sober roads and the one drunk road should be prohibited. I think that that's the way the law should be structured. And I don't think it's such a big deal that the one drunk road case is being well, what's the word? Like it is not going to be realized in the the set of allowed outcomes of my law. I think it's fine.
Okay. Let's see. What
like
should
there's arbitrariness. I mean, in many things, right? Like, and I'll just say one more thing, and then I got to jump. But
okay.
But I mean, I did mention the example of like I think it should be illegal for children to drink alcohol, and then you said yeah, that's a different case, right? Because it's the children aren't developed, like they don't have the capacity to exercise their freedom in the way that you described. And I mean, I take Keith Manfredi's point in the chat as well, that what if the drunk road's the only serviceable road? But I mean, we don't have to, you know, go into these hypotheticals, but it's an amusing comment. But I mean, like for the kids, like I mean, what should the drinking age be, right? Like there is going to be arbitrariness there, you know, right? In Canada, it's 18 or 19. In the U.S., it's 21, right? Maybe in Italy, it's 16 or something. I don't know.
There is some optionality on some issues, which I think is fine, like the age of adulthood. Where does that? Like some countries, it's 18, some it's 16, some it's 21.
Right. Right.
But what's not optional is that there's some distinction between an adult and a child that the law recognizes. I think there has to be somewhere you draw the line.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think that.
But it's important. It is an important thing, though. I mean, if you if you have that drinking age, you know, if it's 1 year wrong, and you're really actually prohibiting an adult, someone with the capacity of an adult, from, God forbid, from purchasing alcohol, I mean, that's a pretty big violation of their freedom.
Well, what is an adult? I think it's not clearly there's no clear cutoff, like in terms of years. So,
I agree. So you have to make an arbitrary number, right?
Not
Like you do have
arbitrary,
to
not
pick.
entirely arbitrary. Maybe like it's within a range.
No, I'm motivated. You know,
It's-
well motivated, like by, you know, perhaps by science, or perhaps by consensus. But there has to be a number. You do believe that there should be a law against children drinking alcohol?
I don't know if it might depend on the amounts, the kind of alcohol, whether there's any adult supervision involved. Like if you give a 10-year-old a sip of wine, should that be against the law? Not clear to me.
I don't know, but like it should probably be against the law for a 10-year-old to buy a quart of whiskey, right?
I don't know. What if he's buying it for somebody else? For one thing. Or what if he drinks it like drop by drop over the course of a year? I mean, is that really a harmful thing?
Wait. But I mean, I feel like I asked this question earlier and you said, well, hold on, it's a completely different situation. The children don't have the capacity to consent.
I don't remember the original example, but there are some cases having to do with children where even if adult, like, I think one example was the junk food. Like if you're a child and you just want to consume junk food, I think the parents have a right to override that choice and insist that the child eats other things like some vegetables. But if you're an adult, wherever that line is drawn, if you're an adult, then you should be able to eat only junk food.
Right. I agree. Although, again, I wouldn't exactly lose sleep over it. I mean, unfortunately, like, junk food can be the most affordable food sometimes, right? But so you'd have to make sure that there was affordable options still. But look, I think what I'm getting at, and I'm a little bit surprised that I think there should be a law against children purchasing alcohol.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't thought about that. What if they purchase like one sip of wine?
I think there should be a law against a 10-year-old purchasing a quart of whiskey.
So it can get complicated, right? So maybe some purchasing of alcohol is okay, but not others for a 10-year-old. That's what it sounds like. Your view might be.
I haven't really given you my view, but I'm trying to get you to agree that in the case of children, there should be some law that is not just preventing the use of force. So I'm trying to give you one that I thought you would agree with, which is that a 10-year-old should not be able to purchase a quart of whiskey.
Yeah, I don't know that I would agree to that. I mean, maybe if I thought about it more, I would decide, yeah, that's okay. But
I don't think a 10-year-old should be able to buy an old fashioned at a bar. Sit down at the bar, hey Slim, yeah, I take a double on the rocks.
I don't know about. Well, maybe sex is a good example. I don't think kids should be able to consent to sex, and that
I
does even.
agree.
So yeah, that maybe that's a good example of a case where I think there can be a law that doesn't involve initiating force. Like even if
Right.
a kid consents to it, it's still not okay.
Is there some, so we make some age of consent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there some margin for error in that age of consent?
Margin for error, like you might be
Yeah.
wrong. Like, yeah, I guess if you said the age of consent is 45, I think you would be making an error.
Even if you make it like, I mean, I think it can be what, like 18 or 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on state. I mean, I'm from Canada initially, but and I don't recall the age of consent. But let's say it's 18.
Mm-hmm.
There is the possibility that there are some 17-year-olds who are adult. And when you make that law, you are restricting their freedom. Yeah, all I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know.
get,
There's
and I think that's fine, because I don't have a problem restricting freedom. I think it's good for there to be an age of consent law, even if there's some margin for error. It's just that what I'm trying to get you to admit, Dan, is that in this case of, is that you are okay with some laws that restrict adults' freedom.
I don't see that I am okay with that. But I was going to say there's a legal sense of adult, and then there's what you might call an adult, or sorry, philosophical sense of adult. So we have this general concept, adults, where it's contrasted with children, and but if you need a way to implement laws objectively, and that might be a controversial term itself, objectively, but let me not go into that right now.
Yeah, I get it. No,
The
I agree. I
so
completely
I
agree.
think
I
so
just
when you
think
talk
that when
about
you do that,
making mistakes about whether someone is adults, I don't know. I think
but
you might be like equivocating between the senses of adults. Like I don't know that you can be mistaken if we're talking about, oh, it should have been 17 instead of 18. I think it's, maybe we can call that arbitrary, but it's arbitrary within a range that's
right,
not arbitrary.
I mean, I thought your principle, would this be a fair way to describe your principle, that humans that have the capacity to consent should be allowed to consent to drink alcohol, to consent to have sex, that there is some difference between having the capacity to consent and not, right?
Well,
It's different from person to person. I may have the
yeah, I mean,
capacity.
there's
I'm 26, right? I could, maybe I'm just a moron, and I do not really have, like the. But okay, so my question, and so I'll just say this last thing. I'll let you answer offline. I think I've made the point that that when you make a law that says people under the age of 21 can't buy alcohol, that there are people younger than the age of 21 for whom it would be totally appropriate for them to buy alcohol, and that law is restricting their freedom. I nonetheless think that such a law is completely fine. I don't have a problem with that group of people whose freedom has accidentally been infringed upon due to a slightly high drinking age. I don't. It doesn't. For me, there's no problem with that. But I think, for you, this is violating someone's freedom. It's completely unacceptable. And I think that has to lead you to then say, as we've been having trouble answering earlier, I think you're now in this position where you have to say there should be no drinking age, just to make sure that no one who has the capacity to consent to drinking alcohol will be barred from it. And that, to me, like, it's very silly, and it's why we disagree. But okay, anyway, I hope you're not like infertile. I wasn't clear on that from the majority report stuff, but and I'll just jump.
All right. Well, that last comment was what should I say about that? I don't think he's hung up yet. I haven't heard the ringtone. Oh, now I heard it. Yeah, not sure what to say about that. So there was this running joke about so when I first was on the YouTube chat of the majority report, someone, I have no idea why, called me infertile, and then I called into the majority report the next day and said that someone called me that as an example of the silliness of some people in the chat who I blocked and was prohibited from blocking. I was told by the moderator of the majority report chat that that if I don't unblock the people who I blocked for saying silly things like this, that I myself would be blocked. And I said, no, I'm not going to unblock them. And then I got blocked, or at least timed out temporarily. And then I called Sam Cedar the next day and said, why do you have this policy that you can't block people who are being rude or obnoxious or silly? And I don't think he ever gave me a good answer to that. And I think he said he was going to get back to me or something on it, and I don't know that he ever did. But anyways, this became like a running joke that people who heard this call on the majority report where I said that people in the chat said I was infertile, this became a running joke. So many of them would keep using this term to refer to me. And as you just heard, the caller who just ended his call by saying, "I hope you're not infertile." So he's continuing the running joke, and not sure if I want to allow that, or if I want to penalize him in some way. Like I could time him out. I could block him. I don't know if he was in the chat to be blocked, but I think he just called in. I don't remember him. His name was Josh, right? Yeah, I don't think he was in the chat, but I could maybe I could block his number. I don't know if I should, but that threw me for a little bit of a loop there. He just kind of injected that at the end. I was not expecting that. So I think a lot of people in the majority report crowd, they instead of being civil to people they disagree with, they resort to mockery and ridicule, that kind of thing. And I don't want to condone that. So I don't know that Josh was doing that, but it at least raises a question in my mind as to, why he said that. And what significance that might have. All right, well, maybe I'll just leave it there for now. I would have said something about what his last point was. Now I don't even remember what it was. It was something about the age of. Oh, I made a note actually. He said, on my view, there should be no drinking age for me to be consistent. I don't know about that. Like I said, what if you're a 10-year-old and you take a sip of wine? Should that be against the law? And this is done under parental supervision? Maybe there shouldn't be a drinking age. Maybe it should just be that drinking alcohol is something that's supervised, like many things in childhood, like using social media. I don't think there should be a social media age. I think this is something that a parent should supervise. Maybe they shouldn't allow it at all. Or maybe only allow you to use the computer which has certain software installed that is kiddie safe, right? It filters out certain contents that might not be appropriate for the age of children. So there are things that parents can do and should do in all kinds of aspects of life for their children's well-being. And I think drinking might just be another one. But I do think there should be an age of consent, for sex. But I think that's a different sort of thing than drinking. At least that's my thought right now. I don't. It's not clear to me that those should necessarily go in the same boat. Maybe drinking is just something that should be supervised, and I guess there could be a certain point where it's appropriate for the government to step in, like if the parents allow their kid to get drunk and then go play in a pond or something, right? Or they could drown, then I think a government could say that's irresponsible parenting, and there can be a place for the state to step in. But that's I don't think that's inconsistent with my. I don't see an inconsistency with my general political principles in that. Like I'm. I think we need to distinguish between adult cases and non-adult cases, and it sounded like Josh was okay with restricting freedom even in adult cases. And that's where this principle of not initiating force primarily applies. Like you can't initiate force against other adults. Now, if I grab a child, my own child, let's say, who's running into traffic, right? Am I initiating force? Well, yeah, I guess I am, but that's okay. Children, they haven't developed to a point where they can be responsible for themselves and make rational decisions. Where exactly you draw the line of adulthood and say, okay, well, beyond this point, your parent can no longer restrain you. I think you can have, there's some reasonable range, whether it's 16 or 18 or 21, but it's not 45, right? But it sounds like Josh was okay with restricting people's ability, even with fully formed, very mature adults. And that's what I'm against. And I don't think there's a slippery slope from that down to, okay, well, now anything goes with children, right? Because as an adult, you can do irrational things. Therefore, there shouldn't be any drinking age, no age of consent, no whatever. If he was trying to make a slippery slope kind of argument, I don't see that works. But maybe we can discuss that more another time. All right, let me look at some chats. By the way, you can still do super chats if you want to support the show. If you're getting value from being here, and I guess you are getting some value if you're listening, unless you're just being an altruist or listening as an act of self-sacrifice. I hope it's not that. I hope this is a self-interested. I hope you're here for self-interested reasons. And if you are, then you can consider making a contribution through super chat or super stickers. Or PayPal or Patreon. Thanks for the likes. Looks like it's up to 7. And thanks for the subscribers. All right, a lot of chats from Stephen, Keith, a few chats from Nick. Nick says, do you know who the Whitaker family is? If so, should the government get involved? No, I don't know what Whitaker family you're referring to. Seems to me that someone should help, he says. Oh, is that a family of inbreeders? That's the first thing that came up when I Googled it. But this has two T's. I don't know if I spelled it right. So I'm not sure who you're referring to there. You can let me know if you want. He says, yes, on the YouTube channel of the soft white underbelly. Okay. So is that something that people should be able to do without the government stepping in? I think you might be able to reasonably make a case that the government should step in there if there's defects produced as a result of inbreeding that harm the offspring. But then I wonder about the case of consuming alcohol. That's supposed to be damaging, right, to the fetus? Now, fetuses don't have rights, on my view, on Rand's view. And you can abort a fetus, and that's not a violation of rights. But you might think if you're going to give birth, then it's a violation of its rights once it's been born. But then I wonder if someone would say, well, okay, but the activity I took was done before it had rights, before it was born. So even though it led to them having a condition after they were born that was detrimental to their well-being, I didn't do anything to them while they were a being with rights. That is, after they were born. So it should be permissible to consume alcohol while they're just a fetus, or to engage in inbreeding, even though it causes defects later. If the damage wasn't done when they were a being with rights, then maybe it should be allowed. I'm not sure, but I guess I'm open to that. It might be just one of these tragic cases that should be allowed. Like animal torture, I think that's another case where I think it's terrible that people do that, but I don't think animals have rights. I think it should be legal, but it's not moral. And I wonder if that also is true in the case of inbreeding or consuming alcohol while you're pregnant. Maybe that's something that's immoral but shouldn't be illegal. I'm at least open to that argument. I would if that's not right, I would want to hear an argument against it as to why it shouldn't be allowed by law. Should a person stay with a person who's a mean drunk, says Stephen, or are there other considerations? Oh, I see. You did a question for $5 earlier. Isn't an adult making a transaction with a child not a trade? It's akin to the use of force for $5. Is that a super chat you're offering there? I think that's what you mean. Or a PayPal chat, since you paid by PayPal. Isn't an adult making a transaction with a child not a trade? It's akin to the use of force for $5. I don't know if I would say it's not a trade, at least in every case. Like, I think children should be able to work. I don't think there should be child labor laws that prohibit them from doing work. At least every kind of work. Maybe some kinds of work they shouldn't be able to do. Like, I don't know. Something very risky like fishing on the North Sea. Isn't that a very risky thing? Risky kind of occupation, which pays a lot because it's so risky. Like, put a 5-year-old on one of those boats. But other kinds of work, like running a lemonade stand, or maybe raking leaves, mowing lawns. Shouldn't a child be able to do those kinds of things and make a trade? Let's say you want to shovel someone's snow. What if you go to your neighbor as a kid and you say, "Hey, I'll shovel your driveway for $10." I don't see a problem with that. I mean, assuming this is done with parental consents. Now, I think you do need a philosopher of law. Maybe that's the right term. To figure out some things, like what is a reasonable range for age of consent. Like 45 is clearly too old. 3 is clearly too young, but should it be 16? Should it be 18? Should it be 21? Some of these questions can get complicated, and you might need a philosopher of law. It's not like everything is automatically obvious what to do once you've got this basic idea of the non-initiation of force principle. How to implement that takes work to figure out how does that apply in a million different kinds of cases. And it's not clear to me that the way it would apply in the case of children working is that any transaction with a child is not a trade and it's akin to the use of force. No, I wouldn't say that. I think there can be many types of transactions involving trade with children that are fine and not akin to using force. And I gave some examples. Shoveling snow, raking leaves, etc. Maybe being a waitress or waiter at a restaurant. Sometimes kids do that. Maybe that's their first job. They're minors. maybe teenagers. Maybe you mean something, I don't know if by child you mean just any minor, anyone under the legal adult age, or do you mean something even younger? Even if it is a younger child, like let's say, I don't know, 7 years old. Maybe that child gets an allowance from his parents if he does the dishes once a week or something. Should that be prohibited by law? I don't see that. Maybe he gets $5 a week if he does the dishes once a week, or takes out the trash or something. I don't see a problem with that. But it can be tricky to define. Okay, well, what shouldn't be allowed to children? That can take some work to define. Steven says, yeah, out of my 20. Okay, so that was a PayPal chat question. But can the employer... And I give priority to questions where people attach money to it. So if you want me to give your chat more priority, just put some dollars on it. I think my timer ran out. The goal ended. So I only made $2, I think, in the last 3 hours, more than 3 hours. I only got one super sticker from Florida Nick, $1.99. Anyone else want to contribute? And I got $5 from Steven. So total I got $6.99. Thank you guys. Oh, we got a new person here. All right, but let me just read this one because I was in the middle of it. But can the employer make the contract with the child, or does the contract have to be with the parents? I think that the parents would need to give their consent. Yeah. Consent of a parent or guardian. I think that's often the way forms are. They have the under the signature line. I think it often said, from what I can remember when I was growing up, and you have to get your parents, you have to get permission to maybe go on a field trip with the school. You would have to get the consent of your parent or a guardian. Yeah, and I think that also makes sense in the case of employing a kid. I think you would need the consent of a parent or guardian. And I don't think it necessarily has to be written down. Like, let's say it's a neighbor who you're very friendly with and you all know each other. So your neighbor wants to hire you as a kid, as a 10-year-old, to shovel the snow out of their driveway. And I guess the neighbor can tell your parents, or you can tell your parents, hey, can I shovel the neighbor's, shovel the Joneses' driveway for $10? And then your parents can agree to allow that or not. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, and maybe that's what happens. Like if a teenager is working for a restaurant and they're under 18, then maybe they do have to get their parents not only to verbally consent, but actually, because you don't know them well necessarily. So maybe they need to get written consents on a contract. That seems right to me. Profi-scientism and Roman Viking are here. Hello. Profi Scientism says it's not inherently exploitative. It's illegal because there's a massive potential for exploitation that has historically happened. Oh, with child labor. Okay. So maybe I'll say more about that. And Roman Viking asks, how do you solve poisonous pollution in a laissez-faire solution? In a laissez-faire society, Okay. All right, maybe I can address those. I think I want to take at least a little break here. It's been almost 5 hours since I started. And there were some other chats up here from Keith, which I didn't read to. I think these came in mostly when I was on the call. What if the drunk road is the only serviceable road? What if it has the best access and was made by big alcohol? Your name looks kind of familiar. I wonder if you've been here before or if you left a comment on one of my videos. I don't know if you're still here. If you let me know you're still here, I'm more likely to engage with your chats because I want to give priority to people who are here live. Just like in everything, there's an objective age of consent. I think there's an optional range that is objective, but I think there's a range within which multiple ages could be objective, like 17 or 18 or 19 or 20. All right, maybe I should make a note here. Steven's balance is, it's now 15, right? Because you said $5 for that question. So your PayPal balance is now 15. Let me know if you think if that's incorrect. But I think that's what it is now. All right, so I want to take a break, and then after that, I can say something about these latest chats from Roman Viking and Profi Scientism. Steven says, I think I'll be going in part because it's not right for me to be here and not pay. Well, you just did pay. But it's fine with me if you want to be here. And I mean, you're probably my largest ever, at least during live streams. I have some other people who contribute through Patreon and PayPal, but that's off stream. But during live streams, I think you've contributed the most. So, not that you need to have done that in order for it to be okay to be here. I mean, it's not a condition. It's not a rule here that you have to contribute in order to be here. I guess that you can be a free rider. I'm not saying it's necessarily good if someone is a free rider, but it's not a rule, at least right now, that I have, that you need to make a contribution in order to be here. But I try to incentivize contributions by saying I will give your chats more priority, more time and attention if you do contribute. But it's fine if you want to be here and not contribute. I don't have a problem with you being here, and it gives me more watch time. And I guess I could monetize that by turning on advertising. I haven't done that yet. Maybe I will. Maybe I should. I don't know that you would see ads anyway if you're watching during the live stream. Maybe you will only see those if you're watching this post live stream. Maybe I can figure out the answer real quick if I Google that. Oh, Mellow Mao is here. I mean, I free ride also on lots of people's channels. Like I don't make a contribution to every channel I listen to. But I give them watch time and I'm a YouTube premium subscriber, so maybe they're getting money that way via advertising. Because I think if you're a YouTube premium subscriber, you don't see any ads on videos, but I think content creators get a certain percentage, I don't know what it is, based on how many YouTube premium subscribers watch their content. So maybe I'm not free riding on anyone's content since I am a YouTube premium subscriber. But I guess I don't want to discourage people, and I'll read your super chat in a second, Mellow Mal. I don't want to discourage people from being here, even if they are free riding, because I get some kind of value from you being here. So maybe it's not completely free riding, it's only free riding in a sense. Like if maybe I'm not getting dollars from you through super chats, but maybe I'm getting some other kind of value. Wow. I just got a euro, $5 from Mellow Mao and $1.99 or $1.99 euro, 1.99 euros. I guess that's how I should say it. After I've been talking about all this monetization and free writing stuff. So thank you guys. Maybe some people contributed out of guilt. I hope people contribute for self-interested reasons and for positive reasons, not out of fear or guilt or pain. But thank you guys for that. Steven says the balance is right. Okay. But I was going to say, even if you're not contributing dollars, I think you still contribute value just by being here. It adds watch time to my channel, and that's, I guess, sends a signal to the YouTube algorithm that people are interested in my content, and I guess they're more likely to promote my videos to other people than if I had less watch time. So I think just getting watch time it's good for my algorithm, and who knows what kind of downstream effects that leads to. Like maybe someone who wouldn't otherwise have had one of my videos show up and let me give this a heart and a like. Roman Viking says guilt is okay. Sometimes guilt is appropriate. But I just hope that's not the dominant emotion driving someone. I was saying, who knows, like who might have been recommended one of my videos just because it had a lot of engagement, part of which is watch time from other viewers. So I think I do get value just from people watching my stream, even if they're not sending me money. I'm still getting some kind of value just from them being here, because I think that helps me out in the algorithm. But also, let me also mention other ways you can help other than super chats. There's also subscribing to my channel. I'd say, hey, we just got up to 1050. That's great. I just checked right now. So another way you can help support the channel in a non-monetary way, which ultimately could have monetary effects, right? It's all integrated, right? But in an immediately non-monetary way is by subscribing. And make this a little bigger. Can you see this? See, when I have a virtual background, it's kind of hard to see, but it's now 1,050 subscribers. So that means if I refresh my public watch page, see right here it says 1.04K. If I refresh, it'll go up to 1.05K now. Yeah, Roman Viking says you can also like the show. Oh, it still says 1.04K. Maybe that's because somebody just unsubscribed? No, it still says 1,050 on my phone. Maybe I just have to give it a little more time. Oh yeah, there it says 1,050, but that's in my YouTube studio, which you can always see the exact number in my YouTube studio, and I can make it. Oh, I guess they changed the layout a little bit. I used to be able to make that show up in a larger kind of way, the subscriber count number, but you should be able to see it good on this page change to 1.05, or on this page. See, it has 1.04 here. Let me try to refresh this one. Now, it still says 1.04 there. So sometimes it just takes a while for different parts of YouTube system to update. Like some parts of YouTube update faster than others. So this is my YouTube studio. I guess it updates faster than the public watch page. So you can see here it's already at 1050. I wonder how it appears on my phone. And I can see, if you're a public subscriber, I can see your name, or at least your YouTube name. But you can adjust your settings on YouTube to be either public or private as to whether other people can see what you're subscribed to. Okay. Well, I might just have to be patient here in order to see 1.05 on YouTube. But anyways, you can at least see it here on my YouTube studio. Thanks you. Good to be at that point. Yeah, so that's another way, another non-monetary way you can help support my channel. You can also like the show, as Roman said. You can share the show. Oh, somebody's calling. All right.
Call from
Kira.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press.
Hello?
Hi, I'm here with to discuss your political views on YouTube.
Okay, just a second. What did you say your name was?
Kira.
Kira. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just. I think I have. Yeah, you're not muted. I thought I might have had you muted, but no. I think YouTube audience should be able to hear. Okay, I was going to take a break. How long have you been listening to my show today? Did you just come on a minute ago, or when?
Yeah, just a minute ago.
Okay. And oh, I just heard a beep. Did you hang up, or are you still there?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. Oh, maybe
It's
somebody
just
else
my
is trying to
computer.
call in at the same time. Hold,
No, I think that was my computer.
someone with a 5 area code starts with a 5. Is that you or somebody else?
Oh, that might be someone
I
else.
think it is
I'm not
somebody
sure.
else. Yeah, someone else is trying to call in, but you can leave a voicemail if that's you, or let me know in the YouTube chat what you want to talk about. But I just took this call, so I was gonna take a break because I've been streaming for like 5 hours without a break. Are you gonna? Do you have to go soon, or is if I take like a 10-minute break, would you be able to continue after that? How much time do you
Uh,
have?
I can come back in whenever you need, I guess. Not sure how long you're gonna be streaming after this, after the
Well,
10 minutes.
sometimes my streams are very long. Like I've gone for almost 10 hours once, so I could do easily at least another hour.
Okay, gotcha.
So how about let's do this? I will take about a 10-minute break, and then I'll take your call after the break.
All right, sounds good.
All right. So I don't know if you want to call back in, or I can just put you on mute. Maybe it's easier if I just.
I'll call or whatever you like.
Okay. Yeah, just call back in after the break. Maybe that's better.
Sure.
So you're okay. I got to remember your number because I have multiple people calling. So you're the one. Your number starts with your area code starts with. Do you want to say just the first digit?
It's 7
7. Oh, that's a different.
or 9. Sorry,
Your area code or
954.
9. I don't see 954. I see a different number. I wonder if your call got routed to some.
Oh well, there was like a
Oh wait, hold
intermediary
on. I
set
think
out to.
you said it starts with a 7. Oh, actually no, I don't see that.
954
Oh, sorry,
or
954.
754. Like, yeah,
Yeah, I
either
don't see
or.
a 954 anywhere here. That's weird. I see a 520.
Yeah, it's odd.
The 520 is the person who's trying to call me right now, who I said to leave a voicemail. But I don't see 954 anywhere in my call list. Let me look one other place. And okay. So I just want to make sure that if you call back in, I pick up the right call. Well, maybe it's better if you don't hang up then, since there might be some confusion as to which call I want to take. So how about this? I'll just put you on mute during the break.
All right,
And then
sounds good.
okay,
Sure.
and then I'll unmute you when I get back. Okay.
All right, no
And
problem.
your name was Kira something. Kira. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to now mute you, and I guess other people could probably hear the beeping, I think, from the other person trying to call in. I'm just testing it on my phone now. Yeah, I just heard the beep on the. I'm using my DVR features here so I can listen to what just happens. All right, I see we got 12 people watching. I think that might be the highest it's been today, so that's good to see. And we're up to 9 likes now, almost in the double digits. Thank you. All right, glad we got some audience showing up. Hopefully you'll be able to stick around for the next call. But I do want to take a break. I think I'm going to maybe about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, something like that. And I want to... Oh, Kira's in the chat, the YouTube chat also. Oh, yeah, and I got a super chat from... I was going to answer that super chat. I got it... All right, so when am I going to get to that super chat? I do need to answer the super chat because he paid money, and I appreciate that. He says, after your break, are you up for a debate on altruism and theism? Oh, okay. Wow, that's an interesting super chat. Yes, I am up for that. Is that maybe that was you who was trying to call in while I was talking to Kira? Okay. Yeah, I'm up for that. But I think maybe I should take Kira's call first since Kira is on hold. And I already told Kira I was going to come to them after the break. Sorry, I didn't read your super chat until just now. Otherwise, maybe I would have done things in a different order. So after the call with Kira, I can do the debate if there's still time left over. I don't know how long the call is going to be or how long I'm going to stream. But if I don't get it today, we can do it another day. So sorry if it gets bumped to another day if you were hoping to do it today, but well, we'll see. And I don't know what your schedule is. I don't know how long you can stick around today, but I am up for doing that at some point, either later today or my next stream, which would probably be 5 days from now. That's typically how often I stream, once every 5 days. All right, so I'm going to... Oh, he says I was not calling in. That's another person. All right. I can come in another day. Feel free to talk to Kira today. All right. All right. And you might have to remind me if we don't talk later today. Remind me next time that you did a super chat wanting to talk about atheism or altruism and theism. I read that wrong the first time, maybe. A debate on altruism and theism. Did I say atheism? I guess that's implied by theism, though. Whether theism or atheism is true, and then for altruism, whether that or egoism is true. Okay. Any case, we can talk about all of that stuff. All right, so I'm going to type in the chat here on break. Back at about, it's now 7:07 p.m. Pacific. So 10 minutes from now would be 7:17. So I'll say back at about 7:17 p.m. Pacific. Whoops. And now I'm just going to put on my break slide and mute my mic. And I have to remember to unmute that when I get back. All right. Thanks, everyone, for being here, and hope to see you on the other side of the break, if it's in your self-interest to continue being here. All right. See you in a bit. I am back. Took me a little longer than I anticipated. And let's see. Just making sure I got all my audio settings back to what they need to be before I continue with this call. Okay. And I also wanted to just say, in addition to liking and sharing, just engaging with the chat also helps the channel. So these are other non-monetary ways of contributing. Just engaging with any kind of engagement, whether it's commenting on a video, engaging in the chat, watching, all of that helps with the algorithm, and it tells YouTube people value this content, so then it will more likely be recommended to other people. So there are many non-monetary ways of contributing that I benefit from. So I just wanted to mention all that as well. So you're definitely welcome to be here, even if you're not sending money my way, but I definitely welcome money. That's and that gives you added benefits because I give you more priority when you attach money. All right, so Kira are you still here, Kira?
Yeah, I'm still on the line.
Okay. All right, so you said you're interested in discussing my political views. Is that right? Okay.
The main thing that stuck out to me was just how you have wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. I think, did you change the chart at all?
Between this show and the last show?
Between the break.
Oh, no.
Okay, gotcha. I guess one of the questions I have is, why do you have altruism on bad and leftism on bad?
Okay. Let's see. I'm making some notes here. I'm going to share these. You'll be able to see them if you're watching on YouTube in just a second.
Sure.
And I want to make sure I'm spelling your name right. Kira. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Let me put that. Okay, so call with Kira. Okay, so you asked why did I put altruism in the bad category, or was that it?
Yeah, altruism and leftism, why are they both on the bad category?
Okay. So we can, I guess, let's take, I don't know which one is best to do first. Or let's start with leftism. I don't know if that's easier, but so
Sure.
leftism, what is leftism, first of all? Well, I guess that can be a challenge to define exactly what it is, but at least part of what it involves is the government's intervening in people's lives and overriding people's decisions, people's freedom. So, for example, it would be a leftist policy that there be something like Social Security or Medicare. So instead of people being able to decide, I want to save this money for my retirements and maybe put it in a 401k, the government is going to force me, it's going to coerce me into paying taxes into some trust fund, I guess. And then I'm supposed to benefit from that decades from now once I retire. And I'm supposed to get paid. Instead of me being able to decide how I spend my own money, I'm being forced. And I'm against coercing people like that, whether it's for their retirement or medical care or education, public education. I think people should be free to decide how they spend their own money. They have a property right to it, I think. And that property right is being violated by any kinds of taxes. And there's many other things that I object to in today's system, like regulations would be another example. Minimum wage laws is an example of a violation of people's freedom. So instead of two people being able to decide, like, I want to contract to do this work for this amount, the government is forcing people to say, no, you can't do this work for $6 an hour. We're going to force you to only accept this job if it's paying at least $7 an hour or whatever the level is. So that's another way in which the government overrides people's freedom. And I think leftists, and not just people on the left, but also many rightists, actually, the so-called right, how exactly you define that also could be a discussion. But at least people on the left would support policies like taxes and regulations, which I think violate people's freedom, and that's why I oppose them. And we could talk more about that if you want now, or I could go on to altruism.
We can talk about that first. I think
Okay.
you hit some interesting points, but I respectfully disagree. The way I would define left-wing politics is more to do with egalitarianism. So sure, like the government can be a means to that end. Like you mentioned Social Security, like it's a policy that's put in place to achieve more egalitarianism in classes where like they're either unable to work or they're just too old to be able to take care of themselves or like contribute to like the production and like the GDP. I don't think necessarily it has to do with just taxes. I think you can also have like the anarchist left, which is completely separate from that at all. That also seeks egalitarianism, but also I think taxes are sort of like a bipartisan thing. Like taxes are really used by the right and the left, depending on like the regime. What matters more is how they're used. So like the way I think of it is, if you're going to be taxed, and if someone is going to be, the sovereign, if someone is going to have the monopoly of military power or violence, let's say, then I'd rather that money go to like things that help people that are sort of not able to help themselves, or just have like sort of a safety net, like what they have in Finland and other Scandinavian countries, which I lived there for a few years. So society works pretty well when you have like a safety net that people, aren't able to fall under. And I understand the point about like, for example, if you're running a business and, you're putting out a job that's paying or would fit your margins if you're paying $6 an hour, that like how that could hurt if there's a policy that, has like a minimum wage. But I do think personally, from like a leftist anarchist perspective, it should be, the business owner and the worker should actually like get together and be able to figure that out with co-ops instead of like a wage system, because I've grown up in a like capitalist wage slave society, and I think that's not really something that works, especially when you're taking away all the jobs, and especially in this economy where like AI is pushing out like all of these lower level jobs. And I don't agree with that. Even if I don't think the state answering for that or like putting like patches, like band-aid solutions, I don't think that's great either. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I've got a variety of thoughts, and I'm not sure where I should start. I had okay, so one point, maybe I'll start here. You mentioned the right and not just the left is in favor of some of the things that I'm against, like taxes, and I agree with that. And I also oppose the right if the right stands for that. So I put on the the slide on my background, I have Trump and the leftists both in the bad category.
Yeah, I
And
do see that.
a lot of people think of Trump as part of the right. And I didn't I could have used the term right, but historically I think that term has often been associated with a pro-capitalist viewpoint, but I think it has morphed over time so that now a lot of people who are considered part of the so-called right are definitely not pro-capitalists. So I think it's a little dangerous or risky for me to use a term like a right, at least in today's world, to describe myself because of how that term is often understood. And I think what you just said gives testament to that. Because if you say like a lot of
Right.
people on the right support taxes, then yeah, that gives me reason to not want to associate with the right. So I could have used that on the on my background slide, but just because historically sometimes it's associated with people who do support capitalism, I thought, well, maybe it would be a little confusing to some people to put it there.
Right.
So instead, I'll just put a representative of, or at least someone who many people think is on the right, which is Trump, who I strongly oppose. Let me get a cough drop here. Okay, so I just wanted to say that about the about the right. But yeah, I do oppose taxes and all the programs that taxes support, like Social Security. Like that doesn't mean I'm against retirement. In having a retirement savings account, I just think it should be something that people voluntarily decide to do. Like you can have a 401k, which I guess is somewhat tax sheltered, but there shouldn't be taxes on, in my view. But you can have a retirement fund, even if there were no taxes, you might want to set aside a certain part of your income, a certain part of your paycheck every month to save up for the time when you do retire, assuming you do choose to retire at some point. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just love your job so much that you always want to do it. Like if I love YouTubing or podcasting, I might want to always do that and maybe never retire. But I think individuals should be able to decide that and how much they want to work. And if they do decide they want to retire at some point, then I think it behooves them to save up some money, and they shouldn't be coerced to pay for other people's retirement, which is how I think it works. When it was first set up in the 30s under FDR, people were being supported who were, I guess, they got much more support than they paid in. Like they started paying in the 30s, and then I guess people who retired maybe in 1940s, they started getting payments far beyond what they had paid in, at least the initial recipients. But now I think the trust fund is completely empty, and there's trillions of dollars of unfunded liabilities when it comes to the Social Security program. But that gets into the economics of it. I think so. I think it has many economic problems. Like I don't think it's solvents, and the only way to make it continue, I think it's a kind of, I don't know if Ponzi scheme is the right term for it. Some people have called it that. But I think it's going to run out of money unless you tax people more or take away some of their benefits, like by increasing the retirement age. But the moral point, which I think is really important, is I don't think other people have a right to my income. If I want to help somebody voluntarily in their retirement, maybe I have a family member who I love and I want to help support them, I'm free to do that. But what I think is wrong is that I should be forced to fund somebody else's retirement or their Medicare or their public education, whatever. So a question I often like to ask people who support taxation is, is it, are you okay with forcing people? And maybe I'll just pause on that and come back to you.
I mean, I think there are certain evils in this world that just pragmatically speaking, exist, and realistically, it's a matter of mitigating those things. So, in an ideal world, I also am not in support of taxes, and technology solves the need to like produce, and this, we live in a utopia, but I think it's necessary to look out for people in general, especially because not everyone has family members that are in places of economic security, and there are people that they're in their old age, and they have no kin, and a lot of these people just die in the street. I don't think that's right. If you live in a society, I think contributing to it makes sense, but I am very much, like, for example, like, I don't pay taxes, but I don't pay taxes, and it could be dangerous to say this, but I really don't care. I'd rather go to jail than pay taxes. But the reason I don't pay taxes isn't because my money would be going to someone's retirement. I don't pay taxes because I know it's not going to someone's retirement, but rather to the military-industrial complex, to missiles overseas, to whatever capricious interest the politician that gets their hands on some balance sheet decides to waste it that day. And I think that it's one of the biggest problems that we have right now in the society, the inability to dictate where our money is going, but also the fact that this pressure, this being forced to do things is always going to exist, I think, until we solve like certain logistic issues. So it's a difficult question, but obviously I'm not for coercing anyone, but in the current system, I think like this individualist, I'll look if you are 80 years old and you didn't save up any money, like, that's your fault. I don't think that's right. Especially when you see like the ratios at which housing prices are going up and wages are stagnant. I don't think that the commentary for having a minimum wage is like very relevant right now, when people are struggling to live, when people are being priced out of everything. I don't know. I'm just not convinced.
Okay. So one place we could go here is to the islands. I've already been to the islands, I think maybe twice today, with prior callers before you came on. And I think it sometimes helps to isolate issues, to go to a very simple kind of scenario instead of starting sort of midstream where we are right now in this very complex society, and it's got a lot of history. Just talk about how things should be if you have two people alone on an island. Should they be, and this might get to the altruism issue, which you mentioned at the beginning. Like, let's say we've got two people on an island. Maybe they were castaways. Their ship broke down and they wash up on shore, and they're now in a survival kind of situation. So how should that work? Should they? There might not be taxes in exactly the form that we think of them now, but there might be a version of it. Like, let's say that they're both working to survive. Maybe they're hunting, picking berries, building shelter to take care of their needs, and then one of them gets sick, and so he can't work for a while. Should the other one be forced to support the one who got sick while he's sick? And maybe he thinks if he supports the other one, maybe he's so precarious in his own survival. Like he's barely finding enough berries or insects to eat, that he's worried that he's not going to survive if he starts sharing whatever he can find with the other guy who got sick and can no longer forage for his own food. So what does this guy who's not sick, does he have a moral obligation to take care of the guy who did get sick, or is it morally okay for him to just survive, just feed himself? Now, I think your answer to this, it might ultimately have effects to what kind of political society you support. And I think it's true that politics is downstream from ethics.
Right.
So depending on your view of what is the ethically or morally right way to live, that's going to color the kind of political system you support. So what I'm trying to do with this example is focus more on the moral aspect of it. And then, because if we're not on the same page about the morality, then we're not going to be on the same page about the politics. So first I want to see if we can get on the same page about the more fundamental moral issues. So I'm curious to what you think about this kind of case. Like, if a person has to choose between his own survival and someone else's, is it moral for him to choose his own survival, or would it be morally better for him to sacrifice his own survival for the sake of the other guy?
By sacrifice his own survival, are you saying that there's 100% chance that if he does help this guy recover, that he's going to die?
Let's say that yes, that's the scenario. It's either him or the other guy, not both, who survives. Should he be like Jesus and sacrifice himself for the sake of the other guy? Would that be the really moral, noble thing to do? And it's kind of maybe selfish or self-interested for him to put his own well-being in life first. Is it bad for him to prioritize his own life over the other guy's? Would it be morally better for him to sacrifice his own life and give it up for the sake of the other guy?
I mean, I think when you're put in that position, I think most people's answers is going to be aligned with their, what's it called? Their own survival, like that instinct within you to like continue living is going to be stronger than whatever altruistic traits you're going to have. Or maybe there's some people that would sacrifice themselves. It would depend on like the interpersonal relationship between these two people. But I don't think that he would be obligated. I don't think he would be an amoral person for taking care of himself first if the situation is such that he would be at risk, or like he would be, dead if he helped this other person. However, I do think that if he has the ability to, and he's not in any kind of situation where it's life-threatening, I would say it is his obligation, since both of them were surviving on the island for X amount of time. And even logistically, it might make more sense to help the other person recover, to increase your odds of survival, because two people surviving in an island is better than one, because you can sort of distribute certain tasks like you mentioned, and it's just going to be a lot easier to make that place habitable. Humans are pack animals, and it makes sense for us to live in communities, even if it's small communities, even if it's like a homestead with like 5 people. Like, it makes a lot of sense to work alongside other people. And even the way we're wired on a neurological level is to socialize, to be with other people. It's a method of torture if you're isolated, and that's why we have a lot of issues. But that's a different topic in the modern day. But I think it would be a noble thing to do. I think when we look at our ancestors and we look at, I think there was this one discovery of someone who had broken their leg or like broken a bunch of bones in like the Paleolithic era, and they were found to have like healed because the community helped, keep them alive. And we look back at those those times in humanity, and we think, wow, like these people were clearly morally enlightened because they helped this person that they had no obligation to, and they did it anyway. And I think that's the beauty of the human spirit at the end of the day. I don't think we are able to survive on our own unless you're like Rambo or something. I don't think that's realistic. I don't think it's pragmatic.
All right. So I want to make sure I understood that you said that if it's either your life or the other guy's, you think it's okay,
My life.
or okay, so you
I
would
think
choose
it's
your
okay.
life.
I think it's permissible.
Permissible. Okay. But is it moral?
No, it's not ideal. I mean, if I think there was this case of like these people that were stuck in the Himalayas and they had to resort to cannibalism to survive. I don't think, you're going to be hard to find someone who condemns them at a moral level, because being in those situations puts a lot of strain and it pushes people like to their limits. So I don't think it's the same.
Okay. So it's permissible, but it's not moral. Well, the I wonder in what sense it's permissible, because the way I understand moral, and I guess this is a topic unto itself, what exactly is that? I understand it as it's the study of right and wrong, just to put it simply. Or the study of good and bad. So if you say something is not moral, then that sounds like it's not good to do. And if you're saying that, then it sounds like, well, maybe it's not something you should do. If it's not good, then is it bad? Or would you just say it's neutral? It has no moral significance?
Yeah, I would say it's neutral. I don't think you can say say that person is a bad person, but I don't think it's like it's something to be happy about, Like it's not a great outcome regardless.
Okay, so but would it be better? It sounded like maybe you thought it would be better because at some point, I think you might have used the term moral, or you can correct me if that's not what it is. But you say it would be moral if the person did sacrifice.
No, I said noble.
Oh, noble. Yeah, that was the word
It
you
would be
used.
noble, yeah.
Yeah, noble. Okay, but noble, that's got evaluative content to it, or a evaluative connotation or denotation maybe. That's like saying it's a good thing to do.
Yeah.
So if you're not doing that good thing, then why wouldn't that be bad? I mean, should you settle for doing? Is it good to not do the best thing that you can do? Is it ever good to not do the best thing you can do in a given situation? Why not always do the best thing you can do? Isn't it bad not to do the best thing? If so, then it's not neutral. It's actually bad not to sacrifice for the other guy. You're not doing the best thing you could be doing. Isn't that a bad thing?
Actually, yeah, I think you're right. I would say it's a bad thing.
Okay. So then it's not merely neutral if you choose to save yourself rather than the other guy. It's actually bad. You're doing a bad thing in prioritizing your own life over someone else's.
Yeah, I think so, but I wouldn't blame someone if they did. Like, that's just my personal opinion. Like, I would say it's permissible still. I wouldn't hold it against them, but I would say it's not ideal. And if I was in that situation personally, I think I would definitely go for the altruistic decision.
Okay. Well, two things there in response. One is, I don't see why you wouldn't blame someone for doing something that's bad, that they know to be bad. And secondly, I would ask, why is it bad in the first place? To put your own interests first. And I think these are, you can take either one of those questions. Why is it bad to put your own interest first? And why wouldn't you blame someone who's doing something they know to be bad?
I wouldn't blame them because their life is on the line and they're being forced to by exogenous circumstances. But
they're
I
not being
also
forced.
don't.
It's a choice. They could choose to sacrifice, and you said that's the choice that you would
Right,
make.
that's a very good point. Yeah. I think it's a hard choice. I think that's why I wouldn't blame them. It's a very difficult decision.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I want to press too much further on that one. Maybe later. But I'm also curious on the other question. I want to see what you want to, if you have thoughts on that. Like, why is it bad to put yourself first?
I think because it's just selfish.
Okay. It's selfish. Have you ever read Ayn Rand?
Yeah, she's the lady that wrote Atlas Shrugged, right?
Yes. You read Atlas Shrugged?
Yeah, a while ago.
Okay. Well, as you may know, she has a lot to say about selfishness. She wrote a book called The Virtue of Selfishness. It's a nonfiction book. So I thought of her as I think of many topics that come up on my show connect to her, because my whole YouTube channel is themed around Ayn Rand. So she would say, yes, it is selfish, but that's a good thing, properly understood, and she has a distinctive understanding of selfishness. But whatever word, even some people have said that maybe she should have used a different word for it, because what she means by selfishness isn't how it's typically meant, and she argues that nevertheless it is the correct way. Her way of understanding it is the correct way, but we can set aside that debate for now. I think whatever word you use to label it, living for yourself and putting yourself first. I asked, why is that bad? And you said, because it's selfish. And part of my mind went to, well, is that just a synonym? Is that just another way of saying you're living for yourself? You're putting yourself first? If so, then it doesn't really explain why it's bad. It's just restating that it's putting yourself first. So how do we define, maybe that's a fruitful direction to go to. And maybe we can see if putting yourself first is the same thing as selfishness. So I can ask you, what do you mean when you say it's selfish? How would you define that?
I would say it's selfish because it disregards the other person completely.
Okay. I'm writing this down so I can remember.
I think when you are, I mean, especially if you've been on the island surviving for, X amount of time, there was a point as well where you depended on the labor of the other person and the other person depended on your labor. So it almost feels like it's a betrayal.
Okay.
It's an act of misanthropy. It's anti-human, I think, to an extent.
Okay. All right. I thought of another somewhat different scenario. Let's say that you're alone on an island. There's nobody else, just you. Could you be selfish? As you understand selfishness, is it possible for you alone on this island to be selfish?
I don't think so.
Okay. So it sounds like you have a social conception of what selfishness is, I think that you could be selfish even if you are alone, because what it means to be selfish, in Ayn Rand's understanding at least, is that you're living for yourself. And you could do that if you're alone on an island. You could also be unselfish if you're alone on an island. You could live in a way that does not benefit yourself. Like maybe it would be self-interested, we could also use that term, to do some work and build a shelter. And it would be self-destructive to just be lazy and not do that, not even make an attempt to support your own life. And then as a result, you might die if you're not being self-interested, or what we might call selfish. But if we don't want to use those terms, selfishness or self-interested, we could just say putting yourself first. So you could put yourself first when you're alone on the islands. Or maybe it's, I guess if there's no one else who could be first, maybe it's weird to say putting yourself first, but we could say you are concerned with your own life or well-being or happiness, or you cannot be concerned with your own life or well-being or happiness. And Rand says and I think that's something you could do even if you're alone. And she would call that being selfish. So it's not essentially a social concept. It doesn't essentially depend on how you relate to other people. It could, if you are in a social context with other people around, there are selfish and unselfish ways of relating to other people. But even if there aren't other people around, you could still be selfish or unselfish on her view of selfishness. So
it's informed by different things. I see what you're saying.
Okay, so maybe instead of using the word selfish, I could put the question as is it good to always do what is best for yourself, whether you're alone or other people are around? Is it always best to do what's
good to always
do what's best
for yourself?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And I mean, I think that aligns with the answer you gave about should you sacrifice yourself for the other person. There, it seemed clear that you thought it would be better, not just neutral, but actually better to sacrifice yourself for the other person. So it's then, I guess, to put it in the terms I just used, that implies you also think it's not always best for you to do what's best for yourself. And I want to know why that is. Why shouldn't I always do what's best for myself, whether I'm alone or other people are around? Why shouldn't I always do what's best for myself? I'm going to write that down.
What's best for yourself could be doing harm to other people.
Okay.
And sometimes even unnecessary harm. And I can think of many examples, actually. Like, for example, when Trump made his coin, that was the best thing he could have done for himself and his dynasty, to create some market capitalization of an asset that doesn't exist, that was purely made to suck up the funds of his supporters. I think that was a great thing for him. I think that was something that was very much driven by selfish interests. But in the process, you're harming a lot of people. In the process, you're destroying people's lives. And I think there's a matter of decision there too. But take a look at the war in Iran, for example, or the war in Iraq, or basically any war where the entire thing is orchestrated by a small group of people. Those people are acting in their self-interest. Those people are absolutely doing the best thing that they could be doing for themselves in terms of enriching themselves or putting themselves in better positions, positioning themselves politically. extracting, whatever resources from whatever country, but in the process, you're completely disregarding the suffering that you bring to your fellow man, and I think it's morally reprehensible. I think it's understandable to act within one's self-interests, within reason, but to always act in your self-interest first and foremost, and that be a good thing? No, I don't agree.
Okay. I think a lot of the examples people give of actions that are selfish or self-interested or actions that benefit oneself are actually not that. Like they actually don't benefit oneself. I think a lot of what Trump does is self-destructive, not self-interested. It doesn't actually benefit him if you consider all the effects, short range, but also long range, and effects on psychology, not just materially. Like I think you could be a rich person yet be miserable, and so just doing something that gets you some material gain, I don't think is necessarily in your self-interest. So that's one point, and I think the way that self-interest often gets a bad rap, or selfishness often gets a bad rap, is that people call actions selfish, which actually aren't that. Lying, cheating, and stealing, I think, are conventionally considered to be selfish kinds of actions. Acting like a rude jerk is conventionally considered a selfish thing. But on Rand's view, these are actually self-destructive ways of acting. So that's one point I'll make. Another point, second and final point for now, is that even if we stipulate, for the sake of argument, that some action like lying, cheating, or stealing is self-interested, I still don't understand why it's not something you could do. Like, even if we say that's best for you, so I asked here and I put it on the notes, why shouldn't I always do what's best for myself? And then you answered, well, because it could harm other people. But then I was thinking, okay, well, why should I care though? If it's best for myself, what is it? Why should I? Why should it make a difference to me that it's harming other people? If it's making a difference to me, then it seems like maybe you would be smuggling in the fact that it actually does have a negative effect on oneself. Like maybe I would feel guilty or destroy all my relationships with other people, which I think actually is likely to happen if I'm a rude jerk, if I lie, cheat, and steal. I think these are self-destructive ways of acting. But if you appeal to me, to my self-interest by saying, well, you don't want to harm other people, it's not good for you to do that, then you're appealing to egoism or self-interest again. So I'm not sure if that's what you're doing here, but that's something I wonder about. I'll pause there, see if you want to say anything.
No, I think it's because you would be harming other people. I don't think it's because you would be afraid of like whatever stigma or whatnot. And then I think the previous point you made also was, what was it?
That many actions that are often called self-interested actually aren't.
Right. Well, I think I would ask you, why would you say that they're self-destructive when, I mean, like pragmatically speaking, these things are working in that person's self-interest? Like, say no one finds out, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were still doing harm to someone. You're still, like for example, let's say you have an older relative that has like dementia or something, and they have a safe full of money, and they don't keep track of how much money there is, and you just go in one day and you just take the whole thing and you spend it, but he never knows that it happened because he's senile and he's not all there. So there's not going to be a consequence for you legally. There's not going to be a consequence if, say, you don't even care about this person. There's not going to be a consequence for you emotionally. And actually, if he dies and you're able to keep the deeds whatever property he was going to leave to his kin or to you, then actually it would be a better thing if he died, because you would be acting out of self-interest, and there wouldn't be any self-destruction at all. Like, there would be no consequence, there would be no mechanism that would fall back and harm your reputation or anything like that. Like, what would you say in a situation like that? Is it the right thing to do to take that money?
All right, there's a
Is it
couple.
Yeah.
Oh, go. Are you done, or do you have more?
No. That's it. Is
Okay.
it good to act in your self-interest there?
Right. So there's a couple ways of replying to that. One would be to try to refute the idea that you actually are better off if you steal this money, and that there wouldn't be consequences, not only legal consequences, but you also said emotional consequences. So I could dispute that, but another way I could respond, and I'm actually interested to try this out, is let's say just stipulate for the sake of argument that you're right, that there are no negative consequences for you if you steal this safe, and you only benefit from it. It only makes your life better. It only makes you more happy. Why not do it? I'm curious what your answer to that is.
Why wouldn't I do it?
Yeah.
Because
why shouldn't
because it's causing someone else harm.
So what? I want to live. I want to be happy. Why don't you want me to be happy? Or I guess you don't care about my happiness. I care about my happiness. I mean, if you don't care about your happiness, you don't care about your life. All right, well, that's a choice you can make, but it seems pretty irrational to me to not care about your own happiness. I mean, we only have one life to live, right? I say make the most of it. Enjoy it while you've got it. Why be miserable? I want to be happy. Is that crazy?
I don't even know what to say. No, I don't think it's a crazy thing to say, but I think that it's crazy to disregard unnecessary harm to someone else because it benefits you. But I guess, I don't know, spoken like a true capitalist, I guess. I don't know. That's just, it's crazy to me.
Well, what I think is crazy is that people could think that doing these things is actually self-interested, that actually does make them happier or does improve their lives. That's what I think is crazy. But what I don't think is crazy is that someone does whatever is necessary to pursue his own happiness. But I don't think a lot of these things improve your own happiness. I think they destroy your own happiness. So I don't know what best.
Why do you not think that in the example that this would give this person, more happiness? If I guess your answer was given the conditions, like, yeah, like, why not do it?
So I can go down that road, and I would like to, but first I think I want to stay a little longer on the other sort of response to this, is where I say if we just stipulate, or we could actually, I don't know if maybe this is a good sort of example to use. Let's say like a bear, right? Would I criticize a bear or get angry with a bear for attacking a human being and killing it and eating it? Now, I think, no, I wouldn't. I think it's just the bear's nature to survive that sort of way. And I don't think a bear has free will. I don't think it can make choices, so it doesn't really control its own behavior. But I want to say that I wouldn't criticize a bear for attacking and killing a human being if that is what fulfills the bear's life the best. That's the way it survives. Likewise, I would say if we stipulate, big hypothetical if here, if we stipulate, for the sake of argument, that a given human being, maybe a psychopath, I think it would be a psychopath, has a nature such that its survival requires it to kill other human beings, and that's its road to well-being and survival and happiness, I can't fault that human being, that psychopathic human being, from doing that. Just like I can't fault the bear from killing a human being. And I mentioned the bear just because I think it's a more readily understandable case that more people can relate to. But my point is, if you can see how this applies to the bear, why not also, by the same logic, say it applies to a human being? And just say, okay, well, if a human being has a nature that requires it to do such and such for its survival, why not be as okay with that as you're okay with the bear doing what's necessary for its survival? Why think that something should go against its own nature and act in a self-destructive kind of way, rather than in a way that enables that being to flourish and be happy?
I guess first of all, I'd push back on the fact that it's something that's necessary for survival. I think that in the example I gave, it's very much an unnecessary thing. But the question that we were asking, the moral question, was, is it always the moral thing to act in a self-interested way? To which I think the answer is no.
But let's just stipulate, for the sake of argument, this is part of the hypothetical, that a human being can only survive and achieve its happiness by attacking and killing other human beings. That's just part of our hypothetical.
Gotcha.
Is it bad for it to do that?
I think so. I think so, yeah.
Sounds like an anti-happiness viewpoint you've got.
I think we have to also consider the utilitarian aspect of it as well. I think that if your happiness is invading other people's freedom, that's not something that's permissible at all. And I think that the scope of understanding and behavior for humans is a lot wider than it is for a bear. So I think I wouldn't be able to permit such a person. I don't think if that's how it is, that they would be allowed to pursue their happiness if it meant the death of other people.
Okay. Well, it does sound like an anti-egoist view. So you mentioned utilitarian, or I don't know if you said utilitarianism, but that is a type of anti-egoism where you're not putting your own happiness first. They have this slogan, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. That's like the goal you should aim at.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. So
I would agree with that.
even if you can serve, like maybe if the way you can serve, just hypothetically, if it's true that the way to serve the greatest happiness of the greatest number is just to kill yourself right now, commit suicide, the utilitarian ethic says, yeah, that's what you should do. Now I, as an egoist, I say, screw that, or much harsher language, F that. I'm here to live for myself, right? I'm not here to serve. I'm not a slave or a serf whose duty it is to serve the collective. If the collective is every other sentient being that exists or will exist in the future, some even extend it to the future. I'm here to live my own life. My own life is the standard of value. And I don't see any reason not to hold that as one's standard. Why should I privilege other people, put them ahead of myself? You could say, I guess you already have said, well, because it could harm them. Okay, but so what? If it screws me over, what's it to me? I'm here to live my life, pursue my happiness.
Right.
So it sounds like an anti-individualist as well as anti-happiness viewpoint.
Yeah, I would say I'm against individualism like that as well. I don't say I align with it.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, I think it's good to make these things clear. So we're definitely not going to align, I think, on politics, because I think we have very deep divide just on more fundamental ethical issues, and politics is downstream from ethics. So
definitely, yeah.
So if I'm an individualist and you're a collectivist, I think it's pretty hopeless for us to debate politics. We would first have to be on the same page about ethics if we're going to come to any agreement on politics.
Right.
So we could talk about ethics more, or I don't know, maybe we've hit a kind of fundamental parting of the ways, and I don't know if there is any way to reconcile certain differences. But I think that's where we are right now. We're just at this fundamental ethical divide where I am in favor of pursuing one's own happiness above all else, and you're not. And I don't see a good reason not to be in favor of pursuing your own happiness.
Well, above all else is just the part that I disagree with. I think it's fine to act in your self-interest within reason. I think was the main parting line that I think makes the difference between you and I. But I think collectivism is the way to go.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess I could, well, I guess some of the things we consider to be within reason would differ. Like maybe you would consider it within reason, or I would consider it within reason to put your own happiness above all else. And you wouldn't consider that to be within reason. So another issue, and maybe this is just a different angle on the same things we've been talking about, is why accept collectivism rather than individualism? Why should you regard some group, whether it's the race you're a part of, or the gender you're a part of, or the economic class you're a part of, or the occupation you're a part of, or the state, maybe citizens of whatever state you live in? Why should that collective take priority over yourself as an individual? Why is it more of value than you are?
I think because humans are the sum of their parts. And I think that a society and a civilization isn't made with just one person. So the trajectory ultimately of the collective is going to determine the trajectories of the individuals within like a large degree. So it makes sense to work together and actually get somewhere than to just try and do your own thing. I think it doesn't make sense. And maybe you could classify that as the self-interested action. But yeah, I mean, even from a utilitarian perspective, capitalism just doesn't make sense to me. Individualism to the extreme that you find it in the United States doesn't make sense to me. And yeah, I mean, I'm basically on the opposite end where I'm like, you know, the capitalist class is telling you that you're never going to own anything, that you know, you're being priced out of everything. And I think a lot of people are saying, F that, you know, we're going to make a breakaway and try to help people and try to not be selfish. Because ultimately, I think that this self-interested nature is the downfall of the United States. And I think, you know, it makes sense within like a fantasy world to only ever look after your own interests first and foremost as like a virtuous thing, but it doesn't work in real life, and it's cruel even, and I think it's morally wrong.
All right. And I got a couple points to reply about. Okay, so one point is you were talking about societies. You're better off if you're part of a society rather than doing your own thing. You said something to that effect. Now,
Yeah.
I think it depends on the society. So let's say you're a Jew in Nazi Germany. Are you better off as part of that society rather than doing your own thing? Well, I think since they're probably going to want to put you in a concentration camp and a crematorium, that you're better off not being part of that society and rather looking for some other society, or maybe just being completely isolated. In any case, it's not good to be part of some collectives. But when I say that, I'm appealing to your self-interest. I'm saying it's not better for you to be part of that society. So I can agree that it's helpful to you, at least in some cases, to be part of a group, but it depends on the nature of the group. And I think you can distinguish the cases when it is and when it isn't a good idea, based on when it is and isn't in your interest. So I mean, but before I say any more on that, let me also say, let's see, one other point. Only looking after yourself. Now, this might be a straw man characterization of what actual self-interest is. So I think it's perfectly in line with an egoist to care about other people, like a friend or a spouse, for example. Those people can make a huge contribution to your own life in terms of how well your life goes. They matter a lot, but they matter a lot to you. So they are egoistic values, and it's in your self-interest to care about them. And it wouldn't be you could, there's an example sometimes of like saving a person in a drowning saving a drowning person in a pond. Peter Singer, ethical philosopher, gives an example. Now, let's say it's your child who's drowning. I think versus some stranger's child, and you only have time to save one of them. Which one should you save? I think it makes sense to save your own child. Why? Because that child adds more value to you, to your own life and happiness, compared to the other child. So that's a self-interested kind of thing to do. So I think it's fine to look after other people and care about other people, but it makes sense to do that because and it is virtuous to do that. If virtue is a means of attaining a value, your child is a value to you. So there are self-interested reasons to care about other people. It doesn't mean, so I think the straw man of selfishness is that he doesn't give a damn about anyone else. He's happy to just be like a hermit living all isolated by himself. I think that's a very unself-interested way to live. I'll pause there.
No, I gotcha. Just taking it in.
Okay.
Well, then I guess from my perspective, going through the lens of your worldview, it would not be within people's self-interest to engage in capitalism. I think it is considerably more utilitarian and self-interested, you could say, to, for example, be in a leftist situation where, you have two situations where in the capitalist state, you are a worker that has the minimum amounts of rights, and you have a self-interested CEO that isn't paying you a livable wage or a livable salary at a time where self-interested companies are skyrocketing the prices of homes, and securities are going up and liabilities are going up, but they're still paying you peanuts. I think that's not preferable to a collectivist society where people are taken care of and they're allowed to unionize, and workers cooperate and are more productive and are the owners of the means of production. I think capitalism just isn't I maybe this is a different point, but if you think that saving your child for self-interested reasons is a selfish thing, then I guess you could say that me seeking communism and seeking leftism is also a selfish thing.
Well, I think, wouldn't you say that it's better not to save your child? It's better, it's more moral. It's actually bad to save your child on your view. It would be more noble. That was the term you used before. It would be more noble for you to sacrifice your own values and save the stranger's child. That's your view.
If you can only save one person, I think it's not a bad thing to save your child first.
But that's what's best for yourself. That's not. Didn't you say before it would be more noble to put the other guy's interest ahead of your own?
Yeah, within reason as well. Like I never said that you're never able to act within your own self-interest, but there's got to be a balance.
So sometimes self-interest is moral and sometimes it's not.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Well, then there's a question of when is it in your self-interest, or when is it moral and when is it not moral, and how do you figure that out? So it sounds like you don't have a. I wonder what the principle there is there, or even if there is a principle guiding your actions, or is it just arbitrary whim that you decide, okay, well, in this case, it's good to be self-interested. In this other case, it's not good to be self-interested. How do you decide that? By appeal to what? I mean, I have a stand. Maybe, I don't know. Is it utilitarianism? If it's, or I don't know what your if you have an ultimate standard. I guess if you're a utilitarian,
I think, yeah,
your ultimate standard would be, greatest good of the greatest number. And that's your standard of when you should be self-interested. Like if being self-interested conduces to the greatest good of the greatest number, then I'll do it. But if it doesn't, then I won't. So if being if what contributes to the greatest good of the greatest number is to save the stranger's child, then then it's good to do that and let your own child drown.
Why would it be conducive to the greatest good for the greatest number for the life of one child than the other? It's kind of
I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying if it is, then that's what you should do.
I just can't picture a scenario where it would be.
Okay. And I likewise could say, well, I can't picture a scenario where it's good to murder people.
You have the ability to save 10 children or yours. Maybe that would be a better example.
Well, I don't think we need to go there, but we can go there. So let's say that you can either save 10 other kids, strangers' kids, or your own. You think it would be better to save the 10 other kids rather than your own.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, then I guess you would be a consistent utilitarian, and I just don't. I don't see I don't see that that's moral. That doesn't. I think some people would see that as monstrous, but others not. And I guess. There might be certain points in a conversation where it's good to just like sleep on it for a while and see if you still feel the same way the next morning, or I don't know what.
Yeah,
but we're at a point where I don't know like how I could persuade you to be to think it's better to put your own interest first. Maybe that's just like a root choice everyone has to make.
Yeah, I just don't think that's virtuous. And maybe it's a cultural thing. Maybe it's like an Asian cultural thing, but I don't think it's virtuous.
Okay. Well, I do think Asian culture is more collectivist than American culture on average. Like they put their, I think it's more family centric than American culture is.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
yeah, I
definitely.
guess if you're raised like an example of this, a lot of Asian students will major. When I was a grad student, I would sometimes have students come to me and tell me that they chose their major based on what their parents want rather than what they want, what they're most
Yeah.
interested in. And that's an example, I think, of putting the family first rather over one's own interest. So if you come from a collectivist culture, then I guess some things can seem more right to you than others. But of course, also people can sometimes change their views. Like maybe you're raised in a Buddhist or Muslim or Catholic household, and then you become an atheist later in life. That sometimes happens. I think more commonly, people they just stick with whatever religion they happen to be born with, if any religion. But
No, I agree.
if you, I think if people, I guess whatever position you end up at, I think it's good to think about it and not just unthinkingly end up somewhere because you happen to be born into a culture that promoted certain ideas. I think it's important to reflect on those ideas and decide, do these really make sense to me? But that in itself, I think, is an individualist act. Thinking or reasoning is something that the individual does. So if you're really serious about your collectivism, you might think, oh, I better not think for myself about these ideas that I was raised with. I should just accept them on faith. And I think religion advocates accepting things on faith and subordinating your own mind, your own reason, your own judgment to some allegedly higher authority, whether that's God or the alleged representative of God on earth, the priest, or the collective, right? Or the voice of the collective, whether that's Lenin or Stalin or Mao. Just don't think about it yourself. Just be a dutiful follower. That's the real collectivist way. So if you're really in favor of collectivism and against individualism, then you shouldn't even think about this. You should just blindly go along with whatever herd happened to raise you, as it were. I'll pause there.
Yeah, I think you can have individual actions within a collectivist society. It's not. I don't think it's like a black or white thing there as well. Because like I was also raised in a very very religious household. Um, I'm not sure if you know, but there are some like Catholics in Japan and Korea, so there's like a minority that are like that, and I ended up growing up in a very Catholic background, and I think I agree with you 100% there. It's very much subvert your own understanding of the world for like something else that doesn't make any sense, and yeah, I don't believe in any of that either. I think it's stupid. I think it's a waste of time, and in many cases, I think it actually is worse for both individuals and the collective.
Okay, so you've rejected the religious or the supernatural aspects that you were raised with. Although you do accept collectivism, at least to some extent. You
Yeah,
were saying there could be individual actions within a collective society, and I can
yeah,
agree with that if that's interpreted in a certain way. I mean, what is this that we're involved with right now? Is this we're having two people here on a call? Are we a collective, right? Well, in a sense, yeah, I guess you could think of it that way. but I'm thinking for myself, and you're thinking for yourself, and those are individual kinds of actions. But
Right.
I think if you want to be very consistent as a collectivist, I don't think that's compatible with thinking for yourself. I think you just have to turn off your mind. So um, then I guess because thinking is an action that you do as an individual, it's not a collective process. Ayn Rand makes this point, just as like you can't, digestion is an individual process. Like I can't digest your food for you. You digest the food that you consume, right? And I digest the food that I consume. Likewise, thinking, it's an action of the individual, not of the collective. So if you want to be a consistent collectivist, I think you need to not think, because that's an action of the individual. But if you are going to think, then I guess you have to, the question arises as to, okay, well, when do I do things that are individualistic and when do I do things that are collectivist? How do I decide that? Is there some principle to guide me, or do I just go by whim? And figuring this question out is itself an act of individualism, because you have to think about the question and only you can do that as an individual. So are you then giving primacy to the individual over the collective if you use your individual mind to figure out the answer as to when you should be an individualist? And is there some kind of paradox there? Like, is there a kind of incoherence to think that it's good for you to use your own individualistic mind, but the result of your thinking is that it's not good to be an individualist? In some cases, at least. I'm not sure if that's coherent. But anyways, these are some fresh thoughts coming to my mind, and I don't want to ramble, so maybe I
Yeah, I
should
don't
pause
think
there.
I don't think it's. Yeah, I guess I just let you talk. Very collectivist of me to put your need to communicate above what I want to say. But no, I don't think it's mutually exclusive that you can have individual thoughts, but also participate in a collectivist society. I think it's probably even better that you have individual thoughts and that you think deeply about the things that you're engaged with, because I think even that can be used to help the group, the collective, whatever. Um, I don't think that the digestion of information is an anti-collectivist thing. I think that in many collectivist societies, education is very encouraged. I would say probably like the execution of certain actions is different, but as to what criteria calls for something to be individual or collectivist, I think people could, yeah, I think people would be fine on deciding that on a whim. Deciding it for themselves is fine. Ultimately, I think that people operate better in groups, and yeah, that's just my perspective.
Okay, writing some things down here. Okay,
There's
so
also a delay between like the screen and the actual conversation, so there's,
yeah,
yeah,
there's a
unfortunate.
latency of, YouTube says 15 to 60 seconds is the normal latency, and there is a way to reduce that, and I might try to do that in the future. But there's also a trade-off. So if I reduce the latency, then there's a higher chance that the stream is going to buffer and the video quality will not be as
Hmm.
good. But I do want to try that
Yeah, but
in future
yeah,
streams, and maybe it's worth the trade-off.
yeah, but I do think that, like, for example, like your characterization is, thinking is an individualist action. It's an action that, you do by yourself, and it's like, yeah, but I don't think that, that hurts being in a collective. I don't think it's a contradiction at all. Um, I think that one of the things that's most important is distribution of roles in a society, like a civilization is the aggregate of multiple people. Like, for example, the United States government, or like even a state government, is made up of different departments and different peoples, like police departments, the way they organize, the CIA, the way they organize, and even the post office, like they all have their separate roles to play. I don't think someone figuring out a way to do their job better by thinking on their own is a contradiction. I think it helps everyone. But I do think that in a capitalist society, the thoughts like of the individuals are usually stolen. I think they're usually weaponized, or there is less freedom, I think, in a capitalist individualist society, ironically, than in a collectivist one, because you're fed this illusion that you're self, like the myth of like Jacques Cousteau. No, sorry, what was that guy? Robinson Crusoe. It's a myth. You can't survive on your own. You need to have a community. You need to have people. You need to depend. You depend on the collective, whether we like it or not. But I think the main thing is just not exploiting people, not having mechanisms to keep people safe. I think those are important things.
All right. There's a lot here. The last thing you said, or close to the last thing, caught my attention. You said Robinson Crusoe is a myth.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. And I wonder what you mean by that. I mean, you could mean in a very literal sense, like there was no such I mean, obviously, it's a fictional character. But if what you mean to be saying is that no one could survive on his own or her own.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Then I would say, I would ask, why do you think that? Now, I do think you can survive better if you have other people to help you out, but I don't think it's impossible. And I think, there are shows like Survivor Man, or what was the other one? Man versus Wild on TV years ago, where you have people in these survival scenarios on their own, and you can survive. I mean, you can go out and hike in the woods and set up a tent and camp and survive on your own for a while. And that survival could be made much easier by things you've learned from other people, or things you've bought from other people. Like if you buy a tent from someone else and then you use that tent, that can make it easier. But I think the important point is that the individual is the source of value creation. So some individual had to build that tent, or at least part of the tent, maybe the zipper, or maybe create the factory that manufactures the plastic that zipper is made out of, or whatever. But it's a collection of individuals. So anything that a collective or a group produces is ultimately produced by individuals. And when individuals get together, sure, they can produce more, but that doesn't change the fact that it's individuals fundamentally that are the source of value creation. And I think when you say something like Robinson Crusoe is a myth, I think the way some people might take that, or maybe the way you mean it, is that the individual isn't really the creator of value. Fundamentally, the creator of value is collectives or groups. That's what we really need to get values in the world. And I say no. If that's what you mean, then I think the idea that Crusoe is a myth, because the individual is the fundamental source of value, and any value that a so-called collective produces is only produced as a result of all the individuals in that collective producing things themselves. And if there are parasitical individuals within that collective who just leech off of others, then, that's not a helpful part of the collective to me. If I'm a producer, right, I want other productive individuals. So the fundamental is that the individual is the producer of value. I'll pause there.
Right. Yeah, I think I disagree. But I don't agree that an individual alone can create value from absolutely nothing. I think that an individual is important, sure, but because they are the smallest unit of a society, you can't have a civilization, you can't have what we have without the collective. You cannot, there would be no way for us to communicate across this large of a distance without an ISP, without, computers, without, chips that are manufactured overseas, without, lights being turned on by, plants. You wouldn't be able to have this conversation even if it wasn't for the collective. So the individual, instead of it being like what actually creates value, like the way I understand it is like the smallest expression of a larger system that has to exist. Like they're just a node in a network of like knowledge. So you're dependent on like these invisible cooperations, like that that I gave the example of like being able to have this conversation, but it's not invented individually and used only on an individual level, because value isn't created in isolation. It like comes from shared knowledge. It comes from the division of labor, like in the island example. It comes from exchange. It comes from cooperation. All of these tools like agriculture, technology, like none of it would come from that if it wasn't for the social fabric that allowed that to happen. If your ancestor wasn't taken care of in his time of need, you wouldn't have that, you wouldn't have that ability to be a conduit for a society. So I think it's definitely a myth. I think it's just the rawest expression of extreme individualism. I think it's a denial of social responsibility, and I think it's like a fantasy. I think it's a, what's it called when you picture yourself outside of something, like a dream. Yeah, escapism. I think that's what I would call it.
All right. So I think maybe you're there might be some straw manning going on here. Like when you say things like the internet and I don't know, whatever other examples require a bunch of people to invent them, that's not contrary to what I'm saying. If you're implying that on my view all this was created by one guy and it wasn't a result of cooperation, that's a misunderstanding, or if not a distortion of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it was individual people working together that created all of this stuff. And fundamentally, it's individuals doing the work. There's no collective over and above and apart from the individuals that created all this stuff. It's individuals at the bottom of it working together that created this stuff. And even if you are not part of a wider system, even if you are stranded on your own in a desert on islands, you can create value, right? If you build a hut, you built that, right? Nobody else built that hut. Maybe someone gave you the knowledge of how to build that hut, but you implemented that knowledge. Just having the knowledge wasn't sufficient for you to get that hut. You contributed something which no one else contributed, which enabled you to have that value. And that's at the root of every value creation. The individual is contributing something which, without that contribution, it wouldn't exist as a whole. So right. I'll say one other thing. You said at one point, the individual doesn't create value from absolutely nothing. And I wrote under that straw man. as if, that's what I hold. Like the idea of individuals creating value, it's not like there was no material to work with and it just poof. Uh, Let there be a hut, like God says in the Bible, let there be light, or let there be creatures in the sea, and they're just created ex nihilo, out of nothing. No, the idea is we take the materials of our environments and we reshape them. Like we cut down a tree and we break down its branches and use the leaves of it to weave them into the roof of our hut or whatever. But we're not creating it ex nihilo. So I think often what happens is people present a kind of a caricature of what it means to be an individualist, and then they say, "Oh, well, that's silly, so I'm against that." But it's a caricature. It's a straw man. It's not refuting what individualism actually upholds. I'll pause there.
Gotcha. So what would you say is the main tenets of individualism?
Sorry, it was kind of soft. Could you say that again?
Yeah, what would you say is the main tenets of individualism then?
The main tenets. Well, the core of it is that the individual is the top value. Maybe that's a way you could put it. And maybe also the source of value. So I am my own. I think on an individualist viewpoint, if I'm an individualist, I hold myself as my highest value. Like everything I do is because I think it adds value to my life. Egoism is another perspective on this. Maybe not exactly the same thing as individualism, but an element of it at least. Is the individual holds himself as his own value, his highest value. And I recognize that for other individuals too. Like you're another individual, and I think it's right on my individualist viewpoint. I think it's also right for you to hold yourself as your highest value. And so that's one element of it. I also mentioned that according to individualism, the individual is the source of value. Like I was just talking about how when you have something like the internet or a tent, there might be a lot of people involved in creating that value, but at root, it's individuals who create the value. It doesn't come from a collective apart from the actions of individuals in that collective. So that might be another tenet of individualism I would throw in. So just to summarize, at least two key points or two tenets of individualism. One, the individual is his own highest value or her own highest value. And two, the individual is ultimately the source of value creation.
I see. I think I get where you're coming from the person that builds the hut is, creating value in that situation, but we don't live in that world. I don't agree. I think when we talk about value, even like all of it is relational. Like value can't just be created because it has to be recognized. Like others have to understand it. And if it's just one person that understands that value, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's kind of it's unusable to anyone else. So it really collapses outside of just you. And yes, there were individuals that built up certain points of knowledge that led to the internet, and even people that individually created certain protocols. But at the end of the day, the internet can't function unless, you know, you have the active participation of the collective. Like you can't have these wires unmaintained. You can't keep the lights on without the collective. So even
Or
though,
without the individual.
sure, yeah, but they both go hand in hand. Like the individual is just a unit. In order for it to actually function, you need the collective. There's no other way around it. And Robinson Crusoe is directly antithetical to that, because it tells you, you know, actually, no, you don't need the collective. You can just make it on your own. And I think it still holds up as a myth. I think it's still not true.
What I think what Crusoe shows is what the fundamental is. What that shows is you can make it on your own, but you can make it on your own better, or not make it on your own better. You can your life can go better if you have others to trade with. But it also shows that your life can go worse depending on the nature of those others. Like, I don't know if I gave the example of the Jew in Nazi Germany. Your life is not better in that collective. It's worse. So when your life is made better by being in a collective is when there are other individuals who have a certain nature. Namely, like you, they are also productive people. They're not parasites. So just being in a group by itself is not a good thing. It doesn't make something like the internet possible. It could destroy the internet. Societies can go backwards and retrogress if they are the wrong kind of societies. There can be reversion to a dark ages. And what determines whether a society progresses or stagnates or goes backwards is the nature of the individuals in that society. So I think the point is that the individuals are the fundamental here, metaphysically, maybe is the way to put it. Maybe in other ways too. Whereas the group is more of a derivative, and the value or lack thereof of a group is determined by the nature of the individuals.
I think I disagree. You can't really come up from nothing like that. The group is what comes first, and then the individual is the derivative. Like if you have a situation again like the Robinson Crusoe already had, you know, the baggage of knowledge and whatnot. If you're just left alone as a toddler to fend for yourself in the jungle, that's not going to end up very well. Humans require that cooperation. That's just how our species is built. You need to have the mothers to take care of the children. We are mammals at the end of the day. If it was any other animal, they, you know, as soon as they're born, they're basically self-sufficient, I guess, like the Robinson Crusoe would, you know, fit well within the scheme of their species, because they exist within those parameters. But that's not the case for humans. So I think, yeah, I'm sorry, but I have to push back on that. And I think I'm also running a bit out of time, but the discussion was very, very much appreciated.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on. I do appreciate your call. And yeah, maybe I'll say some more on this last point. Did you have anything you want to, anything else before you go? Or is
that was my closing statement. Basically.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for coming on. Was it, Kira? Thanks, Kira, for your call.
Kira. You can give a closing statement and I can think on it, or, you know, just one last thing.
Okay.
If you want to
You want to be here for my closing statement?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And if you want to come back, if you have more thoughts, feel free. But I know you said you had to go, so obviously it's no obligation. So toddler in a jungle, I think this might just be another caricature of what the individualists holds. If the idea is that if you're an individualist, then you should think that it's possible for someone to survive, for a toddler to survive on his own in a jungle. That's not the claim of individualism. We definitely learn things from our parents and others, but the act of survival, like what the survival of, let's say the toddler learns how to hunt lions or rabbits or whatever. He learns this from his parents. The act of learning is an individualist act. He has to use his own mind to figure out what's going on. He has to observe what's happening, think about, okay, how do I do this myself? And I'm going to observe to figure it out. So he's using his own mind. That's an individualist act. And his reason is, or at least can be, individualist. Like he can say, okay, I need to learn how to hunt rabbits so that I can survive. I realize that I'm going to starve and I'm going to die if I don't figure out this knowledge. So I am going to figure this out for me. That's an individualist thing to do. And the mother or father or both who teaches the toddler how to do this has an interest in seeing the child do well. They love the child. And this is why they might risk their lives to save the child, just as we talked earlier about the case of a child drowning in a pond, and who would you rather save, if it's your child or some stranger's child? I think the egoistic and individualist thing to do would be to save your own child. And you might even think your life is going to be miserable without the child. You love this child so much, you would rather die than live without this child. So you might risk your life to save this drowning child. And there's many other things that are much less extreme than risking your life, like using up some of your time and energy to teach the toddler how to survive in the jungle, how to kill rabbits or lions. And you might even get pleasure out of doing this kind of thing because it gives you enjoyment and happiness to see your child live a happy, successful life. And it could be the individualist thing on the parent's part to do to teach his child. So what exactly individualism looks like and what egoism looks like, I think that's been one of the themes of our conversation, is I think quite different than many people often take it to be. And if you read Ayn Rand's, I think you said you read one of her, Atlas Shrugged, maybe. But for anyone out there who hasn't read Ayn Rand, I think she offers what you might find to be a very fresh perspective on a lot of these concepts like individualism and egoism or selfishness, which gives you reason to question, whether what you had previously thought fit under those labels actually should be put under those labels. All right, I'll pause there.
No problem. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, thanks again for your call. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, we had 3 calls today. That was nice. We're up to 12 likes. Thank you for those. Let me take a look back at the chat. And thanks for any new subscribers. Okay, good. A lot of chats from Let's Draw. Somebody in the chat named Let's Draw. All right, I haven't seen... Oh, Project is back. He called in last show. And Mellow Mao is also in the chat. Roman Viking. Oh, Kurt was here. Hi, Kurt. Red Jamie just came in. The last chat. All right. Jerry was the bad guy is another chatter. I'm just catching up with all these new people I haven't seen yet in the chat. Thanks for coming by. Looks like Kira was doing some chatting during the call. Lots of chats from Let's Draw. All right. And some more from Roman Viking. Alden Day, there's another new person. Dave Electric. All right, good to see a lot of new people coming by. I guess my thumbnail is probably helping catch some new people. And I think there's my break message. So I've scrolled through just to see all the new people here. And here's Mellow Mao's super chat for $5, asking about, are you up for a debate on altruism and theism? All right, it's getting kind of late here. It's actually after midnight if you're on the East Coast. So I think maybe we should wrap up the stream and do that a different day. My next stream, I usually do these once every 5 days. So my next would be Tuesday, April 7th, unless something comes up for me. But that's likely to be the next stream, probably around the same time, starting 2 p.m. Pacific. But if you're subscribed, you can get a notification. I definitely appreciate new subscribers. And if I didn't get to your chat today and there's something you wanted to discuss, you can bring it up again in the next show, or maybe call in the next show. I think there might have been at least one person who tried to call in today but wasn't able to get through. But you can try again the next show. Oh, you can also email me or leave a comment on my video if you want to reserve yourself a space, maybe at a certain time. You can try to do that. And also, if you want me to give your chat more priority, you can do a super chat, attach dollars to it, and then I'll give it priority next time. So I want to encourage that. Mellow Mouse says, yeah, it's definitely late for me. 2, I will come back on another stream for a debate. All right, sounds good. Maybe a group call of 3 would be interesting for a future show, says Kira. Yeah, maybe. I did do that once. It's been a while, but several months ago, I had a 3-person call. Great conversation, Kira. Thanks for calling, says Roman Viking. Mellow Mao, do you admire the communist dictator Mao? Dictator Mao. I asked him about that, if he was named after Mao, but he said no. I forget how he got his nickname, but it's not. Mao Zedong is not the namesake of this Mao. I took some notes on that chat. I don't know if it was from here. If I scroll down, I might get to the notes from the conversation I had with Mellow Mao. Yeah, I guess it was this conversation. I think it was the one before the last, whatever the one before the last stream was. The last stream was Jack. I had a 4+ hour call with someone by the name of Jack. And it was before that I think I had the call with Mellow Mao, this one. So that would have been March 23rd. I don't know if I put it in the description. Oh yeah, call with Mellow Mao. Right. Yeah, we talked about aesthetics some there. Okay, but yeah, let's do that debate on altruism and theism, or what was that? Altruism and theism. Yeah, another show. All right. Thanks everyone for being here, and thank you for all the support, monetary and otherwise, even just being here and chatting, sharing, commenting, subscribing, liking. Um, and thanks to anyone who listens to this or watches it after the fact. And let me go to my closeout screen so I can time this right. Now, I didn't hear anyone complaining about choppiness. My video is a little choppy because I'm using a certain OBS setup. And I did that partly to avoid choppiness, which I sometimes get when I have Zoom running. But I don't know if it's worth having a less sharp image if the cost of that is having more choppiness. That's something I want to experiment with later, maybe. Now I just need to find my YouTube's closeout screen. Great stream today, says Mellow Mouth. Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks for being here. And thanks for your super chat. All right. I'm going to end the stream. So have a good rest of your day, week, month, year, decade, existence. Have a good rest of your existence. May you individualistically and egoistically flourish and have a successful, happy life. Since I'm a individualist and egoist, that's what I'll leave you with. All right, bye everyone.